Section 1 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2, by Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Browning. E.B.B. to R.B. January 1st, 1845. 1846. How good you are, how best! It is a favourite play of my memory to take up the thought of what you were to me, to my mind gazing, years ago, as the poet in an abstraction, then the thoughts of you, a little clearer, in concrete personality, as Mr. Kenyon's friend, who had dined with him on such a day, or met him at dinner on such another, and said some great memorable thing on Wednesday last, and inquired kindly about me, perhaps on Thursday, till I was proud. And so the thoughts of you, nearer and nearer, yet still afar, as the Mr. Browning who meant to do me the honour of writing to me, and who did write, and who asked me once in a letter, does he remember, not to lean out of the window while his foot was on the stair, to take up all those thoughts, and more than those, one after another, and tie them together with all these, which cannot be named so easily, which cannot be classed in botany and Greek. It is a nosegay of mystical flowers, looking strangely and brightly, and keeping their May dew through the Christmases, better than even your flowers, and I am not ashamed of mine, be very sure, no. For the siren I never suggested to you any such thing. Why, you do not pretend to have read such a suggestion in my letter, certainly. That would have been most exemplarily modest of me, would it not, O Ulysses? And you meant to write, you meant, and went to walk in Poets' Lane instead, in the Aeonius of Highgate, which I remember to have read of. Does not Hunt speak of it in his memoirs? And so now there is another track of light in the traditions of the place, and people may talk of the pomegranate smell between the hedges. So you really have hills at New Cross, and not hills by courtesy. I was at Hampstead once, and there was something attractive to me in that fragment of heath with its wild smell, thrown down, like a Sicilian rose, from Proserpine's lap when the car drove away, into all that arid civilization, laurel clumps and invisible visible fences, as you say, and the grand eternal smoke rising up in the distance, with its witness against nature. People grew severely in jest about Cockney landscape, but is it not true that the trees and grass in the close neighbourhood of great cities must of necessity excite deeper emotion than the woods and valleys will, 100 miles off, where human creatures ruminate stupidly as the cows do, the county families eschewing all men who are not landed proprietors, and the farmers never looking higher than to the fly on the uppermost turnip leaf? Do you know at all what English country life is, which the English praise so, and moralize upon into 1,000 similes, as that one greatest, purest, noblest thing in the world, the purely English and excellent thing? It is to my mind simply and purely abominable, and I would rather live in a street than be forced to live it out, that English country life. For I don't mean life in the country, the social exigencies. Why, nothing can be so bad, nothing. That is the way by which Englishmen grow up to top the world in their peculiar line of respectable absurdities. Think of my talking so, as if I could be vexed with any one of them. I. On the contrary, I wish them all a happy new year, to abuse one another, or visit each of them his nearest neighbour whom he hates, 3 times a week, because the distance is so convenient, and give great dinners in noble rivalship, venison from the Lord Lieutenant against turbot from London, and talk popularity and game law by turns to the tenantry, and beat down tithe to the rector. This glorious England of ours, with its peculiar glory of the rural districts, and my glory of patriotic virtue, who am so happy in spite of it all, and make a pretence of talking, while I think the whole time of your letter. I think of your letter. I am no more a patriot than that. May God bless you, best and dearest. You say things to me which I am not worthy to listen to for a moment, even if I was deaf dust the next moment. I confess it humbly and earnestly as before God. Yet he knows, if the entireness of a gift means anything, that I have not given with a reserve, that I am yours in my life and soul, for this year and for other years. Let me be used for you rather than against you, and that unspeakable, immeasurable grief of feeling myself a stone in your path, a cloud in your sky, may I be saved from it. Pray it for me, for my sake rather than yours. For the rest, I thank you, I thank you. You will be always to me what today you are, and that is all. I am your own. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday night. Postmark, January 5, 1846. Yesterday, nearly the last thing, I bade you think of me. I wonder if you could misunderstand me in that, as if my words or actions or any of my ineffectual outside self should be thought of, unless to be forgiven. But I do, dearest, feel confident that while I am in your mind, cared for rather than thought about, no great harm can happen to me. And as for great harm, to reach me, must pass through you. You will care for yourself, myself, best self. Come, let us talk. I found Horn's book at home, and have had time to see that fresh beautiful things are there. I suppose Delora will stand alone still, but I got pleasantly smothered with that odd shower of wood spoils at the end, the dwarf story. Cut masses and ferns, spotty yellow leaves. All that I love heartily. And there is good sailor speech in the Ben Capstan, though he does knock a man down with a crowbar instead of a marling spike, or even a belaying pin. The first tale, though good, seems least new and individual, but I must know more. At one thing I wonder, is not reprinting a quaint, clever, real ballad, published before Delora, on the Merry Devil of Edmonton, the first of his works I ever read. No, the very first piece was a single stanza, if I remember, in which was this line: "When basin-crested Quixote, lean and bold." Good, isn't it? Oh, while it strikes me, good, too, is that Swine's Head monk ballad. Only I miss the old chronicler's touch on the method of concocting the poison. Then stole this monk into the garden, and under a certain herb found out to toad, which squeezing into a cup, etc., something to that effect. I suspect, par parenthèse, you have found out by this time my odd liking for vermin. You once wrote your snails. Well, certainly snails are old clients of mine. But efts. Horn traced a line to me, in the rhymes of a prentice hand I used to look over and correct occasionally, taxed me, last week, with having altered the wise line, cold as a lizard in a sunny stream, to cold as a newt hid in a shady brook. For what do you know about newts, he asked of the author, who thereupon confessed. But never try and catch a speckled grey lizard when we are in Italy, love, and you will see his tail hanging out of a chink of a wall, his winter house, because the strange tail will snap off, drop from him, and stay in your fingers. And though you afterwards learn that there is more desperation in it and glorious determination to be free than positive pain, so people say who have no tails to be twisted off, and though, moreover, the tail grows again of a sort, yet don't do it, for it will give you a thrill. What a fine fellow our English water eft is. Triton plaudis Linnei. E come guizza. That you can't say in another language. Cannot preserve the little in-and-out motion along with straightforwardness. I always loved all those wild creatures God sets up for themselves so independently of us, so successfully with their strange, happy, minute inch of a candle, as it were, to light them, while we run about and against each other with our great cressets and fire-pots. I once saw a solitary bee nipping a leaf round till it exactly fitted the front of a hole, His nest, no doubt, or tomb, perhaps. Safe is Oedipus's grave place, mid Colonne's olive sward. Kiss me, my siren. Well, it seemed awful to watch that bee. It seemed so instantly from the teaching of God. Elian says that. A frog, does he say? There's some animal, having to swim across the Nile, never fails to provide himself with a bit of reed, which he bites off and holds in his mouth transversely, and so puts from shore gallantly, because when the water serpent comes swimming to meet him, there is the reed, wider than a serpent's jaws, and no hope of a swallow that time. Now, fancy the two meeting heads, the frog's wide eyes and the vexation of the snake. Now, see, do I deceive you? Never say I began by letting down my dignity, that with no middle flight intends to soar above the Aeonian mount. My best, dear, dear one, may you be better, less depressed. I can hardly imagine frost reaching you if I could be by you. Think what happiness you mean to give me. What a life, what a death. I may change, too true, yet, you see, as an eft was to me at the beginning, so it continues. I may take up stones and pelt the next I see, but do you much fear that? Now walk, move, guizza, anima mia dolce. Shall I not know one day how far your mouth will be from mine as we walk? May I let that stay, dearest? The line stay, not the mouth. I am not very well today, or rather have not been so. Now I am well and with you. I just say that, very needlessly, but for straight frankness' sake. Now you are to write to me soon, and tell me all about yourself, and to love me forever as I love you ever, and bless you, and leave you in the hands of God, my own love. Tell me if I do wrong to send this by a morning post, so as to reach you earlier than the evening, when you will write to me? Don't let me forget to say that I shall receive the review tomorrow, and will send it directly. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday. Postmark January 6, 1846. When you get Mr. Horne's book, you will understand how, after reading just the first and the last poems, I could not help speaking coldly a little of it, and, in fact, estimating his power as much as you can do, I did think, and do, that the last was unworthy of him, and that the first might have been written by a writer of 1/10 of his faculty. But last night I read The Monk of Swineshead Abbey, and The 3 Knights of Camelot, and Beth Gellert, and found them all of different stuff, better, stronger, more consistent, and read them with pleasure and admiration. Do you remember this application, among the countless ones of shadow to the transiency of life? I give the first 2 lines for clearness. Like to the cloud upon the hill, we are a moment seen, or the shadow of the windmill, across yon sunny slope of green. New or not, and I don't remember it elsewhere, it is just and beautiful, I think. Think how the shadow of the windmill sail just touches the ground on a bright windy day. The shadow of a bird flying is not faster. Then the 3 Knights has beautiful things, with more definite and distinct images than he is apt to show, for his character is a vague grand massiveness, like Stonehenge, or at least, if towers and battlements he sees, they are bosomed high in dusky clouds. It is a passion-created imagery which has no clear outline. In this ballad of the knights, and in the monks too, we may look at things, as on the satyr who swears by his horns and mates not with his kind afterwards, while holding beards they dance in pairs. And that is all excellent, and reminds one of those fine sylvan festivals in Orion. But now tell me if you like altogether Ben Capstan, and if you consider the sailor idiom to be lawful in poetry, because I do not indeed. On the same principle we may have Yorkshire and Somersetshire sweet Doric. and do recollect what it ended in of old in the Blow-Sibella heroines. Then for the elf story, why should such things be written by men like Mr. Horne? I am vexed at it. Shakespeare and Fletcher did not write so about fairies. Drayton did not. Look at the exquisite Nymphidia, with its subtle sylvan consistency, and then at the lumbering, coarse machina intersit, Grandmamma Grey, to say nothing of the small dog that isn't the small boy. Mr. Horne succeeds better on a larger canvas, and with weightier material, with blank verse rather than lyrics. He cannot make a fine stroke. He wants subtlety and elasticity in the thought and expression. Remember, I admire him honestly and earnestly. No one has admired more than I the death of Marlowe scenes in Cosmo, and Orion in much of it. But now tell me if you can accept with the same stretched-out hand all these lyrical poems. I am going to write to him as much homage as can come truly, who combines different faculties as you do, striking the whole octave. No one at present in the world. Dearest, after you went away yesterday, and I began to consider, I found that there was nothing to be so over-glad about in the matter of the letters, for that, Sunday coming next to Saturday, the best now is only as good as the worst before, and I can't hear from you until Monday. Monday! Did you think of that? You who took the credit of acceding so meekly? I shall not praise you in return, at any rate. I shall have to wait. Till what o'clock on Monday, tempted in the meanwhile to fall into controversy against the new moons and Sabbath days, and the pausing of the post in consequence. You never guessed, perhaps, what I look back to at this moment in the physiology of our intercourse, the curious double feeling I had about you. You personally, and you as the writer of these letters, and the crisis of the feeling when I was positively vexed and jealous of myself for not succeeding better in making a unity of the two. I could not, and moreover I could not help but that the writer of the letters seemed nearer to me, long, and in spite of the postmark, than did the personal visitor who confounded me and left me constantly under such an impression of its being all dream work on his side, that I have stamped my feet on this floor with impatience to think of having to wait so many hours before the candid closing letter could come with its confessional of an illusion. People say, I used to think, that women always know, and certainly I do not know, and therefore, the logic crushed on like Juggernaut's car. But in the letters it was different. The dear letters took me on the side of my own ideal life, where I was able to stand a little upright and look around. I could read such letters for ever and answer them after a fashion. That I felt from the beginning. But you— Monday. Never too early can the light come. Thank you for my letter. Yet you look askance at me over Newt and Toad, and praise so the elf story that I am ashamed to send you my ill humour on the same head. And you really like that? Admire it? Grandmamma Grey and the nightcap and all? And shoe tie and blue sky? And is it really wrong of me to like certainly some touches and images, but not the whole? Not the poem as a whole? I can take delight in the fantastical and in the grotesque, but here there is a want of life and consistency, as it seems to me. The elf is no elf and speaks no elf tongue. It is not the right key to touch this for supernatural music. So I fancy at least, but I will try the poem again presently. You must be right, unless it should be your over-goodness opposed to my over-badness. I will not be sure. Or you wrote perhaps in an accidental mood of most excellent critical smoothness, such as Mr. Forster did his last Examiner in, when he gave the all hail to Mr. Harness as one of the best dramatists of the age. Ah, no, not such as Mr. Forster's. Your soul does not enter into his secret. There can be nothing in common between you. For him to say such a word, he who knows, or ought to know. And now let us agree and admire the bowing of the old minstrel over Beth Gallard's unfilled grave. The long beard fell like snow into the grave with solemn grace. A poet, a friend, a generous man Mr. Horne is, even if no laureate for the fairies. I have this moment a parcel of books via Mr. Moxon. Miss Martineau's 2 volumes, and Mr. Bailey sends his Festus very kindly, and Woman in the 19th Century from America, from a Mrs. or a Miss Fuller. How I hate those women of England, women of their mission, and the rest. As if any possible good were to be done by such expositions of rights and wrongs. Your letter would be worth them all if you were less you. I mean just this letter, all alive as it is with crawling, buzzing, wriggling, cold-blooded, warm-blooded creatures, as all alive as your own pedant's book in the tree. And do you know, I think I like frogs too, particularly the very little leaping frogs, which are so high-hearted as to emulate the birds. I remember being scolded by my nurses for taking them up in my hands and letting them leap from one hand to the other. But for the toad, why, at the end of the row of narrow beds which we called our gardens when we were children, grew an old thorn, and in the hollow of the root of the thorn lived a toad, a great ancient toad, whom I, for one, never dared approach too nearly. That he wore a jewel in his head, I doubted nothing at all. You must see it glitter if you stooped and looked steadily into the hole. And on days when he came out, and sate swelling his black sides, I never looked steadily. I would run 100 yards round through the shrubs, deeper than knee-deep in the long wet grass and nettles, rather than go past him where he sate, being steadily of opinion, in the profundity of my natural history learning, that if he took it into his toad's head to spit at me, I should drop down dead in a moment, poisoned as by one of the Medici. Oh, and I had a field mouse for a pet once, and should have joined my sisters in a rat's nest if I had not been ill at the time. As it was, the little rats were tenderly smothered by over-love. And blue-bottle flies I used to feed, and hated your spiders for them. Yet no, not much. My aversion proper, call it horror rather, was for the silent, cold, clinging, gliding bat. And even now I think I could not sleep in the room with that strange bird-mouse creature, as it glides round the ceiling silently, silently as its shadow does on the floor. If you listen or look, there is not a wave of the wing. The wing never waves. A bird without a feather, a beast that flies, and so cold as a fish. It is the most supernatural seeming of natural things. And then to see how, when the windows are open at night, those bats come sailing, without a sound, and go, you cannot guess where, fade with the night blackness. You have not been well, which is my first thought if not my first word. Do walk and do not work, and think what I could be thinking of if I did not think of you, dear, dearest. As the doves fly to the windows, so I think of you. As the prisoners think of liberty, as the dying think of heaven, so I think of you. When I look up straight to God, nothing, no one, used to intercept me. Now there is you, only you under him. Do not use such words as those therefore any more, nor say that you are not to be thought of so and so. You are to be thought of every way. You must know what you are to me, if you know at all what I am, and what I should be but for you. So love me a little, with the spiders and the toads and the lizards. Love me as you love the efts, and I will believe in you, as you believe in Elian. Will that do? Your own. Say how you are when you write, and write. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. I this minute received the review. A poor business, truly. Is there a reason for a man's wits dwindling the moment he gets into a critical high place to hold forth? I've only glanced over the article, however. Well, one day I am to write of you, dearest, and it must come to something rather better than that. I am forced to send now what is to be sent at all. Bless you, dearest. I am trusting to hear from you. Your R.B. And I find by a note from a fairer friend and a favourer of mine that in the new quarterly, Mr. Browning figures pleasantly as one without any sympathy for a human being. Then for newts and efts at all events. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday night. Postmark, January 7, 1846. But my sweet, there is safer going in letters than in visits, do you not see? In the letter, one may go to the utmost limit of one's supposed tether without danger. There is the distance so palpably between the most audacious step there and the next, which is nowhere, seeing it is not in the letter. Quite otherwise in personal intercourse, where any indication of turning to a certain path even might possibly be checked, not for its own fault, but lest the path once reached and proceeded in, some other forbidding turning might come into sight, we will say. In the letter, all ended there, just there, and you may think of that and forgive. At all events, may avoid speaking irrevocable words, and when, as to me, those words are intensely true, doom words, think, dearest. Because, as I told you once, what most characterizes my feeling for you is the perfect respect in it, the full belief. I shall get presently to poor Robert's very avowal of owing you all esteem. It is on that I build and am secure, for how should I know of myself how to serve you and be properly yours if it was all to be learnt by my own interpreting, and what you profess to dislike you were to be considered as wishing for, and what liking, as it seemed, you were at loathing at your heart, and if so many no's made a yes, and one refusal no rebuff, and all that horrible bestiality which stout gentlemen turn up the whites of their eyes to, when they rise after dinner and pressing the right hand to the left side, say, "The toast be dear woman." Now love, with this feeling in me from the beginning, I do believe, now, when I'm utterly blessed in this gift of your love, and least able to imagine what I should do without it, I cannot but believe, I say, that had you given me once a refusal, clearly derived from your own feelings, and quite apart from any fancied consideration for my interests, had this come upon me, whether slowly but inevitably in the course of events, or suddenly as precipitated by any step of mine, I should, believing you, have never again renewed directly or indirectly such solicitation. I should have begun to count how many other ways were yet open to serve you and devote myself to you. But from the outside now, and not in your livery. Now, if I should have acted thus under any circumstances, how could I but redouble my endeavours at precaution after my own foolish, you know, and forgave long since, and I too am forgiven in my own eyes for the cause, though not the manner. But could I do other than keep farther from you than in letters, dearest? For your own part in that matter, seeing with all the light you have since given me, and then, not inadequately by my own light, I could, I do, kiss your feet, kiss every letter in your name, bless you with my whole heart and soul if I could pour them out from me before you to stay and be yours. When I think on your motives and pure perfect generosity, it was the plainness of that which determined me to wait and be patient and grateful, and your own for ever in any shape or capacity you might please to accept. Do you think that because I am so rich now, I could not have been most rich too then, in what would seem little only to me, only with this great happiness? I should have been proud beyond measure, happy past all desert, to call and be allowed to see you simply, speak with you, and be spoken to. What am I more than others? Don't think this mock humility, it is not. You take me in your mantle, and we shine together, but I know my part in it. All this is written breathlessly on a sudden fancy that you might, if not now, at some future time, Give other than this the true reason for that discrepancy you see, that nearness in the letter, that early farness in the visits. And love, all love is but a passionate drawing closer. I would be one with you, dearest. Let my soul press close to you as my lips, dear life of my life. Wednesday. You are entirely right about those poems of Horne's. I spoke only of the effect of the first glance, and it is a principle with me to begin by welcoming any strangeness, intention of originality in men, the other way of safe copying precedents being so safe. So I began by praising all that was at all questionable in the form, reserving the groundwork for after consideration. The elf story turns out a pure mistake, I think, and a common mistake too. Fairy stories, the good ones, were written for men and women, and being true, pleased also children. Now people set about writing for children and miss them, and the others too, with that detestable irreverence and plain mocking all the time at the very wonder they profess to want to excite. All obvious bending down to the lower capacity, determining not to be the great complete man one is by half. Any patronizing minute to be spent in the nursery over the books and work and healthful play of a visitor who will presently bid good-bye and betake himself to the beefsteak club. Keep us from all that. The sailor language is good in its way, but is wrongly used in art, as real clay and mud would be, if one plastered them in the foreground of a landscape in order to attain to so much truth at all events. The true thing to endeavour is the making a golden colour which shall do every good in the power of the dirty brown. Well then, what a veering weathercock am I, to write so, and now so. Not altogether, for first it was but the stranger's welcome I gave, the right of every newcomer who must stand or fall by his behaviour once admitted within the door. And then, when I know what Horne thinks of, you, dearest, how he knew you first, and from the soul admired you, and how little he thinks of my good fortune. I could not begin by giving you a bad impression of anything he sends. He has such very few rewards for a great deal of hard, excellent, enduring work, and none. No reward, I do think, would he less willingly forego than your praise and sympathy. But your opinion once expressed, truth remains truth, so at least I excuse myself, and quite as much for what I say now as for what was said then. King John is very fine and full of purpose, the noble heart sadly faint and uncharacteristic. The chief incident, too, turns on that poor conventional fallacy about what constitutes a proper wrong to resist. A piece of morality, after a different standard, is introduced to complete another fashioned morality. A segment of a circle of larger dimensions is fitted into a smaller one. Now you may have your own standard of morality in this matter of resistance to wrong, how and when, if at all, and you may quite understand and sympathize with quite different standards innumerable of other people, but go from one to the other abruptly you cannot, I think. Bear patiently all injuries, revenge in no case. That is plain. Take what you can see to be God's part, do his evident work, stand up for good and destroy evil, and cooperate with his whole scheme here. That is plain too. But call Otto's act no wrong, or being one, not such as should be avenged, and then call the remark of a stranger that one is a recreant, just what needs the slight punishment of instant death to the remarker, and where is the way? What is clear? Not my letter, which goes on and on. Dear letters, sweetest, because they cost all the precious labour of making out? Well, I shall see you tomorrow, I trust. Bless you, my own. I've not half said what was to say even in the letter I thought to write, and which proves only what you see. But at a thought I fly off with you, at cockcrow from the Grange. Ever your own. Last night I received a copy of the New Quarterly. Now here is popular praise, a sprig of it. Instead of the attack I supposed it to be, from my foolish friend's account, the notice is outrageously eulogistical, a stupidly extravagant laudation from first to last, and in 3 other articles, as my sister finds by diligent fishing, they introduce my name with the same felicitous praise, except one instance, though in a good article quite surely, I am certain, and with me I don't know how many poetical cretins are praised as noticeably, and in the turning of a page some is abused in the richest style of scavengering, only Carlyle. And I love him enough not to envy him nor wish to change places in giving him mine mountain to his. All which let me forget in the thoughts of tomorrow. Bless you, my bar. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday. Postmark January 7th, 1846. But some things are indeed said very truly, and as I like to read them. Of you, I mean, of course, though I quite understand that it is doing no matter of good to go back so to Paracelsus, heading the article Paracelsus and Other Poems, as if the other poems could not front the reader broadly by a divine right of their own. Paracelsus is a great work and will live, but the way to do you good with the stiff-necked public, such good as critics can do in their degree, would have been to hold fast and conspicuously the gilded horn of the last living crowned creature led by you to the altar, saying, "Look here!" What had he to do else as a critic? Was he writing for the retrospective review? And then no attempt at analytical criticism, or a failure at the least attempt, all slack and in sentences. Still, these are right things to say, true things, worthy things, said of you as a poet, though your poems do not find justice. And I like, for my own part, the issuing from my cathedral into your great world, the outermost temple of divinest consecration. I like that figure and association, and none the worse for its being a sufficient refutation of what he dared to impute, of your poetical sectarianism, in another place, yours. For me it is all quite kind enough, only I object on my own part also to being reviewed in the Seraphim, when my better books are nearer, and also it always makes me a little savage when people talk of Tennysonianisms. I have faults enough, as the muses know, but let them be my faults. When I wrote the Romaunt of Margaret, I had not read a line of Tennyson. I came from the country with my eyes only half open, and he had not penetrated where I had been living and sleeping. And in fact, when I afterwards tried to reach him here in London, nothing could be found except one slim volume, so that till the collected works appeared, Favente Moxon, I was ignorant of his best early productions, and not even for the rhythmatical form of my Vision of the Poets was I indebted to the 2 voices. 3 pages of my Vision having been written several years ago, at the beginning of my illness, and thrown aside, and taken up again in the spring of 1844. Ah well, there's no use talking. In a solitary review which noticed my essay on Mind, somebody wrote, "This young lady imitates Darwin." And I never could read Darwin, was stopped always on the 2nd page of the Loves of the Plants, when I tried to read him to justify myself in having an opinion. The repulsion was too strong. Yet the young lady imitated Darwin, of course, as the infallible critics said so. And who are Mr. Helps and Miss Emma Fisher and the many others whose company brings one down to the right plebeianism? The 3 poets in 3 distant ages born may well stare amazed. After all, you shall not by any means say that I upset the inkstand on your review in a passion, because pray mark that the ink has overrun some of your praises, and that if I had been angry to the overthrow of an inkstand, it would not have been precisely there. It is the 2nd book spoiled by me within these 2 days, and my fingers were so dabbled in blackness yesterday that to wring my hands would only have made matters worse. Holding them up to Mr. Kenyon, they looked dirty enough to befit a poetess. As black as Bard beseemed. And he took the review away with him to read, and save it from more harm. How could it be that you did not get my letter, which would have reached you, I thought, on Monday evening, or on Tuesday at the very, very earliest? And how is it that I did not hear from you last night again, when I was unreasonable enough to expect it? Is it true that you hate writing to me? At that word comes the review back from dear Mr. Kenyon, and the letter which I enclosed to show you how it accounts reasonably for the ink. I did it in a pet, he thinks. And I ought to buy you a new book. Certainly I ought. Only it is not worth doing justice for, and I shall therefore send it back to you spoiled as it is. And you must forgive me as magnanimously as you can. Omne ignotum pro magnifico. Do you think so? I hope not, indeed. Voquitando, and everything else that I ought to do, except, of course, that thinking of you, which is so difficult. May God bless you. Till tomorrow. Your own always. Mr. Kenyon refers to Festus, of which I had said that the fine things were worth looking for in the design manqué. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning. Postmark January 9th, 1846. You never think, ever, dearest, that I repent. Why, what a word to use! You never could think such a word for a moment. If you were to leave me, even, to decide that it is best for you to do it, and do it, I should accede at once, of course. But never should I, nor could I, repent, regret anything, be sorry for having known you and loved you. No, which I say simply to prove that in no extreme case could I repent for my own sake. For yours it might be different. Not out of generosity, certainly, but from the veriest selfishness I choose here, before God, any possible present evil rather than the future consciousness of feeling myself less to you, on the whole, than another woman might have been. Oh, these vain and most heathenish repetitions! Do I not vex you by them? You, whom I would always please and never vex. Yet they force their way, because you are the best, noblest, and dearest in the world, and because your happiness is so precious a thing. Cloth of frieze, be not too bold, though thou art matched with cloth of gold. That, beloved, was written for me. And you, if you would make me happy, always will look at yourself from my ground and by my light, as I see you, and consent to be selfish in all things. Observe that if I were vacillating, I should not be so weak as to tease you with the process of the vacillation. I should wait till my pendulum ceased swinging. It is precisely because I am your own, past any retraction or wish of retraction, because I belong to you by gift and ownership, and am ready and willing to prove it before the world at a word of yours. It is precisely for this that I remind you too often of the necessity of using this right of yours, not to your injury, of being wise and strong for both of us, and of guarding your happiness, which is mine. I have said these things 99 times over and over have you replied to them, as yesterday, and now do not speak any more. It is only my preachment for general use, and not for particular application, only to be ready for application. I love you from the deepest of my nature. The whole world is nothing to me beside you, and what is so precious is not far from being terrible. How dreadful is this place! To hear you talk yesterday is a gladness in the thought for today. It was with such a full assent that I listened to every word. It is true, I think, that we see things apart from ourselves, under the same aspect and colour, and it is certainly true that I have a sort of instinct by which I seem to know your views of such subjects as we have never looked at together. I know you so well, yes, I boast to myself of that intimate knowledge, that I seem to know also the idola of all things as they are in your eyes, so that never, scarcely I am curious, never anxious to learn what your opinions may be. Now, have I been curious or anxious? It was enough for me to know you. More than enough. You have left undone, do you say? On the contrary, you have done too much. You are too much. My cup, which used to hold at the bottom of it just a drop of heaven dew mingling with the absinthus, has overflowed all this wine, and that makes me look out for the vases which would have held it better, had you stretched out your hand for them. Say how you are, and do take care and exercise, and write to me, dearest. Ever your own, Ba. How right you are about Ben Capstan and the illustration by the yellow clay. That is precisely what I meant, said with more precision than I could say it. Art without an ideal is neither nature nor art. The question involves the whole difference between Madame Tussaud and Phidias. I have just received Mr. Edgar Poe's book, and I see that the deteriorating preface, which was to have saved me from the vanity fever producible by the dedication, is cut down and away. Perhaps in this particular copy only. Tuesday is so near, as men count, that I caught myself just now being afraid lest the week should have no chance of appearing long to you. Try to let it be long to you, will you? My consistency is wonderful. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. As if I could deny you anything. Here is the review. Indeed, it was foolish to mind your seeing it at all. But now, may I stipulate, you shall not send it back, but on your table I shall find and take it next Tuesday. C'est convenu. The other precious volume has not come to hand, nor to foot, all through your being so sure that to carry it home would have been the death of me last evening. Cannot write my feelings in this large writing, begun on such a scale for the review's sake, and just now, there is no denying it in spite of all I have been incredulous about, it does seem that the fact is achieved, and that I do love you, plainly, surely, more than ever, more than any day in my life before. It is your secret, the why, the how. The experience is mine. What are you doing to me? In the heart's heart. Rest. Dearest. Bless you. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark January 10th, 1846. Kindest and dearest you are. That is my secret, and for the others I leave them to you. Only it is no secret that I should and must be glad to have the words you sent with the book, which I should have seen at all events, be sure, whether you had sent it or not. Should I not, do you think? And considering what the present generation of critics really is, the remarks on you may stand, although it is the dreariest impotency to complain of the want of flesh and blood and of human sympathy in general. Yet suffer them to say on. It is the stamp on the critical knife. There must be something eminently stupid, or farewell criticdom. And if anything more utterly untrue could be said than another, it is precisely that saying which Mr. Mackay stands up to catch the reversion of. Do you indeed suppose that Hérault could have done this? I scarcely can believe it, though some things are said rightly, as about the intellectuality, and how you stand first by the brain, which is as true as truth can be. Then I shall have Pauline in a day or two. Yes, I shall and must and will. The ballad poems and fancies, the article calling itself by that name, seems indeed to be Mr. Chorley's, and is one of his very best papers, I think. There is to me a want of colour and thinness about his writings in general, with a grace and savoir-faire nevertheless, and always a rightness and purity of intention. Observe what he says of many-sidedness, seeming to trench on opinion and principle. That he means for himself, I know, for he has said to me that through having such largeness of sympathy he has been charged with want of principle, yet many-sidedness is certainly no word for him. The effect of general sympathies may be evolved both from an elastic fancy and from breadth of mind, and it seems to me that he rather bends to a phase of humanity and literature than contains it, than comprehends it. Every part of a truth implies the whole, and to accept truth all round does not mean the recognition of contradictory things. Universal sympathies cannot make a man inconsistent, but on the contrary sublimely consistent. A church tower may stand between the mountains and the sea, looking to either and stand fast, but the willow tree at the gable end, blown now toward the north and now toward the south, while its natural leaning is due east or west, is different altogether, as different as a willow tree from a church tower. Ah, what nonsense! There is only one truth for me all this time, while I talk about truth and truth. And do you know, when you have told me to think of you, I have been feeling ashamed of thinking of you so much, of thinking of only you, which is too much perhaps. Shall I tell you? It seems to me, to myself, that no man was ever before to any woman what you are to me. The fullness must be in proportion, you know, to the vacancy, and only I know what was behind, the long wilderness without the blossoming rose, and the capacity for happiness, like a black gaping hole before this silver flooding. Is it wonderful that I should stand as in a dream, and disbelieve, not you, but my own fate? Was ever any one taken suddenly from a lampless dungeon and placed upon the pinnacle of a mountain, without the head turning round and the heart turning faint, as mine do? And you love me more, you say. Shall I thank you or God? Both, indeed, and there is no possible return from me to either of you. I thank you as the unworthy may, and as we all thank God. How shall I ever prove what my heart is to you? How will you ever see it as I feel it? I ask myself in vain. Have so much faith in me, my only beloved, as to use me simply for your own advantage and happiness, and to your own ends, without a thought of any others. That is all I could ask you, with any disquiet as to the granting of it. May God bless you. Your Bar. But you have the review now, surely. The Morning Chronicle attributes the authorship of Modern Poets, our article, to Lord John Manners, so I hear this morning. I have not yet looked at the paper myself. The Athenaeum, still abominably dumb. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark January 10, 1846. This is no letter, love. I make haste to tell you. Tomorrow I will write. For here has a friend been calling and consuming my very destined time, and every minute seemed the last that was to be. And an old friend he is beside. So you must understand my defection when only the scrap reaches you tonight. Ah, love, you are my unutterable blessing. I discover you, more of you, day by day, hour by hour, I do think. I am entirely yours, one gratitude. All my soul becomes when I see you over me as now. God bless my dear, dearest. My Act 4th is done, but too roughly this time. I will tell you. One kiss more, dearest. Thanks for the review. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark January 12, 1846. I have no words for you, my dearest. I shall never have. You are mine, I am yours. Now here is one sign of what I said, that I must love you more than at first. A little sign, and to be looked narrowly for, or it escapes me. But then the increase it shows can only be a little, so very little now. And as the fine French chemical analysts bring themselves to appreciate matter in its refined stages by millionths, so. At first I only thought of being happy in you, in your happiness. Now I must think of you in the dark hours that must come. I shall grow old with you and die with you. As far as I can look into the night, I see the light with me. And surely, with that provision of comfort, one should turn with fresh joy and renewed sense of security to the sunny middle of the day. I am in the full sunshine now, and after, all seems cared for. Is it too homely an illustration if I say the day's visit is not crossed by uncertainties as to the return through the wild country at nightfall? Now Keats speaks of beauty that must die, and joy whose hand is ever at his lips bidding farewell. And who spoke of, looking up into the eyes and asking, "And how long will you love us?" There is a beauty that will not die, a joy that bids no farewell, dear, dearest eyes that will love forever. And I am to love no longer than I can. Well, dear, and when I can no longer, you will not blame me? You will do only as ever, kindly and justly, hardly more. I do not pretend to say I have chosen to put my fancy to such an experiment, and consider how that is to happen, and what measures ought to be taken in the emergency, because in the universality of my sympathies I certainly number a very lively one with my own heart and soul, and cannot amuse myself by such a spectacle as their supposed extinction or paralysis. There is no doubt I should be an object for the deepest commiseration of you, or any more fortunate human being. And I hope that because such a calamity does not obtrude itself on me as a thing to be prayed against, it is no less duly implied with all the other visitations from which no humanity can be altogether exempt. Just as God bids us ask for the continuance of the daily bread, battle, murder, and sudden death lie behind doubtless. I repeat, and perhaps in so doing only give one more example of the instantaneous conversion of that indignation we bestow in another's case into wonderful lenity when it becomes our own, that I only contemplate the possibility you make me recognize with pity and fear. No anger at all, and imprecations of vengeance, for what? Observe, I only speak of cases possible, of sudden impotency of mind. That is possible. There are other ways of changing, ceasing to love, etc., which it is safest not to think of, nor believe in. A man may never leave his writing desk without seeing safe in one corner of it the folded slip which directs the disposal of his papers in the event of his reasons suddenly leaving him. Or he may never go out into the street without a card in his pocket to signify his address to those who may have to pick him up in an apoplectic fit. But if he once begins to fear he is growing a glass bottle, and so liable to be smashed, do you see? And now, love, dear heart of my heart, my own, only bar, see no more. See what I am, what God in his constant mercy ordinarily grants to those who have, as I received already so much past expression. It is but, if you will so please, at worst, forestalling the 1 or 2 years for my sake. But you will be as sure of me one day as I can be now of myself. And why not now be sure? See, love, a year has gone by. We were in one relation when you wrote at the end of a letter, "Do not say I do not tire you," by writing, "I am sure I do." A year has gone by. Did you tire me then? Now you tell me what is told. For my sake, sweet, let the few years go by. We are married, and my arms are round you, and my face touches yours, and I am asking you, were you not to me, in that dim beginning of 1846, a joy behind all joys, a life added to and transforming mine, the good I choose from all the possible gifts of God on this earth, for which I seem to have lived, which accepting, I thankfully step aside and let the rest get what they can. What, it is very likely, they esteem more, for why should my eye be evil because God's is good? Why should I grudge that, giving them, I do believe, infinitely less, he gives them a content in the inferior good and belief in its worth? I should have wished that further concession, that illusion as I believe it, for their sakes. But I cannot undervalue my own treasure, and so scant the only tribute of mere gratitude which is in my power to pay. Hear this said now before the few years, and believe in it now, for then, dearest. Must you see Pauline? At least then let me wait a few days to correct the misprints which affect the sense, and to write you the history of it. What is necessary you should know before you see it. That article I suppose to be by Herode, about 2/3, and the rest, or a little less, by that Mr. Powell, whose unimaginable, impudent, vulgar stupidity you get some inkling of in the story from Boccaccio, of which the words quoted were his, I am sure, as sure as that he knows not whether Boccaccio lived before or after Shakespeare, or whether Florence or Rome be the more northern city. One word of Italian in general, or letter of Boccaccio's in particular. When I took pity on him once on a time and helped his verses into a sort of grammar and sense, I did not think he was a buyer of other men's verses to be printed as his own. Thus he bought 2 modernizations of Chaucer, Ugolino and another story from Leigh Hunt, and one, Sir Thopas, from Horne, and printed them as his own, as I learnt only last week. He paid me extravagant court, and seeing no harm in the mere folly of the man, I was on good terms with him, till 10 months ago he grossly insulted a friend of mine who had written an article for the Review, which is as good as his, he being a large proprietor of the delectable property, and influencing the voices of his co-mates in council. Well, he insulted my friend who had written that article at my special solicitation, and did all he could to avoid paying the price of it. Why? Because the poor creature had actually taken the article to the editor as one by his friend Sergeant Talfourd, contributed for pure love of him, Powell the aforesaid, cutting in consequence no inglorious figure in the eyes of printer and publisher. Now I was away all this time in Italy, or he would never have ventured on such a piece of childish impertinence. And my friend, being a true gentleman, and quite unused to this sort of practice in the American sense, held his peace, and went without his honorarium. But on my return I inquired, and made him make a proper application, which Mr. Powell treated with all the insolence in the world, because, as the event showed, the having to write a cheque for the author of the article, that author's name not being Talfourd's, there was certain disgrace. Since then, 10 months ago, I have never seen him, and he accuses himself, observe, of sucking my plots while I drink his tea, one as much as the other. And now why do I tell you this? All of it? Ah, now you shall hear. Because it has often been in my mind to ask you what you know of this Mr. Powell, or ever knew. For he, being profoundly versed in every sort of untruth, as every fresh experience shows me, and the rest of his acquaintance, he told me long ago he used to correspond with you, and that he quarrelled with you, which I suppose to mean that he began by sending you his books, as with one and everybody, and that in return to your note of acknowledgment he had chosen to write again, and perhaps again. Is it so? Do not write one word in answer to me. The name of such a miserable nullity and husk of a man ought not to have a place in your letters, and that way he would get near to me again. Near indeed this time. So tell me, in a word, or do not tell me. How I never say what I sit down to say. How saying the little makes me want to say the more. how the least of little things, once taken up as a thing to be imparted to you, seems to need explanations and commentaries. All is of importance to me. Every breath you breathe, every little fact, like this, you are to know. I was out last night to see the rest of Frank Telford's theatricals, and met Dickens and his set, so my evenings go away. If I do not bring the act, you must forgive me. Yet I shall, I think. The roughness matters little in this stage. Chorley says very truly that a tragedy implies as much power kept back as brought out. Very true, that is. I do not, on the whole, feel dissatisfied, as was to be but expected, with the effect of this last. The shelve of the hill, whence the end is seen, you continuing to go down to it, so that at the very last you may pass off into a plain and so away, not come to a stop like your horse against a church wall. It is all in long speeches. The action proper is in them. There are no descriptions or amplifications. But here, in a drama of this kind, all the events and interest take place in the minds of the actors, somewhat like Paracelsus in that respect. You know, or don't know, that the general charge against me of late, from the few quarters I thought it worthwhile to listen to, has been that of abrupt, spasmodic writing. They will find some fault with this, of course. How you know Chorley! That is precisely the man. That willow blowing now here, now there. Precisely. I wish he minded the Athenaeum, its silence or eloquence, no more nor less than I. But he goes on painfully plying me with invitation after invitation, only to show me, I feel confident, that he has no part or lot in the matter. I have 2 kind little notes asking me to go on Thursday and Saturday. See the absurd position of us both. He asks more of my presence than he can want, just to show his own kind feeling, of which I do not doubt. And I must try and accept more hospitality than suits me, only to prove my belief in that same. For myself, if I have vanity, which such journals can raise, would the praise of them raise it? They who praised Mr. Mackay's own dead pan, quite his own, the other day. By the way, Miss Cushman informed me the other evening that the gentleman had written a certain Song of the Bell, singularly like Schiller's, considering that Mr. M. had never seen it. I am told he writes for the Athenaeum, but don't know. Would that sort of praise be flattering, or his holding the tongue, which Forster, deep in the mysteries of the craft, corroborated my own notion about, as pure willingness to hurt, and confessed impotence and little clever spite, and enforced sense of what might be safe at the last? You shall see they will not notice, unless a fresh publication alters the circumstances, until some 7 or 8 months, as before. And then they will notice and praise and tell anyone who cares to inquire. So we notice the work. So do not you go expecting justice or injustice till I tell you. It answers me to be found writing so anxious to prove I understand the laws of the game, when that game is only thimble rig, and for prizes of gingerbread and nuts. Prize or no prize, Mr. Dilker does shift the P, and so did from the beginning, as Charles Lamb's pleasant sobriquet, Mr. Bilk, he would have it, testifies. Still, he behaved kindly to that poor Francis Brown. Let us forget him. And now my audience, my crown-bearer, my path-preparer, I am with you again and out of them all. There, here, in my arms, is my proved palpable success. My life, my poetry gained nothing. Oh, no, but this found them and blessed them. On Tuesday I shall see you, dearest. I am much better. Well today. Are you well? Or scarcely to be called an invalid? Oh, when I have you, and by you. Bless you, dearest, and be very sure you have your wish about the length of the week. Still Tuesday must come, and with it your own happy, grateful R.B. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday night. Postmark January 14th, 1846. Ah, Mr. Kenyon, how he vexed me today! To keep away all the 10 days before, and to come just at the wrong time after all. It was better for you, I suppose, I believe, to go with him downstairs. Yes, it certainly was better. It was disagreeable enough to be very wise. Yet I, being addicted to every sort of superstition turning to melancholy, did hate so breaking off in the middle of that black thread. Do you remember what we were talking of when they opened the door? That I was on the point of saying, "Stay one moment," which I should have repented afterwards, for the best of good reasons. Oh, I should have liked to have fastened off that black thread, and taken one stitch with a blue or a green one. You do not remember what we were talking of? What you, rather, were talking of? And what I remember, at least, because it is exactly the most unkind and hard thing you ever said to me, ever, dearest, so I remember it by that sign. That you should say such a thing to me. Think what it was, for indeed I will not write it down here. It would be worse than Mr. Powell. Only the foolishness of it, the foolishness of it alone, saves it, smooths it to a degree, the foolishness being the same as if you asked a man where he would walk when he lost his head. Why, if you had asked St. Denis beforehand, he would have thought it a foolish question. And you who talk so finely of never, never doubting, of being such an example in the way of believing and trusting, it appears, after all, that you have an imagination apprehensive, or comprehensive, of glass bottles, like other sublunary creatures, and worse than some of them. For mark that I never went any farther than to the Stonewall hypothesis of your forgetting me. I always stopped there, and never climbed to the top of it over the broken bottle fortification to see which way you meant to walk afterwards. And you to ask me so coolly, think what you asked me, that you should have the heart to ask such a question. And the reason, and it could seem a reasonable matter of doubt to you whether I would go to the south for my health's sake, and I answered quite a common no, I believe, for you bewildered me for the moment, and I have had tears in my eyes 2 or 3 times since, just through thinking back of it all, of your asking me such questions. Now did I not tell you when I first knew you that I was leaning out of the window? True that was. I was tired of living, unaffectedly tired. All I cared to live for was to do better some of the work which, after all, was out of myself, and which I had to reach across to do. But I told you, then, last year, for duty's sake, I would have consented to go to Italy, but if you really fancy that I would have struggled in the face of all that difficulty, or struggled, indeed, anywise, to compass such an object as that, except for the motive of your caring for it and me, why, you know nothing of me after all, nothing. And now, take away the motive, and I am where I was, leaning out of the window again. To put it in plainer words, as you really require information, I should let them do what they liked to me till I was dead, only I wouldn't go to Italy, if anybody proposed Italy out of contradiction. In the meantime, I do entreat you never to talk of such a thing to me any more. You know, if you were to leave me by your choice and for your happiness, it would be another thing. It would be very lawful to talk of that. And observe, I perfectly understand that you did not think of doubting me, so to speak, but you thought all the same that if such a thing happened, I should be capable of doing so and so. Well, I am not quarrelling. I am uneasy about your head rather. The pain in it, what can it mean? I do beseech you to think of me just so much as will lead you to take regular exercise every day, never missing a day, since to walk till you are tired on Tuesday, and then not to walk at all until Friday, is not taking exercise, nor the thing required. Ah, if you knew how dreadfully natural every sort of evil seems to my mind, you would not laugh at me for being afraid. I do beseech you, dearest. And then Sir John Hanmer invited you, besides Mr. Warburton. And suppose you went to him for a very little time, just for the change of air, or if you went to the coast somewhere, will you consider and do what is right for me? I do not propose that you should go to Italy, observe, nor any great thing at which you might reasonably hesitate. And did you ever try smoking as a remedy? If the nerves of the head chiefly are affected, it might do you good, I have been thinking. Or without the smoking, to breathe where tobacco is burned. That calms the nervous system in a wonderful manner, as I experienced once myself when, recovering from an illness, I could not sleep, and tried in vain all sorts of narcotics and forms of hop pillow and inhalation, yet was tranquillized in 1/2 hour by a pinch of tobacco being burnt in a shovel near me. Should you mind it very much? The trying, I mean. Wednesday. For Pauline, when I had named it to you, I was on the point of sending for the book to the booksellers. Then suddenly I thought to myself that I should wait and hear whether you very, very much would dislike my reading it. See now, many readers have done virtuously, but I, in this virtue I tell you of, surpass them all. And now, because I may, I must read it. And as there are misprints to be corrected, will you do what is necessary, or what you think is necessary, and bring me the book on Monday? Do not send, bring it. In the meanwhile, I sent back the review which I forgot to give to you yesterday in the confusion. Perhaps you have not read it in your house, and in any case there is no use in my keeping it. Shall I hear from you, I wonder? Oh, my vain thoughts, that will not keep you well. And ever since you have known me you have been worse, that you confess. And what if it should be the crossing of my bad star? You of the crown and the lyre, to seek influences from the chair of Cassiopeia. I hope she will forgive me for using her name so. I might as well have compared her to a professorship of poetry in the University of Oxford, according to the latest election. You know, the qualification there is not to be a poet. How vexatious yesterday! The stars, talking of them, were out of spherical tune, through the damp weather, perhaps, and that scarlet sun was a sign. First Mr. Chorley, and last dear Mr. Kenyon, who will say tiresome things without any provocation. Did you walk with him his way, or did he walk with you yours? Or did you only walk downstairs together? Write to me. Remember that it is a month to Monday. Think of your very own, who bids God bless you when she prays best for herself. E.B.B. Say particularly how you are. Now do not omit it. And will you have Miss Martineau's books when I can lend them to you? Just at this moment I dare not, because they are reading them here. Let Mr. Mackay have his full proprietary in his dead pen, which is quite a different conception of the subject, and executed in blank verse too. I have no claims against him, I am sure. But for the man, to call him a poet, a prince and potentate of commonplaces such as he is! I have seen his name in the Athenaeum attached to a lyric or two. Poems correctly called fugitive, more than usually fugitive, but I never heard before that his hand was in the prose department. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark January 14th, 1846. Was I in the wrong, dearest, to go away with Mr. Kenyon? I well knew and felt the price I was about to pay, but the thought did occur that he might have been informed my probable time of departure was that of his own arrival, and that he would not know how very soon, alas, I should be obliged to go. So, to save you any least embarrassment in the world, I got just that shake of the hand, just that look, and no more. And was it all for nothing, all needless after all? So I said to myself all the way home. When I am away from you, a crowd of things press on me for utterance. I will say them, not write them, I think. and when I see you, all to be said seems insignificant, irrelevant. They can be written at all events. I think that, too. So feeling so much, I say so little. I've just returned from town and write for the post. But you mean to write, I trust. That was not obtained, that promise, to be happy with as last time. How are you? Tell me, dearest, a long week is to be waited now. Bless you, my own sweetest Bar. I am wholly your R. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark January 15, 1846. Dearest, dearer to my heart, minute by minute. I had no wish to give you pain, God knows. One can no more readily consent to let a few years more or less of life go out of account, be lost. But as I sate by you, you so full of the truest life, for this world as for the next, and was struck by the possibility, all that might happen were I away, in the case of your continuing to acquiesce. Dearest, it is horrible. I could not but speak. If in drawing you, all of you, closer to my heart, I hurt you whom I would outlive, yes, I cannot speak here. Forgive me, Bar. My Bar, you are to consider now for me. Your health, your strength, it is all wonderful. That is not my dream, you know, but what all see. Now, steadily care for us both. Take time, take counsel if you choose, but at the end, tell me what you will do for your part, thinking of me as utterly devoted soul and body to you, living wholly in your life, seeing good and ill only as you see, being yours as your hand is, or as your flush, rather. Then I will, on my side, prepare. When I say take counsel, I reserve my last right, the man's right of first speech. I stipulate too, and require to say my own speech in my own words, or by letter, remember. But this living without you is too tormenting now, and so begin thinking, as for spring, as for a new year, as for a new life. I went no farther than the door with Mr. Kenyon. He must see the truth. And you heard the playful words which had a meaning all the same. No more of this. Only think of it for me, love. One of these days I shall write a long letter on the omitted matters, unanswered questions in your past letters. The present joy still makes me ungrateful to the previous one, but I remember we are to live together one day, love. Will you let Mr. Poe's book lie on the table on Monday, if you please, that I may read what he does say with my own eyes? That I meant to ask too. How too kind you are. How you care for so little that affects me. I am very much better. I went out yesterday, as you found. Today I shall walk, besides seeing Chorley, and certainly I would go away for a week, if so I might escape being ill, and away from you a fortnight. But I am not ill, and will care as you bid me, beloved. So you will send, and take all trouble, and all about that crazy review. Now you should not. I will consider about your goodness. I hardly know if I care to read that kind of book just now. Will you, and must you have Pauline? If I could pray you to revoke that decision, for it was altogether foolish and not boylike, and I shall, I confess, hate the notion of running over it. Yet commented it must be, more than mere correction. I was unluckily precocious, but I'd rather you saw real infantine efforts, verses at 6 years old and drawing still earlier, than this ambiguous, feverish, why not wait? When you speak of the bookseller, I smile in glorious security, having a whole bale of sheets at the housetop. He never knew my name even, and I withdrew these after a very little time. And now, here is a vexation. May I be with you, for this once, next Monday at 2 instead of 3 o'clock? Forster's business with the new paper obliges him, he says, to restrict his choice of days to Monday next, and give up my part of Monday I will never for 50 Forsters. Now, sweet, mind that. Monday is no common day, but leads to a Saturday. And if, as I ask, I get leave to call at 2, and stay till 3:30, though I then lose nearly half an hour, yet all will be comparatively well. If there is any difficulty, one word, and I reappoint our party, his and mine, for the day the paper breaks down. Not so long to wait, it strikes me. Now bless you, my precious Bar. I am your own R. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday morning, postmark January 17th, 1846. Our letters have crossed, and mine being the longest, I have a right to expect another directly, I think. I have been calculating, and it seems to me, now what I am going to say may take its place among the paradoxes, that I gain most by the short letters. Last week the only long one came last, and I was quite contented that the old friend should come to see you on Saturday and make you send me 2 instead of the single one I looked for. It was a clear gain, the little short note, and the letter arrived all the same. I remember when I was a child, liking to have 2 shillings and 6pence better than half a crown, and now it is the same with this fairy money, which will never turn all into pebbles or beans, whatever the chronicles may say of precedents. Arabel did tell Mr. Kenyon, she told me, that Mr. Browning would soon go away, in reply to an observation of his that he would not stay as I had company. And altogether it was better. The lamp made it look late. But you do not appear in the least remorseful for being tempted of my black devil, my familiar, to ask such questions, and leave me under such an impression. Mens conscia recti, too. And Mr. Kenyon will not come until next Monday, perhaps. How am I? But I am too well to be asked about. Is it not a warm summer? The weather is as miraculous as the rest, I think. It is you who are unwell, and make people uneasy, dearest. Say how you are, and promise me to do what is right and try to be better. The walking, the changing of the air, the leaving off Luria. Do what is right, I earnestly beseech you. The other day I heard of Tennyson being ill again, too ill to write a simple note to his friend Mr. Venables, who told George. A little more than a year ago it would have been no worse a thing to me to hear of your being ill than to hear of his being ill. How the world has changed since then. To me, I mean. Did I say that ever? That I knew you must be tired? And it was not even so true as that the coming event threw its shadow before. Thursday night. I have begun on another sheet. I could not write here what was in my heart, yet I sent you this paper besides, to show how I was writing to you this morning. In the midst of it came a female friend of mine, and broke the thread, the visible thread, that is. And now, even now, at this safe 8 o'clock, I could not be safe from somebody who, in her good nature and my ill fortune, must come and sit by me. And when my letter was come, why wouldn't I read it? What wonderful politeness on my part! She would not and could not consent to keep me from reading my letter. She would stand up by the fire rather. No, no, 3 times no. Brummel got into the carriage before the Regent, didn't he? But I persisted in not reading my letter in the presence of my friend. A notice on my punctiliousness may be put down to-night in her private diary. I kept the letter in my hand and only read it with those sapient ends of the fingers which the mesmerists make so much ado about, and which really did seem to touch a little of what was inside. Not all, however, happily for me, or my friend would have seen in my eyes what they did not see. May God bless you. Did I ever say that I had an objection to read the verses at 6 years old? Or see the drawings either? I am reasonable, you observe. Only Pauline I must have some day. Why not without the emendations? But if you insist on them, I will agree to wait a little, if you promise at last to let me see the book, which I will not show. Some day, then. You shall not be vexed nor hurried for the day. Some day. Am I not generous? And I was precautious too, and used to make rhymes over my bread and milk when I was nearly a baby. Only really it was mere echo verse, that of mine, and had nothing of mark or of indication, such as I do not doubt that yours had. I used to write of virtue with a large V, and O Muse with a harp, and things of that sort. At 9 years old I wrote what I called an epic, and at 10 various tragedies, French and English, which we used to act in the nursery. There was a French hexameter tragedy on the subject of Regulus, but I cannot even smile to think of it now. There are so many grave memories, which time has made grave, hung around it. How I remember sitting in my house under the sideboard, in the dining-room, concocting one of the soliloquies, beginning, Que suis-je? Autrefois un général romain, maintenant esclave de Carthage. Je souffre en vain. Poor Regulus! Can't you conceive how fine it must have been altogether? And these were my maturer works, you are to understand, and the moon was bright at 10 o'clock at night, years before. As to the gods and goddesses, I believed in them all quite seriously, and reconciled them to Christianity, which I believed in too after a fashion, as some greater philosophers have done, and went out one day with my pinafore full of little sticks, and a match from the housemaid's cupboard, to sacrifice to the blue-eyed Minerva, who was my favourite goddess on the whole, because she cared for Athens. As soon as I began to doubt about my goddesses, I fell into a vague sort of general scepticism, and though I went on saying the Lord's Prayer at nights and mornings, and the Bless all my kind friends afterwards, by the childish custom, yet I ended this liturgy with a supplication which I found in King's Memoirs, and which took my fancy and met my general views exactly. O God, if there be a God, save my soul, if I have a soul. Perhaps the theology of many thoughtful children is scarcely more orthodox than this. But indeed it is wonderful to myself sometimes how I came to escape, on the whole, as well as I have done, considering the commonplaces of education in which I was set, with strength and opportunity for breaking the bonds all round into liberty and license. Papa used to say, "Don't read Gibbon's History, it's not a proper book. Don't read Tom Jones, and none of the books on this side, mind." So I was very obedient, and never touched the books on that side, and only read instead Tom Paine's Age of Reason, and Voltaire's Philosophical Dictionary, and Hume's Essays, and Werther, and Rousseau, and Mary Wollstonecraft, books which I was never suspected of looking towards, and which were not on that side certainly, but which did as well. How I am writing! And what are the questions you did not answer? I shall remember them by the answers, I suppose, but your letters always have a fullness to me, and I never seem to wish for what is not in them. But this is the end indeed. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday night, in the same envelope with the preceding letter. Ever dearest, how you can write touching things to me, and how my whole being vibrates as a string to these. How have I deserved from God and you all that I thank you for? Too unworthy I am of all. Only it was not, dearest beloved, what you feared that was horrible. It was what you supposed, rather. It was a mistake of yours. And now we will not talk of it any more. Friday morning. For the rest I will think as you desire, but I have thought a great deal, and there are certainties which I know, and I hope we both are aware that nothing can be more hopeless than our position in some relations and aspects, though you do not guess perhaps that the very approach to the subject is shut up by dangers, and that from the moment of a suspicion entering one mind we should be able to meet never again in this room, nor to have intercourse by letter through the ordinary channel. I mean that letters of yours addressed to me here would infallibly be stopped and destroyed, if not opened. Therefore it is advisable to hurry on nothing. On these grounds it is advisable. What should I do if I did not see you nor hear from you, without being able to feel that it was for your happiness? What should I do for a month even? And then I might be thrown out of the window or its equivalent. I look back shuddering to the dreadful scenes in which poor Henrietta was involved, who never offended as I have offended, years ago, which seem as present as today. She had forbidden the subject to be referred to until that consent was obtained, and at a word she gave up all, at a word. In fact, she had no true attachment, as I observed to Arabel at the time. A child never submitted more meekly to a revoked holiday. Yet how she was made to suffer! Oh, the dreadful scenes! And only because she had seemed to feel a little. I told you, I think, that there was an obliquity, an eccentricity, or something beyond, on one class of subjects. I hear how her knees were made to ring upon the floor, now. She was carried out of the room in strong hysterics, and I, who rose up to follow her, though I was quite well at that time and suffered only by sympathy, fell flat down upon my face in a fainting fit. Arabel thought I was dead. I have tried to forget it all, but now I must remember, and throughout our intercourse I have remembered. It is necessary to remember so much as to avoid such evils as are inevitable, and for this reason I would conceal nothing from you. Do you remember, besides, that there can be no faltering on my part, and that if I should remain well, which is not proved yet, I will do for you what you please, and as you please to have it done. But there is time for considering. Only, as you speak of counsel, I will take courage to tell you that my sisters know. Arabel is in most of my confidences, and being often in the room with me, texted me with the truth long ago. She saw that I was affected from some cause, and I told her. We are as safe with both of them as possible, and they thoroughly understand that if there should be any change, it would not be your fault. I made them understand that thoroughly. From themselves I have received nothing but the most smiling words of kindness and satisfaction. I thought I might tell you so much. They have too much tenderness for me to fail in it now. My brothers, it is quite necessary not to draw into a dangerous responsibility. I have felt that from the beginning, and shall continue to feel it, though I hear and can observe that they are full of suspicions and conjectures, which are never unkindly expressed. I told you once that we held hands the faster in this house for the weight over our heads. But the absolute knowledge would be dangerous for my brothers. With my sisters it is different, and I could not continue to conceal from them what they had under their eyes. And then Henrietta is in a like position. It was not wrong of me to let them know it, no? Yet of what consequence is all this to the other side of the question? What if you should give pain and disappointment where you owe such pure gratitude? But we need not talk of these things now. Only you have more to consider than I imagine, while the future comes on. Dearest, let me have my way in one thing. Let me see you on Tuesday instead of on Monday. On Tuesday at the old hour. Be reasonable and consider. Tuesday is almost as near as the day before it, and on Monday I shall be hurried at first, lest papa should be still in the house. No harm, but an excuse for nervousness, and I can't quote a noble Roman as you can to the praise of my conscience. and you will be hurried at last, lest you should not be in time for Mr. Forster. On the other hand, I will not let you be rude to the Daily News, no, nor to the Examiner. Come on Tuesday, then, instead of Monday, and let us have the usual hours in a peaceable way. And if there is no obstacle, that is, if Mr. Kenyon or some equivalent authority should not take note of your being here on Tuesday, why, you can come again on the Saturday afterwards. I do not see the difficulty. Are we agreed? On Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Consider, besides, that the Monday arrangement would hurry you in every manner, and leave you fagged for the evening. No, I will not hear of it. Not on my account, not on yours. Think of me on Monday instead, and write before. Are not these 2 lawful letters, and do not they deserve an answer? My life was ended when I knew you, and if I survive myself, it is for your sake. That resumes all my feelings and intentions in respect to you. No counsel could make the difference of a grain of dust in the balance. It is so, and not otherwise. If you changed towards me, it would be better for you, I believe, and I should be only where I was before. While you do not change, I look to you for my first affections and my first duty, and nothing but your bidding me could make me look away. In the midst of this Mr. Kenyon came, and I felt as if I could not talk to him. No, he does not see how it is. He may have passing thoughts sometimes, but they do not stay long enough to produce even an opinion. He asked if you had been here long. It may be wrong and ungrateful, but I do wish sometimes that the world were away, even the good Kenyon aspect of the world. And so, once more, may God bless you. I am wholly yours. Tuesday, remember, and say that you agree. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark January 17, 1846. Did my own Bar, in the prosecution of her studies, get to a book on the unforbidden shelf, wherein Voltaire pleases to say that si Dieu n'existait pas, il faudrait l'inventer? I feel, after reading these letters, as ordinarily after seeing you, sweetest, or hearing from you, that if marriage did not exist, I should infallibly invent it. I should say no words, no feelings even, do justice to the whole conviction and religion of my soul, and though they may be suffered to represent some 1 minute's phase of it, yet in their very fullness and passion they do injustice to the unrepresented other minutes, depth and breadth of love, which let my whole life, I would say, be devoted to telling and proving and exemplifying, if not in one, then in another way. Let me have the plain, palpable power of this, the assured time for this, something of the satisfaction, but for the fantasticalness of the illustration, something like the earnestness of some suitor in Chancery, if he could once get Lord Lyndhurst into a room with him, and lock the door on them both, and know that his whole story must be listened to now, and the rights of it. Dearest, the love unspoken now you are to hear in all time of our tribulation, in all time of our wealth, at the hour of death, and if I did not know this was so, nothing would have been said or sought for. Your friendship, the perfect pride in it, the wish for and eager cooperation in your welfare, all that is different and seen now, nothing. I will care for it no more, dearest. I am wedded to you now. I believe no human being could love you more. That thought consoles me for my own imperfection, for when that does strike me, as so often it will, I turn round on my pursuing self and ask, what if it were a claim then? What is in her? demanded rationally, equitably, in return for what were in you. Do you like that way? And I do not, Bar. You even might not, when people every day buy improvable ground and eligible sites for building, and don't want every inch filled up, covered over, done to their hands. So take me, and make me what you can and will, and though never to be more yours, let more like you I may and must be. Yes, indeed, best only love. And am I not grateful to your sisters? Entirely grateful for that crowning comfort. It is miraculous too, if you please, for you shall know me by fingertip intelligence or any art magic of old or new times, but they do not see me, know me, and must moreover be jealous of you, chary of you, as the daughters of Hesperus, of wanderers and wistful lookers up at the golden apple. Yet instead of rapidly levelling eager eyes, they are indulgent? Then shall I wish capriciously they were not your sisters, not so near you, that there might be a kind of grace in loving them for it. But what grace can there be when... Yes, I will tell you. No, I will not. It is foolish. And it is not foolish in me to love the table and chairs and vases in your room. Let me finish writing tomorrow. It would not become me to utter a word against the arrangement, and Saturday promised too. But though all concludes against the early hour on Monday, yet... But this is wrong. On Tuesday it shall be, then. Thank you, dearest. You let me keep up the old proper form, do you not? I shall continue to thank and be gratified, etc., as if I had some untouched fund of thanks at my disposal to cut a generous figure with on occasion. And so now, for your kind considerateness, thank you. That I say, which God knows, could not say, if I died 10 deaths in one to do you good. You are repaid. Tomorrow I will write and answer more. I am pretty well and will go out tonight. My act is done and copied. I will bring it. Do you see the Athenaeum? By Chorley, surely, and kind and satisfactory. I did not expect any notice for a long time. All that about the mist, unchanged manner, and the like is politic concession to the powers that be, because he might tell me that and much more with his own lips or unprofessional pen, and be thanked into the bargain. Yet he does not. But I fancy he saves me from a rougher hand. The long extracts answer every purpose. There is all to say yet. Tomorrow. And ever, ever your own, God bless you, R. Admire the clean paper. I did not notice that I have been writing in a desk where a candle fell. See the bottoms of the other pages. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday evening. Postmark, January 19, 1846. You may have seen I put off all the weighty business part of the letter, but I shall do very little with it now. To be sure, a few words will serve, because you understand me and believe in enough of me. First, then, I am wholly satisfied, thoroughly made happy in your assurance. I would build up an infinity of lives if I could plan them, one on the other, and all resting on you, on your word. I fully believe in it. Of my feeling, the gratitude, let there be no attempt to speak. And for waiting, not hurrying, I leave all with you henceforth. All you say is most wise, most convincing. On the saddest part of all, silence. You understand, and I can understand through you. Do you know that I never used to dream unless indisposed, and rarely then? Of late I dream of you, but quite of late. And those nightmare dreams have been invariably of one sort. I stand by, powerless to interpose by a word even, and see the infliction of tyranny on the unresisting man or beast, generally the last, and I wake just in time not to die. Let no one try this kind of experiment on me or mine, though I have observed that by a felicitous arrangement the man with the whip puts it into use with an old horse commonly. I once knew a fine specimen of the boilingly passionate, desperately respectable on the Eastern principle that reverences a madman, and this fellow, whom it was to be death to oppose, some blood vessel was to break, he once, at a dinner party at which I was present, insulted his wife. A young, pretty simple believer in his awful immunities from the ordinary terms that keep men in order, brought the tears into her eyes and sent her from the room, purely to show off in the eyes of his guests, all males, law friends, etc., he being a lawyer. This feat accomplished, he too left us with an affectation of compensating relentment to "just say a word in return," and no sooner was his back to the door than the biggest, stupidest of the company began to remark, "What a fortunate thing it was that Mr. So-and-so had such a submissive wife. Not one of the women who would resist, that is, attempt to resist, and so exasperate our gentleman into heaven only knew what." I said it was, in one sense, a fortunate thing, because one of these women, without necessarily being the lion-tressed Bellona, would richly give him his dessert, I thought. Oh, indeed? No, this man was not to be opposed. Wait you might, till the fit was over, and then try what kind argument would do, and so forth to unspeakable nausea. Presently we went upstairs. There sate the wife with dried eyes and a smile at the tea-table, and by her, in all the pride of conquest, with her hand in his, our friend, disposed to be very good-natured, of course. I listened erectus oribus, and in a minute he said he did not know somebody I mentioned. I told him that I easily conceived. Such a person would never condescend to know him, etc., and treated him to every consequence ingenuity could draw from that text, and at the end marched out of the room. And the valorous man, who had sate like a post, got up, took a candle, followed me to the door, and only said in unfeigned wonder, "What can have possessed you, my dear B?" All which I as much expected beforehand, as that the above-mentioned man of the whip keeps quiet in the presence of an ordinary courage dog. All this is quite irrelevant to the case. Indeed, I write to get rid of the thought altogether. But I do hold it the most stringent duty of all who can to stop a condition, a relation of one human being to another which God never allowed to exist between him and ourselves. Trees live and die, if you please, and accept will for a law. But with us, all commands surely refer to a previously implanted conviction in ourselves of their rationality and justice. Or why declare that the Lord is holy, just, and good, unless there is a recognized and independent conception of holiness and goodness, to which the subsequent assertion is referable? You know what holiness is, what it is to be good? Then he is that. Not that is so because he is that. Although, of course, when once the converse is demonstrated, this too follows, and may be urged for practical purposes. All God's urgency, so to speak, is on the justice of his judgments, rightness of his rule. Yet why, one might ask? If one does believe that the rule is his, why ask further? Because his is a reasonable service, once for all. Understand why I turn my thoughts in this direction. If it is indeed as you fear, and no endeavour, concession on my part will avail under any circumstances. And by endeavour, I mean all heart and soul could bring the flesh to perform. In that case, you will not come to me with a shadow past hope of chasing. The likelihood is I over-frightened myself for you by the involuntary contrast with those here. You allude to them. If I went with this letter downstairs and said simply, I want this taken to the direction tonight and I'm well and unable to go, will you take it now? My father would not say a word, or would rather say a dozen cheerful absurdities about his wanting a walk, and just having been wishing to go out, etc. At night he sits studying my works, illustrating them. I will bring you drawings to make you laugh. And yesterday I picked up a crumpled bit of paper. His notion of what a criticism on this last number ought to be, none that have appeared satisfying him. So judge of what he will say. And my mother loves me just as much more as must of necessity be. Once more, understand all this, for the clock scares me of a sudden. I meant to say more, far more. But may God bless you ever, my own dearest Bar. I am wholly your R. Tuesday. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark January 19th, 1846. Your letter came just after the hope of one had passed. The latest Saturday post had gone, they said, and I was beginning to be as vexed as possible, looking into the long letterless Sunday. Then suddenly came the knock, the postman redivivus, just when it seemed so beyond hoping for. It was 8:30, observe, and there had been a post at nearly 8. Suddenly came the knock, and your letter with it. Was I not glad, do you think? And you call the Athenaeum kind and satisfactory. Well, I was angry instead. To make us wait so long for an article like that was not over-kind certainly, nor was it satisfactory to class your peculiar qualities with other contemporary ones, as if they were not peculiar. It seemed to me cold and cautious, from the causes perhaps which you mention, but the extracts will work their own way with everybody who knows what poetry is, and for others let the critic do his worst with them. For what is said of mist I have no patience, because I, who know when you are obscure and never think of denying it in some of your former works, do hold that this last number is as clear and self-sufficing to a common understanding, as far as the expression and medium goes, as any book in the world, and that Mr. Chorley was bound in verity to say so. If I accept that one stanza, you know, it is to make the general observation stronger. And then mist is an infamous word for your kind of obscurity. You never are misty, not even in Sordello, never vague. Your graver cuts deep, sharp lines, always, and there is an extra distinctness in your images and thoughts, from the midst of which, crossing each other infinitely, the general significance seems to escape. So that to talk of a mist when you are obscurest is an impotent thing to do. Indeed, it makes me angry. But the suggested virtue of self-renunciation only made me smile, because it is simply nonsense, nonsense which proves itself to be nonsense at a glance. So genius is to renounce itself? That is the new critical doctrine, is it? Now is it not foolish to recognize the poetical faculty of a man, and then to instruct him in self-renunciation in that very relation, or rather to hint the virtue of it, and hesitate the dislike of his doing otherwise? What atheists these critics are, after all! And how the old heathens understood the divinity of gifts better, beyond any comparison! We may take shame to ourselves, looking back. Now shall I tell you what I did yesterday? It was so warm, the thermometer at 68 in this room, that I took it into my head to call it April instead of January, and put on a cloak and walked downstairs into the drawing-room. Walked, mind. Before I was carried by one of my brothers, even to the last autumn day when I went out. I never walked a step for fear of the cold in the passages. But yesterday it was so wonderfully warm, and I so strong besides, it was a feat worthy of the day, and I surprised them all as much as if I had walked out of the window instead. That kind dear Stormy, who with all his shyness and awkwardness has the most loving of hearts in him, said that he was so glad to see me. Well, setting aside the glory of it, it would have been as wise perhaps if I had abstained. Our damp, detestable climate reaches us otherwise than by cold, and I am not quite as well as usual this morning after an uncomfortable feverish night. Not very unwell, mind, nor unwell at all in the least degree of consequence, and I tell you only to show how susceptible I really am still, though scarcely an invalid, say the complimenters. What away I am from your letter, that letter, or seem to be, rather, for one may think of one thing and yet go on writing distrustedly of other things. So you are grateful to my sisters, you. Now I beseech you not to talk such extravagances. I mean such extravagances as words like these imply, and there are far worse words than these in the letter, such as I need not put my finger on. Words which are sense on my lips, but no sense at all on yours, and which make me disquietedly sure that you are under an illusion. Observe, certainly I should not choose to have a claim, see? Only what I object to in illusions, miracles, and things of that sort, is the want of continuity common to such. When Joshua caused the sun to stand still, it was not for a year even. Ungrateful I am. And pretty well means not well, I am afraid, or I should be gladder still of the new act. You will tell me on Tuesday what pretty well means, and if your mother is better, or I may have a letter tomorrow. Dearest, may God bless you. Tomorrow, too, at 3:30, how joyful I shall be that my kind considerateness decided not to receive you until Tuesday. My very kind considerateness, which made me eat my dinner to-day. Your own, Bar. 100 letters I have by this last, to set against Napoleon's 100 days. Did you know that? So much better I am to-night. It was nothing but a little chill from the damp, the fog, you see. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark January 19, 1846. Love, if you knew but how vexed I was, so very few minutes after my note left last night, how angry with the unnecessary harshness into which some of the phrases might be construed, you would forgive me indeed. But when all is confessed and forgiven, the fact remains that it would be the one trial I know I should not be able to bear. The repetition of these scenes, intolerable, not to be written of. Even my mind refuses to form a clear conception of them. My own loved letter is come, and the news, of which the reassuring postscript lets the uninterrupted joy flow on again. Well, and am I not to be grateful for that? Nor that you do eat your dinner. Indeed, you will be ingenious to prevent me. I fancy myself meeting you on the stairs. Stairs and passages generally, and galleries. Ah, thou indeed. All with their picturesque accidents of landing places, and spiral heights and depths, and sudden turns, and visions of half-open doors to what Carles calls malicious chambers. And above all, landing places. They are my heart's delight. I would come upon you unaware in a landing place in my next dream. One day we may walk on the galleries round and over the inner court of the Doge's palace at Venice, and read on tablets against the wall how such an one was banished for an enormous dig in Taco into the public treasure, another for what you are not to know, because his friends have got chiselled and chipped away all the record of it, underneath the giants on their stands, and in the midst of the cotil, the bronze fountains whence the girls draw water. So you too wrote French verses. Mine were of less lofty argument. One couplet makes me laugh now for the reason of its false quantity. I translated the ode of Alcaeus, and the last couplet ran thus: Harmodius et toi, cher Aristogiton, comme l'astre du jour, brillèrent votre nom. The fact was, I could not bear to hurt my French master's feelings, who had inveterately maltreated I's and Oi's, and in this instance an A. But Pauline is altogether of a different sort of precocity. You shall see it when I can master resolution to transcribe the explanation which I know is on the fly-leaf of a copy here. Of that work the Athenaeum said, several words erased, Now, what outrageous folly! I care, and you care, precisely nothing about its sayings and doings, yet here I talk. Now to you, Bar. When I go through sweetness to sweetness, at Bar I stop last of all, and lie and rest. That is the quintessence of them all. They all take colour and flavour from that. So, dear, dear Bar, be glad as you can to see me tomorrow. God knows how I embalm every such day. I do not believe that one of the 40 is confounded with another in my memory. So that is gained and sure forever. And of letters, this makes my 104th, and like Don's bride, I take my jewels from their boxes, call my diamonds, pearls, and emeralds, and make myself a constellation of them all. Bless you, my beloved. I am much better today, having not been so well yesterday, whence the note to you, perhaps. I put that to your charity for construction. By the way, let the foolish and needless story about my whilom friend be of this use, that it records one of the traits in that same generous love of me I once mentioned, I remember, one of the points in his character which, I told you, would account, if you heard them, for my parting company with a good deal of warmth of attachment to myself. What a day! But you do not so much care for rain, I think. My mother is no worse, but still suffering sadly. Ever your own, dearest ever. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, postmark January 22nd, 1846. Ever since I ceased to be with you, ever, dearest, I have been with your Luria, if that is ceasing to be with you, which it is, I feel at last. Yet the new act is powerful and subtle, and very affecting, it seems to me, after a grave, suggested pathos. The reasoning is done on every hand with admirable directness and adroitness, and poor Luria's iron baptism under such a bright crossing of swords most miserably complete. Still, is he to die so? Can you mean it? Oh, indeed, I foresaw that. Not a guess of mine ever touched such an end. And I can scarcely resign myself to it as a necessity even now. I mean, to the act, as Luria's act, whether it is final or not, the act of suicide being so unheroical. But you are a dramatic poet, and right, perhaps, where, as a didactic poet, you would have been wrong. And after the first shock, I begin to see that your Luria is the man Luria, and that his son lights him so far and not farther than so, and to understand the natural reaction of all that generous trust and hopefulness, what naturally it would be. Also it is satisfactory that Domitia, having put her woman's part off to the last, should be too late with it. It will be a righteous retribution. I had fancied that her object was to isolate him, to make his military glory and national recompense ring hollowly to his ears, and so commend herself, drawing back the veil. Puccio's scornful working out of the low work is very finely given, I think, and you have a cunning right hand to lift up Luria higher in the mind of your readers by the very means used to pull down his fortunes. You show what a man he is by the very talk of his rivals, by his natural guardship over Puccio. Then Hussein is nobly characteristic. I like those streaks of Moorish fire in his speeches. White was all fighting, etc. That passage perhaps is over subtle for a Hussein, but too nobly right in the abstract to be altered, if it is so or not. Domitia talks philosophically besides, and how eloquently, and very noble she is where she proclaims, "The angel in thee and rejects the sprites that ineffectual crowd about his strength, and mingle with his work and claim a share." But why not spirits rather than sprites, which has a different association by custom? Spirits is quite short enough, it seems to me, for a last word. It sounds like a monosyllable that trembles, or thrills rather. And do you know, I agree with yourself a little when you say, did you not say, that some of the speeches, Domitia's for instance, are too lengthy. I think I should like them to coil up their strength here and there in a few passages. Luria, poor Luria, is great and pathetic when he stands alone at last, and all his waves have gone over him. Poor Luria! And now I wonder where Mr. Chorley will look in this work along all the edges of hills to find or prove his favourite mist. On the glass of his own opera lorgnon, perhaps. Shall we ask him to try that? But first I want to ask you something. I have had it in my head a long time, but it might as well have been in a box, and indeed if it had been in the box with your letters, I should have remembered to speak of it long ago. So now at last tell me, how do you write, O my poet? With steel pens, or Brahma pens, or goose quills, or crow quills? Because I have a penholder which was given to me when I was a child, and which I have used both then and since in the production of various great epics and immortal works, until in these latter years it has seemed to me too heavy, and I have taken into service, instead of it, another 2-inch long instrument, which makes Mr. Kenyon laugh to look at. And so my fancy has run upon your having the heavier holder, which is not very heavy after all, and which will make you think of me whether you choose it or not, besides being made of a splinter from the ivory gate of old, and therefore not unworthy of a true prophet. Will you have it, dearest? Yes, because you can't help it, when you come, on Saturday. And for Pauline, I am satisfied with the promise to see it some day, when we are in the Isle of the Sirens, or ready for wandering in the Doge's galleries. I seem to understand that you would really rather wish me not to see it now, and as long as I do see it. So that shall be. Am I not good now, and not a teaser? If there is any poetical justice in the 7 worlds, I shall have a letter to-night. By the way, you owe me 2 letters by your confession. 104 of mine you have, and I only 102 of yours, which is a deficit scarcely creditable to me, now is it, when, according to the law and ordinance, a woman's 104 letters would take 208 at least from the other side to justify them. Well, I feel inclined to wring out the legal percentage to the uttermost farthing, but fall into a fit of gratitude notwithstanding, thinking of Monday, and how the 2nd letter came beyond hope. Always better you are than I guess you to be, and it was being best to write as you did, for me to hear twice on one day, best and dearest. But the 1st letter was not what you feared. I know you too well not to know how that letter was written and with what intention. Do you, on the other hand, endeavour to comprehend how there may be an eccentricity and obliquity in certain relations and on certain subjects, while the general character stands up worthily of esteem and regard, even of yours. Mr. Kenyon says broadly that it is monomania, neither more nor less. Then the principle of passive filial obedience is held, drawn and quartered, from Scripture. He sees the law and the gospel on his side. Only the other day there was a setting forth of the whole doctrine I hear downstairs, passive obedience, and particularly in respect to marriage. One after the other my brothers all walked out of the room, and there was left for sole auditor Captain Surtees Cook, who had especial reasons for sitting it out against his will. So he sate and asked if children were to be considered slaves, as meekly as if he were asking for information. I could not help smiling when I heard of it. He is just succeeding in obtaining what is called an adjutancy, which, with the half-pay, will put an end to many anxieties. Dearest, when in the next dream you meet me in the landing-place, tell me why I am to stand up to be reviewed again. What a fancy, that is of yours, for full length, and what bad policy, if a fancy, to talk of it so. because you would have had the glory and advantage and privilege of seeing me on my feet 20 times before now if you had not impressed on me in some ineffable manner that to stand on my head would scarcely be stranger. Nevertheless, you shall have it your own way, as you have everything, which makes you so very, very exemplarily submissive, you know. Mr. Kenyon does not come. Puts it off to Saturday, perhaps. The Daily News I have had a glance at. A weak leading article, I thought, and nothing stronger from Ireland. But enough advertisements to promise a long future. What do you think? Or have you not seen the paper? No broad principles laid down. A mere newspaper support of the League. May God bless you. Say how you are. And do walk and care for yourself. And so for your own. Ba. Have I expressed to you at all how Luria impresses me more and more? You shall see the remarks with the other papers, the details of what strikes me. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning, postmark January 22, 1846. But you did not get the letter last evening? No, for all my good intentions, because somebody came over in the morning and forced me to go out. And perhaps I knew what was coming, and had all my thoughts there, that is, here now, with my own letters from you. I think so. For this punishment, I would tell you, came for some sin or other last night. I woke, late or early, and in one of those lucid moments when all things are thoroughly perceived, whether suggested by some forgotten passage in the past sleep itself, I don't know. But I seem to comprehend entirely, for the first time, what would happen if I lost you. The whole sense of that closed door of Caterina's came on me at once, and it was I who said, not as quoting or adapting another's words, but spontaneously, unavoidably, "In that door you will not enter. I have." And dearest, the unwritten it must remain. What is on the other leaf, no ill omen after all, because I strengthened myself against a merely imaginary evil, as I do always, and thus I know I never can lose you. You surely are more mine. There is less for the future to give or take away than in the ordinary cases, where so much less is known, explained, possessed, as with us. Understand for me, my dearest. And do you think, sweet, that there is any free movement of my soul which your penholder is to secure? Well, try. It will be yours by every right of discovery. And I, for my part, will religiously report to you the first time I think of you, which, but for your present, I should not have done. Or is it not a happy, most happy way of ensuring a better fifth act to Luria than the foregoing? See the absurdity I write, when it will be more probably the ruin of the whole. For was it not observed in the case of a friend of mine once, who wrote his own part in a piece for private theatricals, and had ends of his own to serve in it, that he set to work somewhat after this fashion? Scene first. A breakfast chamber. Lord and Lady A at table. Lady A. No more coffee, my dear? Lord A. One more cup. Embracing her. Lady A. I was thinking of trying the ponies at the park. Are you engaged? Lord A. Why, there's that bore of a committee at the house till 2. Kissing her hand. And so forth, to the astonishment of the auditory, who did not exactly see the sequitur in either instance. Well, dearest, whatever comes of it, the aside, the byplay, the digression will be the best and only true business of the piece. And though I must smile at your notion of securing that by any fresh appliance, mechanical or spiritual, yet I do thank you, dearest, thank you from my heart indeed, and I write with Brahmas always, not being able to make a pen. If you have gone so far with Luria, I fancy myself nearly or altogether safe. I must not tell you, but I wish just these feelings to be in your mind about Domitia and the death of Luria. The last act throws light back on all, I hope. Observe only that Luria would stand if I have plied him effectually with adverse influences in such a position as to render any other end impossible without the hurt to Florence which his religion is, to avoid inflicting, and passively awaiting, for instance, the sentence and punishment to come at night, would to surely inflict it as taking part with her foes. His aim is to prevent the harm she will do herself by striking him, so he moves aside from the blow. But I know there is very much to improve and heighten in this fourth act, as in the others, but the right aspect of things seems obtained, and the rest of the work is plain and easy. I am obliged to leave off, the rest tomorrow, and then, dear Saturday. I love you utterly, my own best, dearest. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday night. Postmark January 23rd, 1846. Yes, I understand you, Luria, and there is to be more light, and I open the window to the east and wait for it, a little less gladly than for you on Saturday, dearest. In the meanwhile, you have lucid moments, and strengthen yourself into the wisdom of learning to love me, and upon consideration it does not seem to be so hard after all. There is less for the future to take away than you had supposed. So that is the way? Ah, these lucid moments, in which all things are thoroughly perceived, what harm they do me! And I am to understand for you, you say? Am I? On the other side, and to make the good omen complete, I remembered, after I had sealed my last letter, having made a confusion between the ivory and horn gates, the gates of false and true visions, as I am apt to do, and my penholder belongs to the ivory gate, as you will perceive in your lucid moments. Poor holder! But as you forget me on Wednesdays, the post testifying, the sinecure may not be quite so certain as the Thursday's letter says, and I too in the meanwhile grow wiser, having learned something which you cannot do, you of the bells and pomegranates. You cannot make a pen. Yesterday I looked round the world in vain for it. Mr. Kenyon does not come, will not perhaps until Saturday, which reminds me, Mr. Kenyon told me about a year ago that he had been painfully employed that morning in parting two, dearer than friends, and he had done it, he said, by proving to either that he or she was likely to mar the prospects of the other. If I had spoken to each of himself or herself, he said, I never could have done it. Was not that an ingenious cruelty? The remembrance rose up in me like a ghost, and made me ask you once to promise what you promised, you recollect, because I could not bear to be stabbed with my own dagger by the hand of a third person, so. When people have lucid moments themselves, you know, it is different. And shall I indeed have a letter to-morrow? Or, not having the penholder yet, will you? Good night. May God bless you. Ever and wholly your, Ba. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark January 23, 1846. Now, of all the perverse interpretations that ever were and never ought to have been, commend me to this of Barr's. After I bade her generosity understand me too, which meant, let her pick out of my disjointed sentences a general meaning if she can, which I very well know their imperfect utterance would not give to one unsupplied with the key of my whole heart's mystery. And Barr, with the key in her hand, to pretend and poke feathers and pen holders into the keyhole, and complain that the wards were wrong. So, when the poor scholar one has read of uses not very dissimilar language and argument, who being threatened with the deprivation of his Virgil learnt the Aeneid by heart, and then said, "Take what you can now," that Barr calls feeling the loss would not be so hard after all. I do not, at least. And if at any future moment I should again be visited, as I earnestly desire may never be the case, with a sudden consciousness of the entire inutility of all earthly love, since of my love, to hold its object back from the decree of God, if such should call it away, one of those known facts which for practical good we treat as supremely commonplace, but which, like those of the uncertainty of life, the very existence of God, I may say, if they were not commonplace, and could they be thoroughly apprehended, except in the chance minutes which make one grow old, not the mere years, the business of the world would cease. But when you find Chaucer's graver at his work of graving smaller sealies by the sun's light, you know that the sun itself could not have been created on that day. Do you understand that, Barr? And when I am with you, or here, or writing, or walking, and perfectly happy in the sunshine of you, I very well know I am no wiser than it is good for me, and that there seems no harm in feeling it impossible this should change or fail to go on increasing till this world ends and we are safe, I with you for ever. But when, if only once, as I told you, recording it for its very strangeness, I do feel, in a flash, that words are words and could not alter that decree, will you tell me how, after all, that conviction and the true woe of it are better met than by the as thorough conviction that, for one blessing, the extreme woe is impossible now, that you are and have been mine and me, one with me, never to be parted, so that the complete separation not being to be thought of, such an incomplete one as yet in fate's power may be the less likely to attract her notice? And dearest, in all emergencies, see, I go to you for help, for your gift of better comfort than is found in myself. Or ought I, if I could, to add one more proof to the Greek proverb, that the half is greater than the whole, and only love you for myself? 'Tis absurd. But if I could disentwine you from my soul in that sense, only see my own will and good, not in your will and good, as I now see them and shall ever see, should you say I did love you then? Perhaps. And it would have been better for me, I know. I should not have written this or the like, there being no post in the Siren's Isle, as you will see. And the end of the whole matter is what? Not by any means what my Barr expects or ought to expect. That I say with a flounce. Catch me blotting down on paper again the first vague impressions and the weakest words, and being sure I have only to bid her understand, and I can get Blair on rhetoric and the additional chapter on the proper conduct of a letter. On the contrary, I tell you, Barr, my own heart's dearest, I will provoke you tenfold worse, will tell you all that comes uppermost, and what frightens me or reassures me in moments lucid or opaque, and when all the pen stumps and holders refuse to open the lock, out will come the key perforce, and once put that knowledge of the entire love and worship of my heart and soul to its proper use, and all will be clear. Tell me tomorrow that it will be clear when I call you to account an exact strict payment for every word and phrase and full stop and partial stop, and no stop at all in this wicked little note which got so treacherously the kisses and the thankfulness, written with no pen holder that is to belong to me, I hope, but with the feather, possibly, which Sycorax wiped the dew from, as Caliban remembered when he was angry. Oh, but, that is, all was wrong, but, to be just, the old dear, so dear ending which makes my heart beat now as at first, and so pays for all. Wherefore all is right again, is it not? and you are my own priceless bar, my very own. And I will have you, if you like that style, and want you, and must have you every day and all day long, much less see you tomorrow. Stand. Now there breaks down my new spirit, and shame or no, I must pray you in the old way, not to receive me standing. I should not remain master of myself, I do believe. You have put out of my head all I intended to write, and now I slowly begin to remember the matters. They seem strangely unimportant. That poor impotency of a newspaper. No, nothing of that for the present. Tomorrow, my dearest. Bar's first comment. Tomorrow? Today is too soon, it seems, yet it is wise, perhaps, to avoid the satiety, etc., 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 etc. Does she feel how I kissed that comment back on her dear self as fit punishment? End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark January 26, 1846. I must begin by invoking my own stupidity. To forget after all the penholder. I had put it close beside me too on the table, and never once thought of it afterwards from first to last, just as I should do if I had a commonplace book, the memoranda all turning to obliviscenda as by particular contact. So I shall send the holder with Miss Martineau's books, which you can read or not, as you like. They have beauty in passages, but trained up against the wall of a set design, want room for branching and blossoming, great as her skill is. I like her playfellow stories twice as well. Do you know them? Written for children, and in such a fine heroic child spirit as to be too young and too old for nobody. Oh, and I sent you besides a most frightful extract from an American magazine, sent to me yesterday, no, the day before, on the subject of mesmerism, and you are to understand, if you please, that the Mr. Edgar Poe who stands committed in it is my dedicator, whose dedication I forgot, by the way, with the rest. So, while I am sending, you shall have his poems with his mesmeric experience, and decide whether the outrageous compliment to E.B.B. or the experiment on Mr. Valdemar, goes furthest to prove him mad. There is poetry in the man, though, now and then, seen between the great gaps of bathos. Politian will make you laugh, as the Raven made me laugh, though with something in it which accounts for the hold it took upon people, such as Mr. N.P. Willis and his peers. It was sent to me from 4 different quarters besides the author himself, before its publication in this form, and when it had only a newspaper life. Some of the other lyrics have power of a less questionable sort. For the author, I do not know him at all, never heard from him nor wrote to him, and in my opinion there is more faculty shown in the account of that horrible mesmeric experience, mad or not mad, than in his poems. Now do read it from the beginning to the end. That going out of the hectic struck me very much, and the writhing away of the upper lip, most horrible. Then I believe so much of mesmerism as to give room for the full acting of the story on me, without absolutely giving full credence to it, understand. Ever, dearest, you could not think me in earnest in that letter. It was because I understood you so perfectly that I felt at liberty for the jesting a little. For had I not thought of that before myself, and was I not reproved for speaking of it, when I said that I was content, for my part, even so? Surely you remember. And I should not have said it if I had not felt with you, felt and known, that there is, with us, less for the future to give or take away than in the ordinary cases. So much less. All the happiness I have known has come to me through you, and it is enough to live for or die in. Therefore, living or dying, I would thank God, and use that word enough, being yours in life and death. And always understanding that if either of us should go, you must let it be this one here, who was nearly gone when she knew you, since I could not bear. Now see if it is possible to write on this subject, unless one laughs to stop the tears. I was more wise on Friday. Let me tell you instead of my sister's affairs, which are so publicly talked of in this house that there is no confidence to be broken in respect to them. Yet my brothers only see and hear, and are told nothing, to keep them as clear as possible from responsibility. I may say of Henrietta that her only fault is her virtues being written in water. I know not of one other fault. She has too much softness to be able to say no in the right place, and thus, without the slightest levity, perfectly blameless in that respect, she says half a yes, or a quarter of a yes, or a yes in some sort of form, too often. But I will tell you. 2 years ago 3 men were loving her, as they called it. After a few months, and the proper quantity of interpretations, one of them consoled himself by giving nicknames to his rivals. Perseverance and Despair he called them, and so went up to the boxes to see out the rest of the play. Despair ran to a crisis, was rejected in so many words, but appealed against the judgment, and had his claim admitted. It was all silence and mildness on each side, a tacit gaining of ground. Despair was at least a gentleman, said my brothers. On which Perseverance came on with violent reiterations, insisted that she loved him without knowing it, or should, elbowed poor Despair into the open streets, who, being a gentleman, wouldn't elbow again, swore that, if she married another, he would wait till she became a widow, trusting to Providence. Did wait every morning till the head of the house was out, and sate day by day, in spite of the disinclination of my sisters and the rudeness of all my brothers, 4 hours in the drawing-room, let himself be refused once a week, and sate all the longer, allowed everybody in the house, and a few visitors, to see and hear him in fits of hysterical sobbing, and sate on unabashed, the end being that he sits now sole regnant, my poor sister saying softly, with a few tears of remorse for her own instability, that she is taken by storm and cannot help it. I give you only the résumé of this military movement, and though I seem to smile, which it was impossible to avoid at some points of the evidence, as I heard it from first one person and then another, yet I am woman enough rather to be glad that the decision is made so. He is sincerely attached to her, I believe, and the want of refinement and sensibility, for he understood her affections to be engaged to another at one time, is covered in a measure by the earnestness, and justified too by the event, everybody being quite happy and contented, even to Despair, who has a new horse and takes lessons in music. That's love, is it not? And that's my answer, if you look for it, to the question you asked me yesterday. Yet do not think that I am turning it all to game. I could not do so with any real, earnest sentiment. I never could, and now least, and with my own sister, whom I love so. One may smile to oneself, and yet wish another well, and so I smile to you, and it is all safe with you, I know. He is a 2nd or 3rd cousin of ours, and has golden opinions from all his friends and fellow officers, and for the rest, most of these men are like one another. I never could see the difference between fuller's earth and common clay among them all. What do you think he has said since, to her too? I always persevere about everything. Once I began to write a farce, which they told me was as bad as could be. Well, I persevered. I finished it. Perfectly unconscious both he and she were of there being anything mal à propos in that, and no kind of harm was meant, only it expresses the man. Dearest, it had better be Thursday, I think, our day. I was showing to-day your father's drawings, and my brothers, and Arabel besides, admired them very much on the right grounds. Say how you are. You did not seem to me to answer frankly this time, and I was more than half uneasy when you went away. Take exercise, dear. Dearest, think of me enough for it, and do not hurry Luria. May God bless you. Your own, Ba. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday evening. Postmark January 26, 1846. I will not try and write much tonight, dearest, for my head gives a little warning, and I have so much to think of, spite of my penholder being kept back from me after all. Now, ought I to have asked for it, or did I not seem grateful enough at the promise? This last would be a characteristic reason, seeing that I reproached myself with feeling too grateful for the special symbol, the essential meaning of which was already in my soul. Well then, I will. I do pray for it next time, and I will keep it for that one yesterday and all its memories, and it shall bear witness against me if, on the Siren's Isle, I grow forgetful of Wimpole Street. And when is next time to be? Wednesday or Thursday? When I look back on the strangely steady widening of my horizon, how no least interruption has occurred to letters or visits. Oh, care you, sweet, care for us both. That remark of your sister's delights me. You remember? That the anger would not be so formidable. I have exactly the fear of encountering that which the sense of having to deal with a ghost would induce. There is no striking at it with one's partisan. Well, God is above all. It is not my fault if it so happens that by returning my love you make me exquisitely blessed. I believe, more than hope, I am sure I should do all I ever now can do if you were never to know it. That is, my love for you was in the first instance its own reward, if one must use such phrases, and if it were possible for that, not anger, which is of no good, but that opposition, that adverse will, to show that your good would be attained by the... But it would need to be shown to me. You have said thus to me, the very last letter indeed, but with me or any other man, the instincts of happiness develop themselves too unmistakably when there is anything like a freedom of will. The man whose heart is set on being rich or influential after the worldly fashion may be found far enough from the attainment of either riches or influence, but he will be in the presumed way to them, pumping at the pump if he is really anxious for water, even though the pump be dry, but not sitting still by the dusty roadside. I believe, first of all, you, but when that is done, and I am allowed to call your heart mine, I cannot think you would be happy if parted from me. And that belief coming to add to my own feeling in that case. So this will be. I trust in God. In life, in death, I am your own, my own. My head has got well already. It is so slight a thing that I make such an ado about. Do not reply to these bodings. They are gone. They seem absurd. All steps secured but the last, and that last the easiest. Yes, far easiest. For first you had to be created, only that. And then in my time, and then not in Timbuktu, but Wimpole Street, and then the strange hedge round the sleeping palace keeping the world off, and then all was to begin, all the difficulty only begin, and now see where it is reached, and I kiss you and bless you, my dearest, in earnest of the end. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmark January 27th, 1846. You have had my letter and heard about the penholder. Your fancy of not seeming grateful enough is not wise enough for you, dearest, when you know that I know your common fault to be the undue magnifying of everything that comes from me, and I am always complaining of it outwardly and inwardly. That suddenly I should set about desiring you to be more grateful, even for so great a boon as an old penholder, would be a more astounding change than any to be thought or seen in a prime minister. Another mistake you made concerning Henrietta and her opinion, and there's no use nor comfort in leaving you in it. Henrietta says that the anger would not be so formidable after all. Poor dearest Henrietta, who trembles at the least bending of the brows, who has less courage than I, and the same views of the future. What she referred to was simply the infrequency of the visits. Why was I afraid, she said. Where was the danger? Who would be the informer? Well, I will not say any more. It is just natural that you, in your circumstances and associations, should be unable to see what I have seen from the beginning. Only you will not hereafter reproach me, in the most secret of your thoughts, for not having told you plainly. If I could have told you with greater plainness, I should blame myself, and I do not, because it is not an opinion I have, but a perception. I see, I know. The result, the end of all, perhaps now and then I see that too, in the lucid moments, which are not the happiest for anybody. Remember, in all cases, that I shall not repent of any part of our past intercourse, and that, therefore, when the time for decision comes, you will be free to look at the question as if you saw it then for the first moment, without being hampered by considerations about all those yesterdays. For him, he would rather see me dead at his foot than yield the point, and he will say so, and mean it, and persist in the meaning. Do you ever wonder at me, that I should write such things, and have written others so different? I have thought that in myself very often. Insincerity and injustice may seem the two ends, while I occupy the strait betwixt two, and I should not like you to doubt how this may be. Sometimes I have begun to show you the truth, and torn the paper. I could not. Yet now again I am borne on to tell you, to save you from some thoughts which you cannot help, perhaps. There has been no insincerity, nor is there injustice. I believe, I am certain, I have loved him better than the rest of his children. I have heard the fountain within the rock, and my heart has struggled in towards him through the stones of the rock, thrust off, dropping off, turning in again and clinging. Knowing what is excellent in him well, loving him as my only parent left, and for himself dearly, notwithstanding that hardness and the miserable system which made him appear harder still, I have loved him, and been proud of him for his high qualities, for his courage and fortitude when he bore up so bravely years ago under the worldly reverses which he yet felt acutely, more than you and I could feel them, but the fortitude was admirable. Then came the trials of love. Then I was repulsed too often, made to suffer in the suffering of those by my side, depressed by petty daily sadnesses and terrors, from which it is possible, however, for an elastic affection to rise again as past. Yet my friends used to say, "You look broken-spirited," and it was true. In the midst came my illness, and when I was ill he grew gentler and let me draw nearer than ever I had done. And after that great stroke, you know, though that fell in the middle of a storm of emotion and sympathy on my part, which drove clearly against him, God seemed to strike our hearts together by the shock, and I was grateful to him for not saying aloud what I said to myself in my agony, "If it had not been for you," and comparing my self-reproach to what I imagined his self-reproach must certainly be, for if I had loved selfishly, he had not been kind. I felt as if I could love and forgive him for two, I knowing that serene, generous departed spirit, and seeming left to represent it. And I did love him better than all those left to me to love in the world here. I proved a little my affection for him by coming to London at the risk of my life rather than diminish the comfort of his home by keeping a part of my family away from him. And afterwards for long and long he spoke to me kindly and gently, and of me affectionately and with too much praise, and God knows that I had as much joy as I imagined myself capable of again in the sound of his footstep on the stairs, and of his voice when he prayed in this room, My best hope, as I have told him since, being to die beneath his eyes. Love is so much to me naturally, it is to all women, and it was so much to me to feel sure at last that he loved me, to forget all blame, to pull the weeds up from that last illusion of life, and this till the Pisa business, which threw me off, far as ever, again, farther than ever, when George said he could not flatter me, and I dared not flatter myself. But do you believe that I never wrote what I did not feel? I never did. And I ask one kindness more. Do not notice what I have written here. Let it pass. We can alter nothing by ever so many words. After all, he is the victim. He isolates himself, and now and then he feels it. The cold dead silence all round, which is the effect of an incredible system. If he were not stronger than most men, he could not bear it as he does. With such high qualities, too, so upright and honourable, you would esteem him, you would like him, I think. And so, dearest, let that be the last word. I dare say you have asked yourself sometimes why it was that I never managed to draw you into the house here, so that you might make your own way. Now that is one of the things impossible to me. I have not influence enough for that. George can never invite a friend of his even. Do you see? The people who do come here come by particular license and association, Captain Surtees' cook being one of them. Once, when I was in high favour too, I asked for Mr. Kenyon to be invited to dinner, he an old college friend, and living close by, and so affectionate to me always. I felt that he must be hurt by the neglect, and asked. It was in vain. Now, you see. May God bless you always. I wrote all my spirits away in this letter yesterday, and kept it to finish today. Being yours every day, glad or sad, ever beloved, your Ba. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark January 27, 1846. Why will you give me such unnecessary proofs of your goodness? Why not leave the books for me to take away at all events? No, you must fold up and tie round and seal over, and be at all the pains in the world with those hands I see now. But you only threaten, say you shall send. As yet, nothing having come, I do pray you, if not too late, to save me the shame, add to the gratitude you never can now, I think. Only think, for you are a siren, and I don't know certainly to what your magic may not extend. Thus, in not so important a matter, I should have said the day before yesterday that no letter from you could make my heart rise within me more than of old, unless it should happen to be of twice the ordinary thickness. And then there is a fear at first lest the overrunning of my dealt-out measure should just be a note of Mr. Kenyon's, for instance. But yesterday the very seal began with Ba. Now always seal with that seal my letters, dearest. Do you recall Don's pretty lines about seals? Quondam fessus amor loquens amato, tot et tanta loquens amica scriptit, tandem et fessa manus dedit sigillum. And in his own English, when love, being weary, made an end of kind expressions to his friend, he writ, when hand could write no more, he gave the seal, and so left o'er. By the way, what a mercy that he never noticed the jingle in posse of ending expressions and beginning impressions. How your account of the actors and the Love's Labours Lost amused me. I rather like, though, the notion of that steady, business-like pursuit of love under difficulties, and the sobbing proves something surely. Sergeant Telford says, is it not he who says it? All tears are not for sorrow. I shall incline to say, from my own feeling, that no tears were. They only expressed joy in me, or sympathy with joy, And so it is with you too, I should think. Understand that I do not disbelieve in mesmerism, only object to insufficient evidence being put forward as quite irrefragable. I keep an open sense on the subject, ready to be instructed, and should have refused such testimony as Miss Martineau's if it had been adduced in support of something I firmly believed. Non tali auxilio. Indeed, so has truth been harmed, and only so from the beginning. So I shall read what you bid me, and learn all I can. I am not quite so well this week. Yesterday some friends came early and kept me at home, for which I seem to suffer a little. Less already than in the morning, so I will go out and walk away the whirring, which is all the mighty ailment. As for Luria, I have not looked at it since I saw you, which means saw you in the body, because last night I saw you, as I wonder if you know. Thursday, and again I am with you, and you will forget nothing. How the farewell is to be returned? Ah, my dearest, sweetest Bar, how entirely I love you. May God bless you ever. R. 2 p.m. Your parcel arrives. The penholder. Now, what shall I say? How am I to use so fine a thing even in writing to you? I will give it you again in our isle, and meantime keep it where my other treasures are, my letters and my dear ringlet. Thank you. All I can thank. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark January 28, 1846. Ever dearest, I will say, as you desire, nothing on that subject, but this strictly for myself. You engaged me to consult my own good in the keeping or breaking our engagement. Not your good, as it might even seem to me, much less seem to another. My only good in this world, that against which all the world goes for nothing, is to spend my life with you and be yours. You know that when I claim anything, it is really yourself in me. You give me a right and bid me use it. And I, in fact, am most obeying you when I appear most exacting on my own account. So, in that feeling I dare claim, once for all, and in all possible cases, except that dreadful one of your becoming worse again, in which case I wait till life ends with both of us. I claim your promise's fulfilment. Say at the summer's end. It cannot be for your good that this state of things should continue. We can go to Italy for a year or two and be happy as day and night along. For me, I adore you. This is all unnecessary, I feel, as I write. But you will think of the main fact as ordained, granted by God, will you not, dearest? So not to be put in doubt ever again. Then we can go quietly thinking of after matters. Till tomorrow and ever after, God bless my heart's own Bar. All my soul follows you, love, encircles you, and I live in being yours. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning. Postmark January 31st, 1846. Let it be this way ever, dearest. If in the meantime of fine weather I am not ill, then, not now, you shall decide, and your decision shall be duty and desire to me, both. I will make no difficulties. Remember in the meanwhile that I have decided to let it be as you shall choose. That I love you enough to give you up for your good is proof, to myself at least, that I love you enough for any other end. But you thought too much of me in the last letter. Do not mistake me. I believe and trust in all your words, only you are generous unawares, as other men are selfish. More I meant to say of this, but you moved me as usual yesterday into the sunshine, and then I am dazzled and cannot see clearly. Still I see that you love me, and that I am bound to you, and what more need I see, you may ask, while I cannot help looking out to the future, to the blue ridges of the hills, to the chances of your being happy with me. Well, I am yours, as you see, and not yours to tease you. You shall decide everything when the time comes for doing anything, and from this to then I do not, dearest, expect you to use the liberty of leaping out of the window, unless you are sure of the house being on fire. Nobody shall push you out of the window, least of all I. For Italy, you are right. We should be nearer the sun, as you say, and further from the world, as I think, out of hearing of the great storm of gossiping when Scirocco is loose. Even if you liked to live altogether abroad, coming to England at intervals, it would be no sacrifice for me, and whether in Italy or England, we should have sufficient or more than sufficient means of living, without modifying by a line that good free will of yours, which you reasonably praise, which, if it had been necessary to modify, we must have parted, because I could not have borne to see you do it, though that you once offered it for my sake, I never shall forget. Mr. Kenyon stayed half an hour, and asked, after you went, if you had been here long. I reproached him with what they had been doing at his club, the Athenaeum, in blackballing Douglas Jerrold, for want of something better to say, and he had not heard of it. There were more black than white balls, and Dickens was so enraged at the repulse of his friend that he gave in his own resignation like a privy councillor. But the really bad news is of poor Tennyson. I forgot to tell you. I forget everything. He is seriously ill with an internal complaint, and confined to his bed, as George heard from a common friend, which does not prevent his writing a new poem. He has finished the second book of it, and it is in blank verse and a fairy tale, and called The University, the university members being all females. If George has not diluted the scheme of it with some law from the Inner Temple, I don't know what to think. It makes me open my eyes. Now isn't the world too old and fond of steam for blank verse poems in ever so many books to be written on the fairies? I hope they may cure him, for the best deed they can do. He is not precisely in danger, understand, but the complaint may run into danger, so the account went. And you, how are you? Mind to tell me. May God bless you. Is Monday or Tuesday to be our day? If it were not for Mr. Kenyon, I should take courage and say Monday, but Tuesday and Saturday would do as well, would they not? Your own, Bar. Shall I have a letter? End of section 30.
Section 31. The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark January 31, 1846. It is a relief to me this time to obey your wish and reserve further remark on that subject till by and by. And whereas some people, I suppose, have to lash themselves up to the due point of passion and choose the happy minutes to be as loving in as they possibly can, that is, in expression, the just correspondency of word to fact and feeling, for it, the love, may be very truly there at the bottom when it is got at and spoken out. Quite otherwise, I do really have to guard my tongue and set a watch on my pen. That so I may say as little as can well be likely to be accepted to by your generosity. Dearest, love means love, certainly, and adoration carries its sense with it. And so you may have received my feeling in that shape. But when I begin to hint at the merest putting into practice one or the other profession, you fly out instead of keeping your throne. So let this letter lie a while till my heart is more used to it, and after some days or weeks I shall find as cold and quiet a moment as I can, and by standing as far off you as I shall be able, see more. Si minus prope stes, te capiet magis. Meanwhile, silent or speaking, I am yours to dispose of as that glove, not that hand. I must think that Mr. Kenyon sees and knows, and, in his goodness, hardly disapproves. He knows I could not escape you, for he knows in a manner what you are, like your American. And early in our intercourse he asked me, did I tell you, what I thought of his young relative? And I considered half a second to this effect. If he asked me what I thought of the Queen Diamond they showed me in the crown of the Tsar, and I answered truly, he would not return. Then, of course, you mean to try and get it to keep. So I did tell the truth in a very few words. Well, it is no matter. I am sorry to hear of poor Tennyson's condition. The projected book, title, scheme, all of it, that is astounding. And fairies? If thorpes and barns, sheep pens and dairies, this maketh that there ben no fairies. Locomotives and the broad or narrow gauge must keep the very ghosts of them away. But how the fashion of this world passes, the forms its beauty and truth take, if we have the making of such. I went out last night, out of pure shame at a broken promise, to hear Miss Cushman and her sister in Romeo and Juliet. The whole play goes horribly. Speak, bids the poet, and so Mr. Waldemir moves his tongue and dispenses with his jaws. Whatever is slightly touched in, indicated to give relief to something actually insisted upon and drawn boldly. Here, you have gone over it with an unremitting burnt stick till it stares black forever. Romeo goes whining about Verona by broad daylight, yet when a schoolfellow of mine, I remember, began translating in class Virgil after this mode, Sic fatur, so said Aeneas, lacrimans are crying. Our pedagogue turned on him furiously. D'ye think Aeneas made such a noise as you shall presently? How easy to conceive a boyish half-melancholy smiling at itself. Then Tuesday, and not Monday, and Saturday will be the nearer afterward. I am singularly well today, head quite quiet, and yesterday your pen-holder began its influence, and I wrote about half my last act. Writing is nothing, nor praise, nor blame, nor living, nor dying, but you are all my true life. May God bless you ever. R. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening. Postmark February 2nd, 1846. Something you said yesterday made me happy, that your liking for me did not come and go. Do you remember? Because there was a letter written at a crisis long since, in which you showed yourself awfully as a burning mountain, and talked of making the most of your fire eyes, and of having at intervals deep black pits of cold water. And the lava of that letter has kept running down into my thoughts of you too much, until quite of late, while even yesterday I was not too well instructed to be happy, you see. Do not reproach me. I would not have heard your enemy say so, it was your own word. And the other long word, idiosyncrasy, seemed long enough to cover it. And it might have been a matter of temperament, I fancied, that a man of genius, in the mystery of his nature, should find his feelings sometimes like dumb notes in a piano, should care for people at 11:30 on Tuesday, and on Wednesday at noon prefer a black beetle. How you frightened me with your fire eyes, making the most of them too, and the black pits, which gaped. Where did they gape? Who could tell? Oh, but lately I have not been crossed so, of course, with those fabulous terrors. Lately that horror of the burning mountain has grown more like a superstition than a rational fear, and if I was glad, happy, yesterday, it was but as a tolerably sensible nervous man might be glad of a clearer moonlight, showing him that what he had half shuddered at for a sheeted ghoul was only a white horse on the moor. Such a great white horse! Call it the mammoth horse, the real mammoth this time. Dearest, did I write you a cold letter the last time? Almost it seems so to me. The reason being that my feelings were near to overflow, and that I had to hold the cup straight to prevent the possible dropping on your purple underneath. Your letter, the letter I answered, was in my heart, is in my heart, and all these yeses in the world would not be too many for such a letter as I felt and feel. Also perhaps I gave you, at last, a merely formal distinction, and it comes to the same thing practically without any doubt. But I shrank with a sort of instinct from appearing, to myself, mind, to take a security from your words now, said too on an obvious impulse, for what should, would, must depend on your deliberate wishes hereafter. You understand, you will not accuse me of over-cautiousness and the like. On the contrary, you are all things to me, instead of all and better than all. You have fallen like a great luminous blot on the whole leaf of the world, of life and time, and I can see nothing beyond you, nor wish to see it. As to all that was evil and sadness to me, I do not feel it any longer. It may be raining still, but I am in the shelter, and can scarcely tell. If you could be too dear to me, you would be now, but you could not. I do not believe in those supposed excesses of pure affections. God cannot be too great. Therefore it is a conditional engagement still, all the conditions being in your hands, except the necessary one of my health. And shall I tell you what is not to be put in doubt ever? Your goodness, that is, and every tie that binds me to you. Ordained, granted by God it is, that I should owe the only happiness in my life to you, and be contented and grateful, if it were necessary, to stop with it at this present point. Still I do not. There seems no necessity yet. May God bless you, ever dearest, your own Bar. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday. In the same envelope with the preceding letter. Well, I have your letter, and I sent you the postscript to my last one, written yesterday, you observe, and being simply a postscript in some parts of it, so far it is not for an answer. Only I deny the flying out. Perhaps you may do it a little more in your moments of starry centrifugal motion. So you think that dear Mr. Kenyon's opinion of his young relative, neither young nor his relative, not very much of either, is to the effect that you couldn't possibly escape her. It looks like the sign of the Red Dragon, put so, and your burning mountain is not too awful for the scenery. Seriously, gravely, if it makes me 3 times happy that you should love me, yet I grow uneasy and even saddened when you say infatuated things such as this and this, unless after all you mean a philosophical sarcasm on the worth of Tsar diamonds. No, do not say such things. If you do, I shall end by being jealous of some ideal Tsarina who must stand between you and me. I shall think that it is not I whom you look at, and pour cause. Flying out, that would be. And for Mr. Kenyon, I only know that I have grown the most ungrateful of human beings lately, and find myself almost glad when he does not come, certainly uncomfortable when he does. Yes, really, I would rather not see him at all, and when you are not here. The sense of which, and the sorrow for which, turn me to a hypocrite, and make me ask why he does not come, etc., questions which never came to my lips before, till I am more and more ashamed and sorry. Will it end, I wonder, by my ceasing to care for any one in the world except? Or is it not rather that I feel trodden down by either his too great penetration or too great unconsciousness, both being overwhelming things from him to me? From a similar cause I hate writing letters to any of my old friends. I feel as if it were the merest swindling to attempt to give the least account of myself to anybody, and when their letters come, and I know that nothing very fatal has happened to them, scarcely I can read to an end afterwards, through the besetting care of having to answer it all. Then I am ignoble enough to revenge myself on people for their stupidities, which never in my life I did before, nor felt the temptation to do, and when they have a distaste for your poetry, through want of understanding, I have a distaste for them. Cannot help it, and you need not say it is wrong, because I know the whole iniquity of it, persisting nevertheless. As for dear Mr. Kenyon, with whom we began, and who thinks of you as appreciatingly and admiringly as one man can think of another, do not imagine that, if he should see anything, he can approve of either your wisdom or my generosity. He, with his large organs of caution, and his habit of looking right and left, and round the corner a little way. Because, you know, if I should be ill before, why, there is a conclusion. But if afterward, what? You who talk wildly of my generosity, whereas I only and most impotently tried to be generous, must see how both suppositions have their possibility. Nevertheless, you are the master to run the latter risk. You have overcome, to your loss perhaps, unless the judgment is revised. As to taking the half of my prison, I could not even smile at that if it seemed probable. I should recoil from your affection even under a shape so fatal to you. Dearest, no, there is a better probability before us, I hope and believe, in spite of the possibility which it is impossible to deny. And now we leave this subject for the present. Sunday. You are singularly well. You are very seldom quite well, I am afraid. Yet Luria seems to have done no harm this time, as you are singularly well the day after so much writing. Yet do not hurry that last act. I won't have it for a long while yet. Here I have been reading Carlyle upon Cromwell, and he is very fine, very much himself, it seems to me, everywhere. Did Mr. Kenyon make you understand that I had said there was nothing in him but manner? I thought he said so, and I am confident that he never heard such an opinion from me, for good or for evil, ever at all. I may have observed upon those vulgar attacks on account of the so-called mannerism, the obvious fact that an individuality, carried into the medium, the expression, is a feature in all men of genius, as Buffon teaches. Le style, c'est l'homme. But if the whole man were style, if all Carlylism were manner, why there would be no man, no Carlyle worth talking of. I wonder that Mr. Kenyon should misrepresent me so. Euphuisms there may be to the end of the world, affected parlances, just as a fop at heart may go without shoestrings to mimic the distractions of some great wandering soul, although that is a bad comparison, seeing that what is called Carlyle's mannerism is not his dress, but his physiognomy, or more than that even. But I do not forgive him for talking here against the ideals of poets, opposing their ideal by a miscalled reality, which is another sort, a baser sort of ideal after all. He sees things in broad blazing lights, but he does not analyze them like a philosopher. Do you think so? Then his praise for dumb heroic action as opposed to speech and singing, what is that, when all earnest thought, passion, belief, and their utterances are as much actions surely as the cutting off of 50 heads by one right hand? As if Shakespeare's actions were not greater than Cromwell's. But I shall write no more. Once more, may God bless you. Wholly and only, your Bar. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning, postmark February 4, 1846. You ought hardly, ought you, my Bar, to refer to that letter or any expression in it. I had, and have, I trust, your forgiveness for what I wrote, meaning to be generous, or at least just, God knows. That and the other like exaggerations were there to serve the purpose of what you properly call a crisis. I did believe, taking an expression in the note that occasioned mine, in connection with an excuse which came in the postscript for not seeing me on the day previously appointed, I did fully believe that you were about to deny me admittance again unless I blotted out, not merely softened down, the past avowal. All was wrong, foolish, but from a good notion, I dare to say. And then, that particular exaggeration you bring most painfully to my mind, that does not, after all, disagree with what I said and you repeat. Does it, if you will think? I said my other likings, as you rightly set it down, used to come and go, and that my love for you did not. And that is true. The first clause is the last of the sentence, for my sympathies are very wide and general, have always been, and the natural problem has been the giving unity to their object, concentrating them instead of dispersing. I seem to have foreknown you and other likings of mine. Now here, when the liking came, and now elsewhere, when as surely the liking went. And if they had stayed before the time, would that have been a comfort to refer to? On the contrary, I am as little likely to be led by delusions as can be. For Romeo thinks he loves Rosaline, and is excused on all hands, whereas I saw the plain truth without one mistake, and looked to like, if looking liking moved, and no more deep did I endart mine eye. About which, first I was very sorry, and after rather proud, all which I seem to have told you before. And now, when my whole heart and soul find you, and fall on you, and fix forever, I am to be dreadfully afraid the joy cannot last, seeing that it is so baseless a fear that no illustration will serve. Is it gone now, dearest? Ever dearest? And as you amuse me sometimes, as now, by seeming surprised at some chance expression of a truth which has grown a veriest commonplace to me, like Charles Lamb's letter to an elderly man whose education had been neglected, when he finds himself involuntarily communicating truths above the capacity and acquirements of his friend, and stops himself after this fashion. If you look round the world, my dear sir, for it is round. So I will make you laugh at me, if you will, for my inordinate delight at hearing the success of your experiment with the opium. I never dared, nor shall dare inquire into your use of that, for, knowing you utterly as I do, I know you only bend to the most absolute necessity in taking more or less of it, so that increase of the quantity must mean simply increased weakness, illness, and diminution, diminished illness. And now there is diminution. Dear, dear Bar, you speak of my silly head and its ailments. Well, and what brings on the irritation? A wet day or two spent at home. And what ends it all directly? Just an hour's walk. So with me now. Fancy me shut in a room for 7 years. It is... No, don't see, even in fancy, what is left of me then. But you, at the end, this is all the harm, I wonder. I confirm my soul in its belief in perpetual miraculousness. I bless God with my whole heart that it is thus with you. And so I will not even venture to say, so superfluous it were, though with my most earnest, most loving breath, I who do love you more at every breath I draw, indeed, yes, dearest, I will not bid you, that is, pray you to persevere. You have all my life bound to yours. Save me from my 7 years, and God reward you. Your own R. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark February 5th, 1846. But I did not, dearest, no, indeed, I did not mean any harm about the letter. I wanted to show you how you had given me pleasure, and so, did I give you pain? Was that my ingenuity? Forgive my unhappiness in it, and let it be as if it had not been. Only I will just say that what made me talk about the thorn in the flesh, from that letter so long, was a sort of conviction of your having put into it as much of the truth, your truth, as admitted of the ultimate purpose of it, and not the least, slightest doubt of the key you gave me to the purpose in question. And so forgive me. Why did you set about explaining, as if I were doubting you? When you said once that it did not come and go, was it not enough? Enough to make me feel happy, as I told you? Did I require you to write a letter like this? Now think for a moment, and know once for all, how from the beginning to these latter days, and through all possible degrees of crisis, you have been to my apprehension and gratitude the best, most consistent, most noble. The words falter that would speak of it all. In nothing and at no moment have you, I will not say failed to me, but spoken or acted unworthily of yourself at the highest. What have you ever been to me except too generous? Ah, if I had been only half as generous, it is true that I never could have seen you again after that first meeting. It was the straight path, perhaps. But I had not courage. I shrank from the thought of it, and then, besides, I could not believe that your mistake was likely to last. I concluded that I might keep my friend. Why should any remembrance be painful to you? I do not understand, unless indeed I should grow painful to you, I myself, seeing that every remembered separate thing has brought me nearer to you and made me yours with a deeper trust and love. And for that letter, do you fancy that in my memory the sting is not gone from it, and that I do not carry the thought of it, as the Roman maidens you speak of, their cool, harmless snakes, at my heart always? So let the poor letter be forgiven, for the sake of the dear letter that was burned, forgiven by you, until you grow angry with me instead, just till then. And that you should care so much about the opium, then I must care, and get to do with less, at least. On the other side of your goodness and indulgence, a very little way on the other side, it might strike you as strange that I, who have had no pain, no acute suffering to keep down from its angles, should need opium in any shape. But I have had restlessness till it made me almost mad. At one time I lost the power of sleeping quite, and even in the day the continual aching sense of weakness has been intolerable, besides palpitation, as if one's life, instead of giving movement to the body, were imprisoned undiminished within it, and beating and fluttering impotently to get out at all the doors and windows. So the medical people gave me opium, a preparation of it, called morphine, and ether, and ever since I have been calling it my Amrita draught, my elixir, because the tranquilizing power has been wonderful. Such a nervous system I have, so irritable naturally, and so shattered by various causes, that the need has continued in a degree until now, and it would be dangerous to leave off the calming remedy, Mr. Jago says, except very slowly and gradually. But slowly and gradually something may be done, and you are to understand that I never increased upon the prescribed quantity, prescribed in the first instance, no. Now think of my writing all this to you. And after all, the lotus-eaters are blessed beyond the opium-eaters, and the best of lotuses are such thoughts as I know. Dear Miss Mitford comes to-morrow, and I am not glad enough. Shall I have a letter to make me glad? She will talk, and I shall be hoping all day that not a word may be talked of you. A forlorn hope, indeed. There's a hope for a day like Thursday, which is just in the middle between a Tuesday and a Saturday. Your head, how is it? Tell me. And consider again if it could be possible that I could ever desire to reproach you in what I said about the letter. May God bless you, best and dearest. If you are the compensation, Blessed is the evil that fell upon me, and that I can say before God. Your Bar. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark, February 6, 1846. If I said you gave me pain in anything, it was the only way ever possible for you, my dearest, by giving yourself in me pain. Being unjust to your own right and power as I feel them at my heart, and in that way I see you will go on to the end, I getting called, in this very letter, generous, etc. Well, let me fancy you see very, very deep into future chances, and how I should behave on occasion. I shall hardly imitate you, I whose sense of the present and its claims of gratitude already is beyond expression. All the kind explaining about the opium makes me happier. Slowly and gradually, what may not be done. Then see the bright weather while I write. Lilacs, hawthorn, plum trees all in bud, elders in leaf, rose bushes with great red shoots, thrushes, whitethroats, hedge sparrows in full song. There can, let us hope, be nothing worse in store than a sharp wind, a week of it perhaps. And then comes what shall come. And Miss Mitford yesterday. And has she fresh fears for you of my evil influence and orogenic power of raying out darkness like a swart star? Why, the common sense of the world teaches that there is nothing people at fault in any faculty of expression are so intolerant of as the like infirmity in others, whether they are unconscious of or indulgent to their own obscurity and fettered organ. The hindrance from the fettering of their neighbours is redoubled. A man may think he is not deaf, or at least that you need not to be so much annoyed by his deafness as you profess, but he will be quite aware, to say the least of it, when another man can't hear him. He will certainly not encourage him to stop his ears. And so with the converse. A writer who fails to make himself understood, as presumably in my case, may either believe in his heart that it is not so, that only as much attention and previous instructiveness as the case calls for would quite avail to understand him, or he may open his eyes to the fact and be trying hard to overcome it, but on which supposition is he led to confirm another in his unintelligibility? By the proverbial tenderness of the eye with the mote for the eye with the beam? If that beam were just such another mote, then one might sympathize and feel no such inconvenience. But because I have written a sordello, do I turn to just its double, sordello the second in your books, and so perforce see nothing wrong? No, it is supposed, but something as obscure in its way. Then down goes the bond of union at once, and I stand no nearer to view your work than the various proprietor of one thought and the two words that express it without obscuring it at all, bricks and mortar. Of course, an artist's whole problem must be, as Carlyle wrote to me, the expressing with articulate clearness the thought in him. I am almost inclined to say that clear expression should be his only working care, for he is born, ordained such as he is, and not born learned in putting what was born in him into words. Whatever can be clearly spoken ought to be. But bricks and mortar is very easily said, and some of the thoughts in Sordello not so readily even if Miss Mitford were to try her hand on them. I look forward to a real life's work for us both. I shall do all, under your eyes and with your hand in mine, all I was intended to do. May but you as surely go perfecting, by continuing, the work begun so wonderfully. A rose tree that beareth 7 times 7. I am forced to dine in town today with an old friend. Tomorrow always begins half the day before, like a Jewish Sabbath. Did your sister tell you that I met her on the stairs last time? She did not tell you that I had almost passed by her, the eyes being still elsewhere and occupied. Now let me write out that. No, I will send the old ballad I told you of, for the strange coincidence. It is very charming beside, is it not? Now goodbye, my sweetest, dearest, and tell me good news of yourself tomorrow, and be but half a quarter as glad to see me as I shall be blessed in seeing you. God bless you ever. Your own R. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday morning. Postmark February 7, 1846. Dearest, to my sorrow I must, I fear, give up the delight of seeing you this morning. I went out unwell yesterday, and a long noisy dinner with speech-making, with a long tiresome walk at the end of it. These have given me such a bewildering headache that I really see some reason in what they say here about keeping the house. Will you forgive me, and let me forget it all on Monday? On Monday, unless I am told otherwise by the early post. And God bless you ever. Your own.
Section 38 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark February 7th, 1846. I felt it must be so, that something must be the matter, and I had been so really unhappy for half an hour, that your letter, which comes now at 4, seems a little better, with all its bad news, than my fancies took upon themselves to be, without instruction. Now, was it right to go out yesterday when you were unwell, and to a great dinner? But I shall not reproach you, dearest, dearest. I have no heart for it at this moment. As to Monday, of course it is as you like. If you are well enough on Monday, if it should be thought wise of you to come to London through the noise, if you understand all the ifs, and among them the greatest if of all, for if you do love me, care for me even, you will not do yourself harm or run any risk of harm by going out anywhere too soon. On Monday, in case you are considered well enough, and otherwise Tuesday, Wednesday, I leave it to you. Still I will ask one thing, whether you come on Monday or not, let me have a single line by the nearest post to say how you are. Perhaps for to-night it is not possible. Oh no, it is nearly 5 now. But a word written on Sunday would be with me early on Monday morning, and I know you will let me have it to save some of the anxious thoughts, to break them in their course with some sort of certainty. May God bless you, dearest of all. I thought of you on Thursday, but did not speak of you, not even when Miss Mitford called Hood the greatest poet of the age. She had been depreciating Carlyle, so I let you lie and wait on the same level, that shelf of the rock which is above tide mark. I was glad even that she did not speak of you, and under cover of her speech of others I had my thoughts of you deeply and safely. When she had gone at 6:30, moreover, I grew over-hopeful, and made up my fancy to have a letter at 8. The branch she had pulled down sprang upward skyward, to that high possibility of a letter, which did not come that day, no. And I revenged myself by writing a letter to you, which was burnt afterwards, because I would not torment you for letters. Last night came a real one, dearest, so we could not keep our Sabbath to-day. It is a fast day instead, on my part. How should I feel, I have been thinking to myself, if I did not see you on Saturday, and could not hope to see you on Monday, nor on Tuesday, nor on Wednesday, nor Thursday, nor Friday, nor Saturday again, if all the Sabbaths were gone out of the world for me. May God bless you. It has grown to be enough prayer, as you are enough, and all, besides, for your own bar. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, February 7, 1846. The clock strikes 3, and I am here, not with you, and my fractious headache at the very worst got suddenly better just now, and is leaving me every minute, as if to make me aware with an undivided attention that at this present you are waiting for me, and soon will be wondering, and it would be so easy now to dress myself and walk or run or ride, do anything that led to you. But by no haste in the world could I reach you. I am forced to see before 5:15, by which time I think my letter must arrive. Dear, dearest Bar, did you but know how vexed I am with myself, with... This is absurd, of course. The cause of it all was my going out last night. Yet that neither was to be helped, the party having been twice put off before, once solely on my account. And the sun shines, and you would shine. Monday is to make all the amends in its power, is it not? Still I have lost my day. Bless you, my ever dearest, your R. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday morning. Postmark, February 9, 1846. My dearest, there are no words, nor will be tomorrow, or even in the island. I know that, but I do love you. My arms have been round you for many minutes since the last word. I am quite well now. My other note will have told you when the change began. I think I took too violent a shower bath with the notion of getting better in as little time as possible, and the stimulus turned mere feverishness to headache. However, it was no sooner gone in a degree than a worse plague came. I sat thinking of you, but I knew my note would arrive at about 4 o'clock or a little later, and I thought the visit for the 1/4 of an hour would as effectually prevent tomorrow's meeting as if the whole 2 hours' blessing had been laid to heart. Tomorrow I shall see you, Bar, my sweetest. But there are cold winds blowing today. How do you bear them, my Bar? Care, you pray. Pray care for all I care about, and be well, if God shall please, and bless me as no man ever was blessed. Now I kiss you, and will begin anew thinking of you, and end and begin going round and round in my circle of discovery. My lotus blossom, because they loved the lotus, were lotus lovers, lotu terotes, as Euripides writes in the Troades. Your own R. P.S. See these lines in the Athenaeum on poultry with Hunt's translation? All wrong. Che non si sente, being that one does not hear him, i.e. the ordinarily noisy fellow, and the rest male, pessime, sic vete mio periculo, mio celle. Where's Luigi Pulci, the one don't the man see? He just now yonder in the copse has gone it, Nando, because across his mind there came a fancy. He will wish to fancify, perhaps, a sonnet. Now Bar thinks nothing could be worse than that. Then read this, which I really told Hunt and got us praise for. Poor dear wonderful persecuted Pietro de Bano wrote this quatrain on the people's plaguing him about his mathematical studies and wanting to burn him. He helped to build Padua Cathedral, wrote a treatise on magic still extant, and passes for a conjurer in his country to this day. When there is a storm, the mothers tell the children that he is in the air, His pact with the evil one obliged him to drink no milk, no natural human food. You know Tieck's novel about him? Well, this quatrain is said, I believe truly, to have been discovered in a well near Padua some 50 years ago. Studiando le me cifrico compasso rilevo, che presto sarò sotterra, perché del mio saper si fan gran chiasso, e l'ignorante mano mossa guerra. Affecting, is it not, in its simple childlike plaining? Now so, if I remember, I turned it, word for word, studying my ciphers with the compass I reckon, who soon shall be below ground, because of my law they make great rumpus, and against me war makes each dull road round. Say that you'll forgive me tomorrow.
The following is in E.B.B's handwriting. With my compass I take up my ciphers, poor scholar, who myself shall be taken down soon under the ground, since the world at my learning roars out in its choler, and the blockheads have fought me all round.
End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark February 10th, 1846. Ever, dearest, I have been possessed by your Luria, just as you would have me, and I should like you to understand, not simply how fine a conception the whole work seems to me, so developed, but how it has moved and affected me, without the ordinary means and dialect of pathos. By that calm attitude of moral grandeur which it has, it is very fine. For the execution, that too is worthily done, although I agree with you that a little quickening and drawing in closer here and there, especially toward the close, where there is no time to lose, the reader feels, would make the effect stronger, but you will look to it yourself, and such a conception must come in thunder and lightning, as a chief god would, must make its own way, and will not let its poet go until he speaks it out to the ultimate syllable. Domitia disappoints me rather. You might throw a flash more of light on her face, might you not? But what am I talking? I think it a magnificent work, a noble exposition of the ingratitude of men against their heroes, and, what is peculiar, an humane exposition, not misanthropical, after the usual fashion of such things. For the return, the remorse saves it, and the too late of the repentance and compensation covers with its solemn toll the fate of persecutors and victim. We feel that Hussein himself could only say afterward, "That is done." And now, surely you think well of the work as a whole. You cannot doubt, I fancy, of the grandeur of it, and of the subtlety too, for it is subtle, too subtle perhaps for stage purposes, though as clear, as to expression, as to medium, as bricks and mortar, shall I say. A people is but the attempt of many to rise to the completer life of one. There is one of the fine thoughts, and how fine he is, your Luria, when he looks back to his East, through the half-pardon and half-disdain of Domitia. Ah, Domitia, would it hurt her to make her more a woman, a little, I wonder? So I shall begin from the beginning, from the first act, and read through, since I have read the 5th twice over. And remember, please, that I am to read, besides, the Soul's Tragedy, and that I shall dun you for it presently, because you told me it was finished, otherwise I would not speak a word, feeling that you want rest, and that I, who am anxious about you, would be crossing my own purposes by driving you into work. It is the overwork, the overwear of mind and heart, for the feelings come as much into use as the thoughts in these productions, that makes you so pale, dearest, that distracts your head, and does all the harm on Saturdays and so many other days besides. Today, how are you? It was right and just for me to write this time, after the 2 dear notes, the one on Saturday night, which made me praise you to myself and think you kinder than kindest, and the other on Monday morning, which took me unaware. Such a note that was. Oh, it was right and just that I should not tease you to send me another after those 2 others. Yet I was very near doing it. Yet I should like infinitely to hear to-day how you are. Unreasonable. Well, you will write now, you will answer what I am writing, and mention yourself particularly and sincerely. Remember. Above all, you will care for your head. I have been thinking since yesterday that, coming out of the cold, you might not have refused as usual to take something, hot wine and water or coffee. Will you have coffee with me on Saturday? Shunning the salt, will you have the sugar? And do tell me, for I have been thinking, are you careful as to diet? And will such sublunary things as coffee and tea and cocoa affect your head, for or against? Then you do not touch wine, and perhaps you ought. Surely something may be found or done to do you good. If it had not been for me, you would be travelling in Italy by this time, and quite well perhaps. This morning I had a letter from Miss Martineau, and really read it to the end without thinking it too long, which is extraordinary for me just now, and scarcely ordinary in the letter, and indeed it is a delightful letter, as letters go, which are not yours. You shall take it with you on Saturday to read, and you shall see that it is worth reading, and interesting for Wordsworth's sake and her own. Mr. Kenyon has it now, because he presses on to have her letters, and I should not like to tell him that you had it first from me. Also Saturday will be time enough. Oh, poor Mr. Horn! Shall I tell you some of his offences? That he desires to be called at 4 in the morning, and does not get up till 8. That he pours libations on his bare head out of the water-glasses at great dinners. That being in the midst of sportsmen, rural aristocrats, lords of soil, and all talking learnedly of pointers' noses and spaniels' ears, he has exclaimed aloud in a mocking paraphrase, "If I were to hold up a horse by the tail." The wit is certainly doubtful. That being asked to dinner on Tuesday, he will go on Wednesday instead. That he throws himself at full length with a gesture approaching to a somerset on satin sofas. That he giggles. That he only thinks he can talk. That his ignorance on all subjects is astounding. That he never read the old ballads, nor saw Percy's collection. That he asked who wrote "Drink to me only with thine eyes." That after making himself ridiculous in attempting to speak at a public meeting, he said to a compassionate friend, "I got very well out of that." That in writing his work on Napoleon, he employed a man to study the subject for him. That he cares for nobody's poetry or fame except his own, and considers Tennyson chiefly illustrious as being his contemporary. That as to politics, he doesn't care which side. That he is always talking of "my shares," "my income," as if he were a Kilmansegg. Lastly, and understand this is my lastly, and not Miss Mitford's, who is far from being out of breath so soon, that he has a mania for heiresses. That he has gone out at 5:30 and proposed to Miss M. or N. with £50,000, and being rejected, as the lady thought fit to report herself, came back to tea, and the same evening fell in love with Miss O. or P. with 40,000, went away for a few months, and upon his next visit did as much to a Miss Q. or W. on the promise of 4 blood horses, has a prospect now of a Miss R. or S. with hounds perhaps. Too bad, isn't it? I would repeat none of it except to you, and as to the worst part, the last, why some may be coincidence, and some exaggeration, for I have not the least doubt that every now and then a fine poetical compliment was turned into a serious thing by the listener, and then the poor poet had critics as well as listeners all round him. Also, he rather wears his heart on his sleeve, there is no denying, and in other respects he is not much better, perhaps, than other men. But for the base traffic of the affair, I do not believe a word. He is too generous, has too much real sensibility. I fought his battle, poor Orion. And so, she said, you believe it possible for a disinterested man to become really attached to 2 women, heiresses, on the same day? I doubted the fact. And then she showed me a note, an autograph note from the poet, confessing the M. or N. part of the business, while Miss O. or P. confessed herself, said Miss Mitford. But I persisted in doubting, notwithstanding the lady's confessions, or convictions as they might be. And just think of Mr. Horn not having tact enough to keep out of these multitudinous scrapes, for those few days which on 3 separate occasions he paid Miss Mitford in a neighbourhood where all were strangers to him, and never outstanding his week. He must have been foolish, read it all how we may. And so am I, to write this personal talk to you, when you will not care for it. Yet you asked me, and it may make you smile, though Wordsworth's tea-kettle outsings it all. When your Monday letter came, I was reading the criticism on Hunt and his Italian poets in the Examiner. How I liked to be pulled by the sleeve to your translations. How I liked everything, Pulci, Pietro, and you best. Yet here's a naivete which I found in your letter. I will write it out that you may read it. However, the headache was no sooner gone in a degree than a worse plague came. I sate thinking of you. Very satisfactory that is, and very clear. May God bless you, dearest, dearest. Be careful of yourself. The cold makes me languid, as heat is apt to make everybody. But I am not unwell, and keep up the fire and the thoughts of you. Your worst, worst plague, your own Bar. I shall hear, yes, and admire my obedience in having written a long letter to the letter. End of section 41.
Section 42, The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark, February 11, 1846. My sweetest plague. Did I really write that sentence so without gloss or comment in close vicinity? I can hardly think it. But you know well where the real plague lay, that I thought of you as thinking in your infinite goodness of untoward chances which had kept me from you. And if I did not dwell more particularly on their thinking of yours, which became, as I say, in the knowledge of it, a plague when brought before me with the thought of you. If I passed this slightly over, it was for pure unaffected shame that I should take up the care and stop the reverie serene of... the rhyme lets me say, sweetest eyes were ever seen. Were ever seen. And yourself confess in the Saturday's note to having been unhappy for half an hour till, etc., etc. Do not I feel that here, and am not I plagued by it? Well, having begun at the end of your letter, dearest, I will go back gently, that is backwards, and tell you I sate thinking too, and with no greater comfort in the cold yesterday. The pond before the window was frozen, so as to bear sparrows, somebody said, and I knew you would feel it. But you are not unwell. Really? Thank God, and the month wears on. Beside, I have got a reassurance. You asked me once if I was superstitious, I remember. Yes, what do I forget that you say? However that may be. Yesterday morning, as I turned to look for a book, an old fancy seized me to try the sortes, and dip into the first page of the first I chanced upon, for my fortune. I said, what will be the event of my love for her? In so many words. And my book turned out to be Cerruti's Italian Grammar, a propitious source of information. The best to be hoped. What could approve but some assurance that you were in the dative case, or I not in the ablative absolute? But I protest that with the knowledge of so many horrible pitfalls, or rather spring guns with wires on every bush, such dreadful possibilities of stumbling on conditional moods, imperfect tenses, singular numbers, I should have been too glad to put up with a safe spot for the sole of my foot, though no larger than afforded by such a word as conjunction, possessive pronoun, secure so far from poor Tippett's catastrophe. Well, I ventured, and what did I find? this, which I copy from the book now. If we love in the other world as we do in this, I shall love thee to eternity. From promiscuous exercises to be translated into Italian at the end. And now I reach Horn and his characteristics, of which I can tell you with confidence that they are grossly misrepresented where not altogether false. Whether it proceed from inability to see what one may see, or disinclination, I cannot say. I know very little of Horn, but my one visit to him a few weeks ago would show the uncandidness of those charges. For instance, he talked a good deal about horses, meaning to ride in Ireland, and described very cleverly an old hunter he had hired once, how it galloped and could not walk. Also, he propounded a theory of the true method of behaving in the saddle when a horse rears, which I besought him only to practice in fancy on the sofa, where he lay telling it. So much for professing his ignorance in that matter. On a sofa he does throw himself, but when thrown there he can talk, with Miss Mitford's leave, admirably. I never heard better stories than Horn's. Some Spanish-American incidents of travel want printing, or have been printed, for aught I know. That he cares for nobody's poetry is false. He praises more unregardingly of his own retreat, more unprovidingly for his own fortune. Do I speak clearly? Less like a man who himself has written somewhat in the line of the other man he is praising, which somewhat has to be guarded in its interests, etc. Less like the poor professional praise of the craft than any other I ever met. Instance after instance starting into my mind as I write. To his income I never heard him allude, unless one should so interpret a remark to me this last time we met, that he had been on some occasion put to inconvenience by somebody's withholding 10 or 12 pounds due to him for an article, and promised in the confidence of getting them to a tradesman, which does not look like boasting of his income. As for the heiresses, I don't believe one word of it, of the succession and transition and trafficking. Altogether, what miserable set-offs to the achievement of an Orion, a Marlowe, a Delora. Miss Martineau understands them better. Now I come to myself and my health. I am quite well now, at all events much better, just a little turning in the head, since you appeal to my sincerity. For the coffee, thank you, indeed thank you, but nothing after the Unimel, and before 6:30. I know all about that song, and its Greek original of Horn does not, and can tell you, how truly, the thirst that from the soul doth rise doth ask a drink divine, but might I of Jove's nectar sup, I would not change for thine, no, no, no. And by the by, I have misled you, as my wont is, on the subject of wine, that I do not touch it, not habitually, nor so as to feel the loss of it, that on a principle, but every now and then, of course. And now Luria. So long as the parts cohere and the whole is discernible, all will be well yet. I shall not look at it, nor think of it for a week or two, and then see what I have forgotten. Demetria is all wrong. I told you I knew that her special colour had faded. It was but a bright line, and the more distinctly deep that it was so narrow. One of my half-dozen words in my scrap of paper, pro memoria, was under the Act 5, She Loves, to which I could not bring it, you see. Yet the play requires it still. Something may yet be effected, though. I meant that she should propose to go to Pisa with them, and begin a new life. But there is no hurry. I suppose it is no use publishing much before Easter. I will try and remember what my whole character did mean. It was, in 2 words, understood at the time by Panther's Beauty, on which hint I ought to have spoken. But the work grew cold, and you came between. The sun put out the fire on the hearth, nec vult panthera domari. For the soul's tragedy, that will surprise you, I think. There is no trace of you there. You have not put out the black face of it. It is all sneering and disillusion, and shall not be printed but burned if you say the word. Now wait and see, and then say. I will bring the first of the 2 parts next Saturday. And now, dearest, I am with you, and the other matters are forgotten already. God bless you. I am ever your own R. You will write to me, I trust, and tell me how to bear the cold. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark February 12, 1846. Ah, the sword is. Is it a double oracle, swan and shadow, do you think? Or do my eyes see double, dazzled by the light of it? I shall love thee to eternity, I shall. And as for the wine, I did not indeed misunderstand you, as my wont is, because I understood simply that habitually you abstained from wine, and I meant exactly that perhaps it would be better for your health to take it habitually. It might, you know, not that I pretend to advise. Only when you look so much too pale sometimes, it comes into one's thoughts that you ought not to live on cresses and cold water. Strong coffee, which is the nearest to a stimulant that I dare to take, as far as ordinary diet goes, will almost always deliver me from the worst of headaches, but there is no likeness, no comparison. And your quite well means that dreadful turning still. Now do not think any more of the Domitias, nor try to remember, which is the most wearing way of thinking. The more I read and read your Luria, the grander it looks, and it will make its own road with all understanding men, you need not doubt, and still less need you try to make me uneasy about the harm I have done in coming between, and all the rest of it. I wish never to do you greater harm than just that, and then, with a white conscience, I shall love thee to eternity. Dearest, you have made a golden work out of your golden-hearted Luria, as once you called him to me, and I hold it in the highest admiration, should, if you were precisely nothing to me, and still the 5th act rises, that is certain. Nevertheless, I seem to agree with you that your hand has vacillated in your Domitia. We do not know her with as full a light on her face as the other persons. We do not see the panther. No, certainly we do not, but you will do a very little for her which will be everything after a time. And I assure you that if you were to ask for the manuscript before, you should not have a page of it now. You are only to rest. What a work to rest upon! Do consider what a triumph it is. The more I read, the more I think of it, the greater it grows. And as to faded lines, you never cut a pomegranate that was redder in the deep of it. Also, no one can say, this is not clearly written. The people who are at words of one syllable may be puzzled by you and Wordsworth together this time, as far as the expression goes. Subtle thoughts you always must have, in and out of Sordello, and the objectors would find even Plato, though his medium is as lucid as the water that ran beside the beautiful plane tree, a little difficult, perhaps. Today Mr. Kenyon came, and do you know, he has made a beatific confusion between last Saturday and next Saturday, and said to me he had told Miss Thompson to mind to come on Friday if she wished to see me, remembering, he added, that Mr. Browning took Saturday. So I let him mistake the one week for the other. Mr. Browning took Saturday, it was true, both ways. Well, and then he went on to tell me that he had heard from Mrs. Jameson, who was at Brighton and unwell, and had written to say this and that to him, and to inquire besides. Now what do you think she inquired besides? How you and Browning were, said Mr. Kenyon. I write his words. He is coming perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps Sunday. Saturday is to have a twofold safety. That is, if you are not ill again. Dearest, you will not think of coming if you are ill, unwell even. I shall not be frightened next time, as I told you. I shall have the precedent. Before I had to think, it has never happened so, there must be a cause, and if it is a very, very bad cause, why no one will tell me. It will not seem my concern. That was my thought on Saturday. But another time. Only, if it is possible to keep well, do keep well, beloved, and think of me instead of Domitia, and let there be no other time for your suffering. My waiting is nothing. I shall remember for the future that you may have the headache, and do you remember it too. For Mr. Horn I take your testimony gladly and believingly. She blots with her eyes sometimes. She hates and loves in extreme degrees. We have once or twice or thrice been on the border of mutual displeasure on this very subject, for I grew really vexed to observe the trust on one side and the dyspathy on the other, using the mildest of words. You see, he found himself, down in Berkshire, in quite a strange element of society, he an artist in his good and his evil, and the people there county families, smoothly plumed in their conventions, and classing the ringlets and the aboriginal way of using water-glasses among offences against the moral law. Then, meaning to be agreeable, or fascinating perhaps, made it 20 times worse. Writing in albums about the graces, discoursing meditated impromptus at picnics, playing on the guitar in fancy dresses, all these things which seemed to poor Orion as natural as his own stars, I dare say, and just the things suited to the Janus poet, and to himself specifically, were understood by the natives and their rural deities to signify that he intended to marry one half of the county, and to run away with the other. But Miss Mitford should have known better. She should. And she would have known better if she had liked him, for the liking could have been unmade by no such offences. She is too fervent a friend. She can be. Generous, too, she can be without an effort, and I have had much affection from her, and accuse myself for seeming to have less, but— May God bless you. I end in haste after this long lingering. Your Ba. Not unwell, I am not. I forgot it, which proves how I am not. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. Postmark February 13, 1846. 2 nights ago I read The Soul's Tragedy once more, and though there were not a few points which still struck me as successful in design and execution, yet on the whole I came to a decided opinion that it would be better to postpone the publication of it for the present. It is not a good ending, an auspicious wind-up of this series. Subject matter and style are alike unpopular even for the literary Grex that stands aloof from the purer plebs, and uses that privilege to display and parade an ignorance which the other is altogether unconscious of. So that if Luria is clearish, the tragedy would be an unnecessary troubling the waters. Whereas, if I printed it first in order, my readers, according to custom, would make the comparatively little they did not see into a full excuse for shutting their eyes at the rest. We may as well part friends so as not to meet enemies. But at bottom, I believe the proper objection is to the immediate first effect of the whole, its moral effect, which is dependent on the contrary supposition of its being really understood and the main drift of it. Yet I don't know, for I wrote it with the intention of producing the best of all effects. Perhaps the truth is that I am tired rather, and desirous of getting done, and Luria will answer my purpose so far. Will not the best way be to reserve this unlucky play, and in the event of a second edition, as Moxon seems to think such an apparition possible, might not this be quietly inserted? In its place, too, for it was written 2 or 3 years ago. I have lost of late interest in dramatic writing, as you know, and perhaps occasion. And dearest, I mean to take your advice and be quiet a while, and let my mind get used to its new medium of sight, seeing all things as it does through you. And then let all I have done be the prelude and the real work begin. I felt it would be so before, and told you at the very beginning. Do you remember? And you spoke of Io in the proem. how much more should follow now? And if nothing follows, I have you. I shall see you tomorrow and be happy. Today, is it the weather or what? Something depresses me a little. Tomorrow brings the remedy for it all. I don't know why I mention such a matter, except that I tell you everything without a notion of after consequence, and because your dearest present seems under any circumstances as if created just to help me there. If my spirits rise, they fly to you. If they fall, they hold by you and cease falling, as now. Bless you, Bar, my own best blessing that you are. But a few hours and I am with you, beloved, your own. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday evening. Postmark February 16th, 1846. Ever, dearest, though you wanted to make me say one thing displeasing to you to-day, I had not the courage to say two instead, which I might have done indeed and indeed, for I am capable of thinking both thoughts of next year, as you suggested them, because while you are with me, I see only you, and you being you, I cannot doubt a power of yours, nor measure the deep loving nature which I feel to be so deep, so that there may be ever so many mores, and no more wonder of mine. But afterwards, when the door is shut and there is no more light nor speaking until Thursday, why then, that I do not see you but me, then comes the reaction, the natural lengthening of the shadows at sunset, and then the less grows to seem as natural to my fate as the more seemed to your nature, I being I. Sunday. Well, you are to try to forgive it all, and the truth, over and under all, is that I scarcely ever do think of the future, scarcely ever further than to your next visit, and almost never beyond, except for your sake, and in reference to that view of the question which I have vexed you with so often, in fearing for your happiness. Once it was a habit of mind with me to live altogether in what I called the future, but the tops of the trees that looked towards Troy were broken off in the great winds, and falling down into the river beneath, where now after all this time they grow green again. I let them float along the current, gently and pleasantly. Can it be better, I wonder? And if it becomes worse, can I help it? Also, the future never seemed to belong to me so little, never. It might appear wonderful to most persons, it is startling even to myself sometimes, to observe how free from anxiety I am, from the sort of anxiety which might be well connected with my own position here, and which is personal to myself. That is all thrown behind, into the bushes, long ago it was, and I think I told you of it before. Agitation comes from indecision, and I was decided from the first hour when I admitted the possibility of your loving me really. Now, as the Euphuists used to say, I am more thine than my own. It is a literal truth, and my future belongs to you. If it was mine to give, and if it was mine to give, it was given, and if it was given, beloved. So, you see. Then I will confess to you that all my life long I have had a rather strange sympathy and dyspathy. The sympathy having concerned the genus jilt, as vulgarly called, male and female, and the dyspathy, the whole class of heroically virtuous persons who make sacrifices of what they call love to what they call duty. There are exceptional cases, of course, but for the most part I listen incredulously or else with a little contempt to those latter proofs of strength, or weakness as it may be. People are not usually praised for giving up their religion, for unsaying their oaths, for desecrating their holy things, while believing them still to be religious and sacramental. On the other side, I have always and shall always understand how it is possible for the most earnest and faithful of men, and even of women perhaps, to err in the convictions of the heart as well as of the mind, to profess an affection which is an illusion, and to recant and retreat loyally at the 11th hour, on becoming aware of the truth which is in them. Such men are the truest of men, and the most courageous for the truth's sake, and instead of blaming them, I hold them in honor for me, and always did and shall. And while I write, you are very ill, how it looks written down so. When you were gone yesterday, and my thoughts had tossed about restlessly for ever so long, I was wise enough to ask Wilson how she thought you were looking. And she did not know. She had not observed. Only certainly Mr. Browning ran upstairs instead of walking as he did the time before. Now promise me, dearest, not to trifle with your health, not to neglect yourself, not to tire yourself, and besides to take the advice of your medical friend as to diet and general treatment, because there must be a wrong and a right in everything, and the right is very important under the circumstances. If you have a tendency to illness, it may be right for you to have wine, for instance. Did you ever try the putting your feet into hot water at night, to prevent the recurrence of the morning headache? For the affection of the head comes on early in the morning, does it not? Just as if the sleeping did you harm. Now I have heard of such a remedy doing good, and could it increase the evil? Mustard mixed with the water, remember. Everything approaching to congestion is full of fear. I tremble to think of it, and I bring no remedy by this teasing neither. But you will not be wicked or unkind, nor provoke the evil consciously. You will keep quiet and forswear the going out at nights, the excitement and noise of parties, and the worse excitement of composition, you promise. If you knew how I keep thinking of you, and at intervals grow so frightened. Think you that you are 3 times as much to me as I can be to you at best and greatest, because you are more than 3 times the larger planet, and because, too, you have known other sources of light and happiness. But I need not say this, and I shall hear on Monday, and may trust to you every day, may I not? Yet I would trust my soul to you sooner than your own health. May God bless you, dearest. If the first part of the soul's tragedy should be written out, I can read that perhaps, without drawing you in to think of the second. Still it may be safer to keep off altogether for the present, and let it be as you incline. I do not speak of Luria. Your own, Ba. If it were not for Mr. Kenyon, I should say almost Wednesday instead of Thursday. I want to see you so much, and to see for myself about the looks and spirits. Only it would not do if he found you here on Wednesday. Let him come to-morrow or on Tuesday, and Wednesday will be safe. Shall we consider? What do you think? End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon. Postmark February 16, 1846. Here is the letter again, dearest. I suppose it gives me the same pleasure in reading as you, and Mr. K. as me, and anybody else as him. If all the correspondence which was claimed again and burnt on some principle or other some years ago be at all of the nature of this sample, the measure seems questionable. Burn anybody's real letters, well and good. They move and live, the thoughts, feelings, and expressions even, in a self-imposed circle, limiting the experience of 2 persons only. There is the standard, and to that the appeal. How should a 3rd person know? His presence breaks the line, so to speak, and lets in a whole tract of country on the originally enclosed spot, so that its trees, which were from side to side there, seem left alone and wondering at their sudden unimportance in the broad land, while its ferns, such as I never saw before, which have been petted proportionably, look extravagant enough amid the new spread of good, honest grey grass that is now the earth's general wear, so that the significance is lost at once, and the whole value of such letters, the cipher changed, the vowel points removed. But how can that affect clever writing like this? What do you, to whom it is addressed, see in it more than the world that wants to see it and shan't have it? One understands shutting an unprivileged eye to the ineffable mysteries of those upper rooms, now that the broom and dustpan, stocking mending and gingerbread making, are invested with such unforeseen reverence. But the carriage sweep and quarry, together with Jane in our baskets, and a pleasant shadow of Wordsworth's Sunday hat preceding his own rapid strides in the direction of Miss Fenwick's house. Surely men's eyes were made to see, so let them gaze at all this. And so I, gazing with a clear conscience, am very glad to hear so much good of a very good person, and so well told. She plainly sees the proper use and advantage of a country life, and that knowledge gets to seem a high point of attainment doubtless by the side of the Wordsworth she speaks of. For mine, he shall not be as long as I am able. Was ever such a great poet before? Put one trait with the other, the theory of rural innocence, alternation of vulgar trifles, with dissertating with style of the utmost grandeur that even you can conceive. Speak for yourself, Miss M. And that amiable transition from 2 o'clock's grief at the death of one's brother to 3 o'clock's happiness and the extraordinary mesmeric discourse of one's friend. All this and the rest of the serene and happy inspired daily life which a piece of unpunctuality can ruin, and to which the guardian angel brings as crowning qualification the knack of poking the fire adroitly. Of this, what can one say but that? No, best hold one's tongue, and read the lyrical ballads with figure in ear. Did not Shelley say long ago, he had no more imagination than a pint-pot? Though in those days he used to walk about France and Flanders like a man. Now he is most comfortable in his worldly affairs, and just this comes of it. He lives the best 20 years of his life after the way of his own heart, and when one presses him to see the result of the rare experiment, what the one alchemist whom fortune has allowed to get all his coveted materials and set to work at last in earnest with fire and melting pot, what he produces after all the talk of him and the like of him, why, you get a pulvis et chinis, a man at the mercy of the tongs and shovel. Well, let us despair at nothing, but wishing success to the newer aspirant, expect better things from Miss M when the Knoll and Paradise and their facilities operate properly, and that she will make a truer estimate of the importance and responsibilities of authorship than she does at present, if I understand rightly the sense in which she describes her own life as it means to be. For in one sense it is all good and well and quite natural that she should like that sort of strenuous handwork better than bookmaking, like the play better than the labour, as we are apt to do. If she realises a very ordinary scheme of literary life, planned under the eye of God, not the public, and prosecuted under the constant sense of the night's coming, which ends it good or bad, then she will be sure to like the rest and sport, teaching her maids and sewing her gloves, and making delicate visitors comfortable. So much more rational a resource is the worst of them than gin and water, for instance. But if, as I rather suspect, these latter are to figure as a virtual half-duty of the whole man, as of equal importance, on the ground of the innocence and utility of such occupations, with the bookmaking aforesaid, always supposing that to be of the right kind, then I respect Miss M just as I should an Archbishop Canterbury whose business was the teaching A.B.C. at an infant school. He who might set on the tens to instruct the hundreds how to convince the thousands of the propriety of doing that and many other things. Of course one will respect him only the more if when that matter is off his mind he relaxes at such a school instead of over a chessboard, as it will increase our love for Miss M to find that making My Good Jane, from Tynemouth, happier and, I hope, wiser, is an amusement or more, after the day's progress towards the novel for next year, which is to inspire thousands, beyond computation, with the ardour of making innumerable other Janes and delicate relatives happier and wiser. Who knows but as many as Burns did, and does, so make happier and wiser? Only his quarry and after solace was that marble bowl often replenished with whisky, on which Dr. Curry discourses mournfully. "Oh, be wiser thou!" And remember, it was only after Lord Bacon had written to an end his book, given us for ever the art of inventing, with a steam engine or improved dustpan, that he took on himself to do a little exemplary handwork, got out on that cold St. Albans road to stuff a fowl with snow, and so keep it fresh, and got into his bed and died of the cold in his hands. Strenuous handwork, before the snow had time to melt. He did not begin in his youth by saying, "I have a horror of merely writing novum organums, and should give half my energies to the stuffing fowls," or that it is my amusement of an indifferent kind to put down solely on the pleasant assurance contained in that postscript of the one way of never quarrelling with Miss M, by joining in her plan and practice of plain speaking, could she but get people to do it. Well, she gets me for a beginner. The funny thing would be to know what Chorley's desperate utterance amounted to. Did you ever hear of the plain speaking of some of the Continental Lottery projectors? An estate on the Rhine, for instance, is to be disposed of, and the holder of the lucky ticket will find himself suddenly owner of a medieval castle with an unlimited number of dependencies, vineyards, woods, pastures, and so forth, all only waiting the new master's arrival, while inside all is swept and garnished, not to say varnished. The tables are spread, the wine's on the board, all is ready for the reception, but here plain speaking becomes necessary. It prevents quarrels, and could the projector get people to practice it as he does, all would be well. So he at least will speak plainly. You hear what is provided, but he cannot, dares not withhold what is not. There is then, to speak plainly, no nightcap. You will have to bring your own nightcap. The projector furnishes somewhat, as you hear, but not all. And now the worst is heard. Will you quarrel with him? Will my own dear, dearest Bar, please and help me here, and fancy Chorley's concessions and tributes and recognitions, and then at the very end the plain words to counterbalance all that have been to overlook and pardon? Oh, my own Bar, hear my plain speech, and how this is not an attempt to frighten you out of your dear wish to hear from me. No, indeed, but a whim, a caprice, and now it is out, over, done with. And now I am with you again. It is to you I shall write next. Bless you ever, my beloved. I am much better indeed, and mean to be well. And you? But I will write. This goes for nothing, or only this, that I am your very own. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark, February 16, 1846. My long letter is with you, dearest, to show how serious my illness was while you wrote, unless you find that letter too foolish, as I do on twice thinking, or at all events a most superfluous bestowment of handwork while the heart was elsewhere, and with you, never more so. Dear, dear Bar, your adorable goodness sinks into me till it nearly pains, so exquisite and strange is the pleasure. So you care for me, and think of me, and write to me. I shall never die for you, and if it could be so, what would death prove? But I can live on, your own as now, utterly your own. Dear Bar, do you suppose we differ on so plain a point as that of the superior wisdom and generosity, too, of announcing such a change, etc., at the 11th hour? There can be no doubt of it. And now, what of it to me? But I am not going to write today, only this. that I am better, having not been quite so well last night. So I shut up books, that is, of my own, and mean to think about nothing but you, and still you for a whole week. So all will come right, I hope. May I take Wednesday? And do you say that? Hint at the possibility of that, because you have been reached by my own remorse at feeling that if I had kept my appointment last Saturday, but one, Thursday would have been my day this past week, and this very Monday had been gained. Should I not lose a day forever unless I get Wednesday and Saturday? Yet, care, dearest, let nothing horrible happen. If I do not hear to the contrary tomorrow, or on Wednesday early, but write and bless me, dearest, most dear Bar. God bless you ever. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning. Postmark February 17th, 1846. Méchant comme quatre, you are, and not deserving to be let see the famous letter. Is there any grammar in that concatenation, can you tell me, now that you are in an arch-critical humour? And remember, turning back to the subject, that personally she and I are strangers, and that therefore what she writes to me is naturally scene-painting, to be looked at from a distance, done with a masterly hand and most amiable intention, but quite a different thing, of course, from the intimate revelations of heart and mind, which make a living thing of a letter. If she had sent such to me, I should not have sent it to Mr. Kenyon, but then she would not have sent it to me in any case. What she has sent me might be a chapter in a book, and has the life proper to itself, and I shall not let you try it by another standard, even if you wished, but you don't, for I am not so bête as not to understand how the jest crosses the serious all the way you write. Well, and Mr. Kenyon wants the letter the second time, not for himself, but for Mr. Crabbe Robinson, who promises to let me have a new sonnet of Wordsworth in exchange for the loan, and whom I cannot refuse, because he is an intimate friend of Miss Martineau's, and once allowed me to read a whole packet of letters from her to him. She does not object, as I have read under her hand, to her letters being shown about in manuscript, notwithstanding the anathema against all printers of the same, which completes the extravagance of the unreason, I think. And people are more anxious to see them from their presumed nearness to annihilation. I, for my part, value letters, to talk literature, as the most vital part of biography, and for any rational human being to put his foot on the traditions of his kind in this particular class does seem to me as wonderful as possible. Who would put away one of those multitudinous volumes, even which stereotype Voltaire's wrinkles of wit, even Voltaire? I can read book after book of such reading, or could, and if her principle were carried out, there would be an end. Death would be deader from henceforth. Also it is a wrong selfish principle, and unworthy of her whole life and profession, because we should all be ready to say that if the secrets of our daily lives and inner souls may instruct other surviving souls, let them be open to men hereafter, even as they are to God now. Dust to dust, and soul secrets to humanity. There are natural heirs to all these things. Not that I do not intimately understand the shrinking back from the idea of publicity on any terms. Not that I would not myself destroy papers of mine, which were sacred to me for personal reasons, but then I never would call this natural weakness virtue, nor would I, as a teacher of the public, announce it and attempt to justify it as an example to other minds and acts, I hope. How hard you are on the mending of stockings and the rest of it! Why not agree with me and like that sort of homeliness and simplicity in combination with such large faculty as we must admit there? Lord Bacon did a great deal of trifling besides the stuffing of the fowl you mention, which I did not remember, and in fact all the great work done in the world is done just by the people who know how to trifle. Do you not think so? When a man makes a principle of never losing a moment, he is a lost man. Great men are eager to find an hour, and not to avoid losing a moment. "What are you doing?" said somebody once, as I heard the tradition, to the beautiful Lady Oxford as she sate in her open carriage on the race ground. "Only a little algebra," said she. People who do a little algebra on the race ground are not likely to do much of anything with ever so many hours for meditation. Why, you must agree with me in all this, so I shall not be sententious any longer. Mending stockings is not exactly the sort of pastime I should choose, who do things quite as trifling without the utility, and even your seigneurie, peradventure— I stop there for fear of growing impertinent. The argumentum ad hominem is apt to bring down the argumentum ad baculum. It is as well to remember in time. For Wordsworth, you are right in a measure and by a standard, but I have heard such really desecrating things of him, of his selfishness, his love of money, his worldly cunning, rather than prudence, that I felt a relief and gladness in the new chronicle, and you can understand how that was. Miss Mitford's doctrine is that everything put into the poetry is taken out of the man and lost utterly by him. Her general doctrine about poets quite amounts to that. I do not say it too strongly. And knowing that such opinions are held by minds not feeble, it is very painful, as it would be indeed in any case, to see them apparently justified by royal poets like Wordsworth. Ah, but I know an answer. I see one in my mind. So again for the letters. Now ought I not to know about letters, I who have had so many, from chief minds too, as society goes in England and America? And your letters began by being first to my intellect before they were first to my heart. All the letters in the world are not like yours, and I would trust them for that verdict with any jury in Europe, if they were not so far too dear. Mr. Kenyon wanted to make me show him your letters. I did show him the first, and resisted gallantly afterwards, which made him say what vexed me at the moment. "Oh, you let me see only women's letters," till I observed that it was a breach of confidence, except in some cases, and that I should complain very much if any one, man or woman, acted so by myself. But nobody in the world writes like you, not so vitally, and I have a right, if you please, to praise my letters, besides the reason of it, which is as good. Ah, you make me laugh about Mr. Chorley's free speaking, and without the personal knowledge I can comprehend how it could be nothing very ferocious. Some "Pardonnez-moi, vous êtes un ange." The amusing part is that by the same post which brought me the Ambleside document, I heard from Miss Mitford that it was an admirable thing of Chorley to have persisted in not allowing Harriet Martineau to quarrel with him, so that there are laurels on both sides, it appears. And I am delighted to hear from you to-day just so, though I reproach you in turn just so, because you were not depressed in writing all this and this and this which has made me laugh. You were not, dearest, and you call yourself better, much better, which means a very little perhaps, but is a golden word. Let me take it as I may. May God bless you. Wednesday seems too near, now that this is Monday and you are better, to be our day. Perhaps it does, and Thursday is close beside it at the worst. Dearest, I am your own. Ba. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, in the same envelope with the preceding letter. Now forgive me, dearest of all, but I must tease you just a little, and entreat you, if only for the love of me, to have medical advice and follow it without further delay. I like to have recourse to these medical people quite as little as you can, but I am persuaded that it is necessary, that it is at least wise for you to do so now, and you see, you were not quite so well again last night. So will you, for me? Would I not if you wished it? And on Wednesday, yes, on Wednesday, come. That is, if coming on Wednesday should really be not bad for you must do what is right and kind, and I doubt whether the omnibus driving and the noises of every sort betwixt us should not keep you away for a little while. I trust you to do what is best for both of us. And it is not best, it is not good even, to talk about dying for me. Oh, I do beseech you never to use such words. You make me feel as if I were choking. Also, it is nonsense, because nobody puts out a candle for the light's sake. Write one line to me tomorrow, literally so little, just to say how you are. I know by the writing here what is. Let me have the one line by the 8 o'clock post tomorrow, Tuesday. For the rest, it may be my goodness or my badness, but the world seems to have sunk away beneath my feet, and to have left only you to look to and hold by. Am I not to feel, then, any trembling of the hand, the least trembling? May God bless both of us, which is a double blessing for me notwithstanding my badness. I trust you about Wednesday, and if it should be wise and kind not to come quite so soon, we will take it out of other days and lose not one of them. And as for anything horrible being likely to happen, do not think of that either. There can be nothing horrible while you are not ill. So be well, try to be well, use the means, and, well or ill, let me have the one line tomorrow, Tuesday. I sent you the foolish letter I wrote today in answer to your too long one. Too long, was it not, as you felt? And I, the writer of the foolish one, am twice foolish, and push poor Luria out of sight, and refuse to finish my notes on him till the harm he has done shall have passed away. In my badness I bring false accusation, perhaps, against poor Luria. So till Wednesday, or as you shall fix otherwise. Your Ba. End of section 49.
Section 50 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. 6:30, Tuesday evening. My dearest, your note reaches me only now with an excuse from the postman. The answer you expect you shall have the only way possible. I must make up a parcel so as to be able to knock and give it. I shall be with you tomorrow, God willing, being quite well. Bless you ever. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark February 19, 1846. My sweetest, best, dearest Bar, I do love you less, much less already, and adore you more. More by so much more as I see you, think of you. I am yours just as much as those flowers. And you may pluck those flowers to pieces, or put them in your breast. It is not because you so bless me now that you may not, if you please, one day. You will stop me here, but it is the truth, and I live in it. I am quite well. Indeed, this morning, noticeably well, they tell me, and well I mean to keep if I can. When I got home last evening, I found this note, and I have accepted that I might say I could also keep an engagement if so minded at Harley Street, thereby insinuating that other reasons may bring me into the neighbourhood than the reason. But I shall either not go there, or only for an hour at most. I also found a note headed Strictly Private and Confidential, so here it goes from my mouth to my heart, pleasantly proposing that I should start in a few days for St. Petersburg as secretary to somebody going there on a mission of humanity, Grazie tante. Did you hear of my meeting someone at the door whom I take to have been one of your brothers? One thing vexed me in your letter. I will tell you. The praise of my letters. Now one merit they have, in language mystical, that of having no merit. If I caught myself trying to write finely, graphically, etc., etc., nay, if I found myself conscious of having in my own opinion so written, all would be over. Yes, over. I should be respecting you inordinately, paying a proper tribute to your genius, summoning the necessary collectedness. Plenty of all that. But the feeling with which I write to you, not knowing that it is writing, with you, face and mouth and hair and eyes opposite me, touching me, knowing that all is as I say, and helping out the imperfect phrases from your own intuition, that will be gone. And what in its place? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we write to Ambleside. No, no, love, nor can it ever be so, nor should it ever be so, if, even if, preserving all that intimate relation with the carelessness, still, somehow was obtained with no effort in the world, graphic writing and philosophic, what you please, for I will be, would be, better than my works and words with an infinite stock beyond what I put into convenient circulation, whether in fine speeches fit to remember, or fine passages to quote. For the rest, I had meant to tell you before now, that you often put me in a maze when you particularise letters of mine. Such an one was kind, etc. I know sometimes I seem to give the matter up in despair. I take out paper and fall thinking on you, and bless you with my whole heart, and then begin, "What a fine day this is." I distinctly remember having done that repeatedly. But the converse is not true by any means, that, when the expression may happen to fall more consentaneously to the mind's notion, that less is felt. Oh, no. But the particular thought at the time has not been of the insufficiency of expression, as in the other instance. Now I will leave off, to begin elsewhere, for I am always with you, beloved, best beloved. Now you will write, and walk much, and sleep more. Bless you, dearest. Ever your own. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmarks Miss sent to Mitcham, February 19th and 20th, 1846. Best and kindest of all that ever were to be loved in dreams, and wondered at and loved out of them, you are indeed. I cannot make you feel how I felt that night, when I knew that to save me an anxious thought you had come so far so late. It was almost too much to feel, and is too much to speak, so let it pass. You will never act so again, ever, dearest, you shall not. If the post sins, why leave the sin to the post, and I will remember for the future, will be ready to remember, how postmen are fallible, and how you live at the end of a lane, and not be uneasy about a silence, if there should be one unaccounted for. For the Tuesday coming I shall remember that too. Who could forget it? I put it in the niche of the wall, one golden lamp more of your giving, to throw light purely down to the end of my life. I do thank you. And the truth is, I should have been in a panic, had there been no letter that evening. I was frightened the day before, then reasoned the fears back and waited. And if there had been no letter after all— but you are supernaturally good and kind. How can I ever return, as people say, as they might say in their ledgers, any of it all? How indeed can I, who have not even a heart left of my own, to love you with? I quite trust to your promise, in respect to the medical advice, if walking and rest from work do not prevent at once the recurrence of those sensations. It was a promise, remember. And you will tell me the very truth of how you are, and you will try the music, and not be nervous, dearest. Would not riding be good for you? Consider. And why should you be alone when your sister is in the house? How I keep thinking of you all day. You cannot really be alone with so many thoughts, such swarms of thoughts, if you could but see them, drones and bees together. George came in from Westminster Hall after we parted yesterday, and said that he had talked with the junior counsel of the wretched plaintiffs in the Ferrars case, and that the belief was in the mother being implicated, although not from the beginning. It was believed, too, that the miserable girl had herself taken step after step into the mire, involved herself gradually, the first guilt being an extravagance in personal expenses, which she lied and lied to account for in the face of her family. Such a respectable family, said George, the grandfather in court looking venerable, and everyone indignant upon being so disgraced by her. But for the respectability in the best sense I do not quite see. That all those people should acquiesce in the indecency, according to every standard of English manners in any class of society, of thrusting the personal expenses of a member of their family on Lord Ferrars, she still bearing their name, and in those peculiar circumstances of her supposed position too, where is the respectability? And they are furious with her, which is not to be wondered at after all. Her counsel had an interview with her previous to the trial, to satisfy themselves of her good faith, and she was quite resolute and earnest, persisting in every statement. On the coming out of the anonymous letters, Fitzroy Kelly said to the juniors that if anyone could suggest a means of explanation, he would be eager to carry forward the case. But for him he saw no way of escaping from the fact of the guilt of their client. Not a voice could speak for her. So George was told. There is no ground for a prosecution for a conspiracy, he says, but she is open to the charge for forgery, of course, and to the dreadful consequences, though it is not considered at all likely that Lord Ferrars could wish to disturb her beyond the ruin she has brought on her own life. Think of Miss Mitford's growing quite cold about Mr. Chorley, who has spent 2 days with her lately, and of her saying in a letter to me this morning that he is very much changed, and grown to be a presumptuous coxcomb. He has displeased her in some way, that is clear. What changes there are in the world! Should I ever change to you, do you think, even if you came to love me less? Not that I meant to reproach you with that possibility. May God bless you, dear, dearest. It is another miracle, beside the many, that I get nearer to the mountains, yet still they seem more blue. Is not that strange? Ever and wholly, your Bar. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark February 20th, 1846. And I offended you by praising your letters, or rather mine, if you please, as if I had not the right. Still, you shall not fancy that I meant to praise them in the way you seem to think, by calling them graphic, philosophic. Why, did I ever use such words? I agree with you that if I could play critic upon your letters, it would be an end. But no, I did not for a moment. In what I said I went back to my first impressions, and they were vital letters, I said, which was the résumé of my thoughts upon the early ones you sent me, because I felt your letters to be you from the very first, and I began from the beginning to read every one several times over. Nobody, I felt, nobody of all these writers did write as you did. Well, and had I not a right to say that now at last, and was it not natural to say just that, when I was talking of other people's letters and how it had grown almost impossible for me to read them? And do I deserve to be scolded? No, indeed. And if I had the misfortune to think now, when you say it is a fine day, that is said in more music than it could be said in by another, where is the sin against you, I should like to ask? It is yourself who is the critic, I think, after all. But over all the brine I hold my letters, just as Camões did his poem. They are best to me, and they are best. I knew what they were before I knew what you were, all of you. And I like to think that I never fancied anyone on a level with you, even in a letter. What makes you take them to be so bad, I suppose, is just feeling in them how near we are. You say that, not I. Bad or good, you are better, yes, better than the works and words, though it was very shameful of you to insinuate that I talked of fine speeches and passages and graphical and philosophical sentences, as if I had proposed the publication of elegant extracts from your letters. See what blasphemy one falls into through a beginning of light speech. It is wiser to talk of St. Petersburg, for all Voltaire's "Ne disons pas de mal de Nicolas." Wiser, because you will not go. If you were going, well, but there is no danger. It would not do you good to go. I am so happy this time as to be able to think. And your mission of humanity lies nearer, strictly private and confidential, but not in Harley Street. So if you go there, dearest, keep to the 1 hour, and do not suffer yourself to be tired and stunned in those hot rooms, and made unwell again. It is plain that you cannot bear that sort of excitement. For Mr. Kenyon's note, it was a great temptation to make a day of Friday, but I resist both for Monday's sake and for yours, because it seems to me safer not to hurry you from one house to another till you are tired completely. I shall think of you so much the nearer for Mr. Kenyon's note, which is something gained. In the meanwhile you are better, which is everything, or seems so. Ever, dearest, do you remember what it is to me that you should be better, and keep from being worse again. I mean, of course, try to keep from being worse. Be wise, and do not stay long in those hot Harley Street rooms. Ah, now you will think that I am afraid of the unicorns. Through your being ill the other day I forgot, and afterwards went on forgetting, to speak of and to return the ballad, which is delightful. I have an unspeakable delight in those suggestive ballads, which seem to make you touch with the end of your finger the full warm life of other times. So near they bring you, yet so suddenly all passes in them. Certainly there is a likeness to your Duchess. It is a curious crossing. And does it not strike you that a verse or two must be wanting in the ballad? There is a gap, I fancy. Tell Mr. Kenyon, if he inquires, that you come here on Monday instead of Saturday, and if you can help it, do not mention Wednesday. It will be as well not. You met Alfred at the door. He came up to me afterwards and observed that, at last, he had seen you. Virgilium tantum vidi. As to the thing which you tried to say in the first page of this letter, and which you stop yourself in saying, I need not stop you in it. And now there is no time, if I am to sleep tonight. May God bless you, dearest, dearest. I must be your own, while he blesses me. End of section 53.
Section 54 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday afternoon. Postmark, February 20, 1846. Here is my Bar's dearest first letter, come 4 hours after the second, with "missent to Mitcham" written on its face as a reason. One more proof of the negligence of somebody. But I do have it at last. What should I say? What do you expect me to say? And the first note seemed quite as much too kind as usual. Let me write tomorrow, sweet. I am quite well, and sure to mind all you bid me. I shall do no more than look in at that place. They are the cousins of a really good friend of mine, Dr. White. I go for him. If even that, for tomorrow night I must go out again, I fear, to pay the ordinary compliment for an invitation to R.S.'s soirée at Lord Northampton's. And then comes Monday. And tonight, any unicorn I may see I will not find myself at liberty to catch. Nota bene. Should you meditate really an addition to the elegant extracts? Mind, this last joke is none of mine but my father's. When walking with me when a child, I remember, he bade a little urchin we found fishing with a stick and a string for sticklebacks in a ditch, to mind that he brought any sturgeon he might catch to the king, he having a claim on such a prize by courtesy, if not right. As for Chorley, he is neither the one nor the other of those ugly things. One remembers Regan's, "O heaven, so you will rail at me when you are in the mood?" But what a want of self-respect such judgments argue, or rather, want of knowledge what true self-respect is. So I believed yesterday, and so now, and yet am neither hasty, nor inapprehensive, nor malevolent. What then? But I will say more of my mind, not of that, to-morrow, for time presses a little. So bless you, my ever, ever dearest. I love you wholly. R.B. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning, postmark February 21st, 1846. As my sisters did not dine at home yesterday, and I see nobody else in the evening, I never heard till just now, and from papa himself, that George was invited to meet Mr. Browning and Mr. Proctor. How surprised you will be! It must have been a sudden thought of Mr. Kenyon's. And I have been thinking since last night that I wrote you then a letter all but insolent, which, do you know, I feel half ashamed to look back upon this morning. Particularly what I wrote about missions of humanity. Now was it not insolent of me to write so? If I could take my letter again, I would dip it into Lethe between the lilies instead of the post office. But I can't. So if you wondered, you must forget as far as possible, and understand how it was, and that I was in brimming spirits when I wrote, from two causes. First, because I had your letter, which was a pure goodness of yours, and secondly, because you were noticeably better, you said, or noticeably well, rather, to mind my quotations. So I wrote what I wrote, and gave it to Arabel when she came in at midnight, to give it to Henrietta, who goes out before 8 in the morning, and often takes charge of my letters, and it was too late, at the earliest this morning, to feel a little ashamed. Miss Thompson told me that she had determined to change the type of the few pages of her letterpress which had been touched, and that therefore Mr. Burgess' revisions of my translations should be revised back again. She appears to be a very acute person, full of quick perceptions, naturally quick and carefully trained, a little over-anxious perhaps about mental lights, and opening her eyes still more than she sees, which is a common fault of clever people, if one must call it a fault. I like her, and she is kind and cordial. Will she ask you to help her book with a translation or two, I wonder? Perhaps, if the courage should come. Dearest, how I shall think of you this evening, and how near you will seem not to be here. I had a letter from Mr. Matthews the other day, and smiled to read in it just what I had expected, that he immediately sent Landor's verses on you to a few editors, friends of his, in order to their communication to the public. He received my apology for myself with the utmost graciousness. A kind, good man he is. After all, do you know, I am a little vexed that I should have seemed to do wrong in my speech about the letters. It must have been wrong, if it seemed so to you, I fancy now. Only I really did no more mean to try your letters, mine, such as they are to me now, by the common critical measure, than the shepherds praised the pure tenor of the angels, who sang peace upon earth to them. It was enough that they knew it for angels singing. So do you forgive me, beloved, and put away from you the thought that I have let in between us any miserable stuff de métier, which I hate as you hate. And I will not say any more about it, not to run into more imprudences of mischief. On the other hand, I warn you against saying again what you began to say yesterday and stopped. Do not try it again. What may be quite good sense from me is from you very much the reverse, and pray observe that difference. Or did you think that I was making my own road clear in the thing I said about jilts? No, you did not. Yet I am ready to repeat of myself as of others, that if I ceased to love you, I certainly would act out the whole consequence, but that is an impossible if to my nature, supposing the conditions of it otherwise to be probable. I never loved any one much and ceased to love that person. Ask every friend of mine if I am given to change even in friendship. And to you? Ah, but you never think of such a thing seriously, and you are conscious that you did not say it very sagely. You and I are in different positions. Now let me tell you an apologue in exchange for your Wednesday stories, which I liked so, and mine perhaps may make you a little wiser. Who knows? It befell that there stood in hall a bold baron, and out he spake to one of his serfs. Come thou, and take this baton of my barony, and give me instead thereof that sprig of hawthorn thou holdest in thine hand. Now the hawthorn bough was no larger a thing than might be carried by a wood pigeon to the nest when she flieth low, and the baronial baton was covered with fine gold, and the serf, turning it in his hands, marvelled greatly. And he answered and said, Let not my lord be in haste, nor jest with his servant. Is it verily his will that I should keep his golden baton? Let him speak again, lest it repent him of his gift. And the baron spake again that it was his will. And I, he said once again, shall it be lawful for me to keep this sprig of hawthorn, and will it not repent thee of thy gift? Then all the servants who stood in hall laughed, and the serf's hands trembled till they dropped the baton into the rushes, knowing that his lord did but jest. Which mine did not, only de te fabula narratur up to a point. And I have your letter. What did I expect? Why, I expected just that, a letter in turn. Also I am graciously pleased, yes, and very much pleased, to let you write tomorrow. How you spoil me with goodness, which makes one insolent, as I was saying, now and then. The worst is that I write too kind letters. I. And what does that criticism mean, pray? It reminds me at least of— Now I will tell you what it reminds me of. A few days ago Henrietta said to me that she was quite uncomfortable. She had written to somebody a not kind enough letter, she thought, and it might be taken ill. Are you ever uncomfortable, Ba, after you have sent letters to the post? She asked me. Yes, I said, sometimes, but from a reason just the very reverse of your reason. My letters, when they get into the post, seem too kind, rather. And my sisters laughed. But if you think so beside, I must seriously set to work, you see, to correct that flagrant fault, and shall do better in time, disfaventibus, though it will be difficult. Mr. Kenyon's dinner is a riddle which I cannot read. You are invited to meet Miss Thompson and Mr. Bailey, and no one else. George is invited to meet Mr. Browning and Mr. Proctor, and no one else. Just those words. The absolu, do you remember Balzac's beautiful story, is just you and no one else. The other elements being mere uncertainties, shifting while one looks for them. Am I not writing nonsense tonight? I am not too wise in any case, which is some comfort. It puts one in spirits to hear of your being well, ever and ever dearest. Keep so for me. May God bless you hour by hour. In every one of mine I am your own, Ba. For Miss Mitford, but people are not angels quite, and she sees the whole world in stripes of black and white. It is her way. I feel very affectionately towards her, love her sincerely. She is affectionate to me beyond measure. Still, always I feel that if I were to vex her, the lower deep below the lowest deep would not be low enough for me. I always feel that. She would advertise me directly for a wretch proper. Then for all I said about never changing, I have eyes enough over me just now to hold the sparrows, in respect to a great crowd of people, and she is among them. For reasons. For reasons. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday morning. Postmark February 23, 1846. So all was altered, my love, and instead of Miss T and the other friend, I had your brother and Proctor, to my great pleasure. After, I went to that place, and soon got away, and am very well this morning in the sunshine, which I feel with you, do I not? Yesterday, after dinner, we spoke of Mrs. Jameson, and as my wont is, here your letter reaches me. Let me finish this sentence, now I have finished kissing you, dearest beyond all dearest, my own heart's bar. Oh, as I am used, I left the talking to go on by itself, with the thought busied elsewhere, till at last my own voice startled me, for I heard my tongue utter, Miss Barrett, that is, Mrs. Jameson says, or does not. I forget which. And if anybody noticed the gaucherie, it must have been just your brother. Now to these letters, I do solemnly, unaffectedly wonder how you can put so much pure felicity into an envelope, so that I shall get it as from the fountainhead. This today, those yesterday. There is, I see and know, thus much goodness in line after line, goodness to be scientifically appreciated, proved there, but over and above is it in the writing, the dots and traces, the seal, the paper. Here does the subtle charm lie beyond all rational accounting for. The other day I stumbled on a quotation from John Baptiste da Porta, wherein he avers that any musical instrument made out of wood possessed with medicinal properties retains, being put to use, such virtues undiminished, and that, for instance, a sick man to whom you should pipe on a pipe of elder tree would so receive all the advantage derivable from a decoction of its berries. From whence, by a parity of reasoning, I may discover, I think, that the very ink and paper were... what were they? Curious thinking won't do for me in the wise head which is mine, so I will lie and rest in my ignorance of content, and understand that without any magic at all, you simply wish to make one person, which of your free goodness proves to be your R.B., to make me supremely happy, and that you have your wish. You do bless me. More and more, for the old treasure is piled undiminished, and still the new comes glittering in. Dear, dear heart of my heart, life of my life, will this last? Let me begin to ask. Can it be meant I shall live to the end? Then, dearest, care also for the life beyond, and put in my mind how to testify here that I have felt, if I could not deserve that a gift beyond all gifts. I hope to work hard, to prove I do feel as I say. It would be terrible to accomplish nothing now. With which conviction, renewed conviction time by time, of your extravagance of kindness to me unworthy, will it seem characteristically consistent when I pray you not to begin frightening me all the same with threats of writing less kindly. That must not be, love, for your sake now. If you had not thrown open those windows of heaven, I should have no more imagined than that the Syrian lord on whom the king leaned, how such things might be. But once their influence showered, I should know too soon and easily if they shut up again. You have committed your dear, dearest self to that course of blessing, and blessing on for ever. So let all be as it is, pray, pray. No, not all. No more ever of that strange suspicion. Insolent! What a word! nor suppose I shall particularly wonder at its being fancied applicable to that, of all other passages of your letter. It is quite as reasonable to suspect the existence of such a quality there as elsewhere. How can such a thing, could such a thing come from you to me? But, dear Bard, do you know me better? Do feel that I know you, I am bold to believe, and that if you were to run at me with a pointed spear, I should be sure it was a golden sanative, Machaon's touch for my entire good, that I was opening my heart to receive. As for words, written or spoken, I who sin 40 times in a day by light words and untrue to the thought, I am certainly not used to be easily offended by other people's words, people in the world. But your words, and about the mission, if it had not been a thing to jest at, I should not have begun as I did, as you felt I did. I know now what I only suspected then, and will tell you all the matter on Monday, if you care to hear. The humanity, however, would have been unquestionable if I had chosen to exercise it towards the poor, weak, incapable creature that wants somebody, and urgently, I can well believe. As for your epilogue, it is naught, as you felt, and so broke off. For the Baron knew well enough it was a spray of the magical tree which once planted in his domain will shoot up and out and all round, and be glorious with leaves and musical with birds' nests, and a fairy safeguard and blessing thenceforward and forever, when the foolish baton had been broken into ounces of gold, even if gold it were, and spent and vanished. For he said, such gold lies in the highway, men pick it up, more of it or less. But this one slip of the flowering tree is all of it on this side paradise. Whereon he laid it to his heart and was happy, in spite of his disastrous chase the night before, when so far from catching a unicorn, he saw not even a respectable prize heifer, worth the oil cake and rapeseed it had doubtless cost to rear her. Insolence! I found no opportunity of speaking to Mr. K. about Monday, but nothing was said of last Wednesday, and he must know I did not go yesterday. So Monday is laughing and sunshine surely. Bless you, my sweetest. I love you with my whole heart. Ever shall love you. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark February 24th, 1846. Ever dearest, it is only when you go away, when you are quite gone, out of the house and the street, that I get up and think properly and with the right gratitude of your flowers. Such beautiful flowers you brought me this time too, looking like summer itself and smelling. Doing the honor due to the flowers makes your presence a little longer with me. The sun shines back over the hill just by that time, and then drops till the next letter. If I had had the letter on Saturday, as ought to have been, no, I could not have answered it so that you should have my answer on Sunday. No, I should still have had to write first. Now you understand that I do not object to the writing first, but only to the hearing second. I would rather write than not, but to be written to is the chief gladness, of course, and with all you say of liking to have my letters, which I like to hear quite enough indeed, you cannot pretend to think that yours are not more to me, most to me. Ask my guardian angel, and hear what he says. Yours will look another way for shame of measuring joys with him, because, as I have said before, and as he says now, you are all to me, all the light, all the life. I am living for you now. And before I knew you, what was I, and where? What was the world to me, do you think? And the meaning of life? And now, when you come and go, and write and do not write, all the hours are checkered accordingly in so many squares of black and white, as if for playing at fox and goose. Only there is no fox, and I will not agree to be goose for one. That is you, perhaps, for being too easily satisfied. So my claim is that you are more to me than I can be to you at any rate. Mr. Fox said on Sunday that I was a religious hermit who wrote poems which ought to be read in a Gothic alcove. And religious hermits, when they care to see visions, do it better, they all say, through fasting and flagellation and seclusion in dark places. St. Teresa, for instance, saw a clearer glory by such means than your Sir Moses Montefiore through his 100-guinea telescope. Think then how every shadow of my life has helped to throw out into brighter, fuller significance the light which comes to me from you. Think how it is the one light, seen without distractions. I was thinking the other day that certainly, and after all, or rather before all, I had loved you all my life unawares, that is, the idea of you. Women begin for the most part, if ever so very little given to reverie, by meaning, in an aside to themselves, to love such and such an ideal, seen sometimes in a dream and sometimes in a book, and forswearing their ancient faith as the years creep on. I say a book because I remember a friend of mine who looked everywhere for the original of Mr. Ward's Tremaine, because nothing would do for her, she insisted, except just that excess of so-called refinement, with the book knowledge and the conventional manners, loup qui peut Tremaine, and ended by marrying a lieutenant in the navy who could not spell. Such things happen every day, and cannot be otherwise, say the wise, and this being otherwise with me is miraculous compensation for the trials of many years, though such abundant, overabundant compensation that I cannot help fearing it is too much, as I know that you are too good and too high for me, and that by the degree in which I am raised up, you are let down, for us two to find a level to meet on. One's ideal must be above one, as a matter of course, you know. It is as far as one can reach with one's eyes, soul eyes, not reach to touch. And here is mine, shall I tell you, even to the visible outward sign of the black hair and the complexion, why you might ask my sisters. Yet I would not tell you, if I could not tell you afterwards that, if it had been red hair quite, it had been the same thing, only I prove the coincidence out fully and make you smile half. Yet indeed I did not fancy that I was to love you when you came to see me, no indeed, any more than I did your caring on your side. My ambition when we began our correspondence was simply that you should forget I was a woman, being weary and blasé of the empty written gallantries of which I have had my share, and all the more perhaps from my peculiar position which made them so without consequence. That you should forget that, and let us be friends, and consent to teach me what you knew better than I, in art and human nature, and give me your sympathy in the meanwhile. I am a great hero worshipper, and had admired your poetry for years, and to feel that you liked to write to me, and be written to, was a pleasure and a pride, as I used to tell you, I am sure, and then your letters were not like other letters, as I must not tell you again. Also, you influenced me in a way in which no one else did. For instance, by 2 or 3 half words you made me see you, and other people had delivered orations on the same subject quite without effect. I surprised everybody in this house by consenting to see you. Then when you came, you never went away. I mean, I had a sense of your presence constantly. Yes, and to prove how free that feeling was from the remotest presentiment of what has occurred, I said to papa in my unconsciousness the next morning, "It is most extraordinary how the idea of Mr. Browning does beset me. I suppose it is not being used to see strangers in some degree, but it haunts me, it is a persecution." On which he smiled and said that it was not grateful to my friend to use such a word. When the letter came, do you know that all that time I was frightened of you, frightened in this way? I felt as if you had a power over me and meant to use it, and that I could not breathe or speak very differently from what you chose to make me. As to my thoughts, I had it in my head somehow that you read them as you read the newspaper, examined them, and fastened them down, rising under your long entomological pins. Ah, do you remember the entomology of it all? but the power was used upon me, and I never doubted that you had mistaken your own mind, the strongest of us having some exceptional weakness. Turning the wonder round in all lights, I came to what you admitted yesterday. Yes, I saw that very early, that you had come here with the intention of trying to love whomever you should find, and also that what I had said about exaggerating the amount of what I could be to you had just operated in making you more determined to justify your own presentiment in the face of mine. Well, and if that last clause was true a little too, why should I be sorry now, and why should you have fancied for a moment that the first could make me sorry? At first, and when I did not believe that you really loved me, when I thought you deceived yourself, then it was different. But now, when I see and believe your attachment for me, do you think that any cause in the world, except what diminished it, could render it less a source of joy to me? I mean as far as I myself am considered. Now if you ever fancy that I am vain of your love for me, you will be unjust, remember. If it were less dear and less above me, I might be vain perhaps. But I may say before God and you that of all the events of my life, inclusive of its afflictions, nothing has humbled me so much as your love. Right or wrong it may be, but true it is, and I tell you, your love has been to me like God's own love, which makes the receivers of it kneelers. Why all this should be written I do not know, but you set me thinking yesterday in that backward line which I lean back to very often, and for once, as you made me write directly, why I wrote as my thoughts went that way. Say how you are, beloved, and do not brood over that soul's tragedy, which I wish I had here with Luria, because so you should not see it for a month at least. And take exercise and keep well, and remember how many letters I must have before Saturday. May God bless you. Do you want to hear me say, I cannot love you less? That is a doubtful phrase. And I cannot love you more is doubtful too, for reasons I could give. More or less, I really love you, but it does not sound right, even so, does it? I know what it ought to be, and will put it into the seal and the paper with the ineffable other things. Dearest, do not go to St. Petersburg. Do not think of going, for fear it should come true, and you should go. And while you were helping the Jews and teaching Nicholas, what, in that case, would become of your Ba? End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmarked February 24, 1846. Ah, sweetest, in spite of our agreement, here is the note that sought not to go, but must. Because if there is no speaking of Mrs. Jameson's and such like without bringing in your dear name, not dearest name, my Bar, what is the good of not writing it down now, when I, though possessed with the love of it no more than usual, yet may speak, and to a hearer? I have to thank you with all my heart for the good news of the increasing strength and less need for the opium. How I do thank you, my dearest, and desire to thank God, through whose goodness it all is. This I could not but say now. Tomorrow I will write at length, having been working a little this morning, with whatever effect. So now I will go out and see your elm trees and gate, and think the thoughts over again, and coming home I shall perhaps find a letter. Dearest, dearest, my perfect blessing you are. May God continue his care for us. R. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark February 25, 1846. Once you were pleased to say, my own Bar, that I made you do as I would. I am quite sure you make me speak as you would, and not as all as I mean. And for one instance, I never surely spoke anything half so untrue as that I came with the intention of loving whomever I should find. No. Wreathed shells and hollows and ruins and roofs of caves may transform a voice wonderfully, make more of it or less, or so change it as to almost alter, but turn a no into a yes can no echo, except the Irish one. And I said no to such a charge, and still say no. I did have a presentiment, and though it is hardly possible for me to look back on it now without lending it the true colours given to it by the event, yet I can put them aside, if I please, and remember that I not merely hoped it would not be so, not that the effect I expected to be produced would be less than an anticipation, certainly I did not hope that, but that it would range itself with the old feelings of simple reverence and sympathy and friendship, that I should love you as much as I supposed I could love, and no more, but in the confidence that nothing could occur to divert me from my intended way of life, I went on making arrangements to return to Italy. You know, did I not tell you, I wished to see you before I returned? And I had heard of you just so much as seemed to make it impossible such a relation could ever exist. I know very well that if you choose to refer to my letters, you may easily bring them to bear a sense in parts more agreeable to your own theory than to mine, the true one. But that was instinct, providence, anything rather than foresight. Now I will convince you. Yourself have noticed the difference between the letters and the writer. The greater distance of the latter from you. Why was that? Why, if not because the conduct began with him, with one who had now seen you, was no continuation of the conduct as influenced by the feeling of the letters? Else they, if near, should have enabled him, if but in the natural course of time and with increase of familiarity, to become nearer. But it was not so. The letters began by loving you after their way. But what a world-wide difference between that love and the true, the love from seeing and hearing and feeling, since you make me resolve what now lies blended so harmoniously into its component parts. Oh, I know what is old from what is new, and how crystals may surround and glorify other vessels meant for ordinary service, than laud ends. But I don't know that handling may not snap them off, some of the more delicate ones. And if you let me, love, I will not again, ever again, consider how it came and whence, and when so curiously, so pryingly, but believe that it was always so, and that it all came at once, all the same. The more unlikelinesses, the better, for they set off the better the truth of truths that here, how begot, how nourished. Here is the whole wondrous bar filling my whole heart and soul, and overfilling it, because she is in all the world too, where I look, where I fancy. At the same time, because all is so wondrous and so sweet, do you think it would be so difficult for me to analyse it, and give causes to the effects in sufficiently numerous instances, even to justify my presentiment? Dear, dearest Bar, I could indeed, could account for all, or enough. But you are unconscious, I do believe, of your power, and the knowledge of it would be no added grace, perhaps. So let us go on, taking a lesson out of the world's book in a different sense. You shall think I love you for... Tell me, you must, what for? While in my secret heart I know what my mission of humanity means, and what telescopic and microscopic views it procures me. Enough. Wait, one word about the 2 kind letters. Could not the same Montefiore understand that though he deserved not 1 of his 1,000 guineas, yet that he is in disgrace if they bait him of his next gift by merely 10? It is all too kind, but I shall feel the diminishing of the kindness, be very sure. Of that there is, however, not too alarming a sign in this, dearest, because last of all, dearest letter of all, till the next, I looked yesterday over the tragedy, and think it will do after all. I will bring one part at least next time, and Luria take away, if you let me, so all will be off my mind, and April and May be the welcomer. Don't think I am going to take any extraordinary pains. There are some things in the tragedy I should like to preserve and print now, leaving the future to spring as it likes in any direction, and these half-dead, half-alive works fetter it if left behind. Yet one thing will fetter it worse, only one thing, if you in any respect stay behind. You that in all else help me, and will help me beyond words, beyond dreams, if, because I find you, your own works stop, then comes the selah, and the voice is hushed. No, 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 dearest, so would the help cease to be help, the joy to be joy, Bar herself to be quite Bar, and my own siren singing song for song. Dear love, will that be kind and right and like the rest? Write and promise that all shall be resumed, the romance poem chiefly, and I will try and feel more yours than ever now. Am I not with you in the world, proud of you, and vain too, very likely, which is all the sweeter if it is a sin, as you teach me? Indeed, dearest, I have set my heart on your fulfilling your mission. My heart is on it. Bless you, my Bar. Your R.B. I am so well as to have resumed the shower bath this morning, and I walk, especially near the elms and stile, and mean to walk and be very well. And you, dearest? End of section 59.
Section 60 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark February 26, 1846. I confess that while I was writing those words, I had a thought that they were not quite yours as you said them. Still it comes to something in their likeness, but we will not talk of it and break off the crystals. They are so brittle, then? Do you know that by an instinct? But I agree that it is best not to talk. I gave it up as a riddle long ago. Let there be analysis even, and it will not be solution. I have my own thoughts, of course, and you have yours, and the worst is that a third person looking down on us from some snow-capped height, and free from personal influences, would have his thoughts too, and he would think that if you had been reasonable as usual, you would have gone to Italy. I have by heart, or by head at least, what the third person would think. The third person thundered to me in an abstraction for ever so long, and at intervals I hear him still, only you shall not to-day, because he talks damnable iterations, and teases you. Nay, the first person is teasing you now, perhaps, without going any further, and yet I must go a little further, just to say, after accepting all possible unlikelinesses and miracles, because everything was miraculous and impossible, that it was agreed between us long since that you did not love me for anything. Your having no reason for it is the only way of your not seeming unreasonable. Also, for my own sake. I like it to be so. I cannot have peace with the least change from it. Dearest, take the Baron's hawthorn bough, which, in spite of his fine dream of it, is dead since the other day, and so much the worse than when I despised it last. Take that dead stick and push it upright into the sand as the tide rises, and the whole blue sea draws up its glittering breadth and length towards and around it. But what then? What does that prove? As the philosopher said of the poem. So we ought not to talk of such things, and we get warned off even in the accidental illustrations taken up to light us. Still the stick certainly did not draw the sea. Dearest and best you were yesterday to write me the little note. You are better than the imaginations of my heart, and they, as far as they relate to you, not further, are not desperately wicked, I think. I always expect the kindest things from you, and you always are doing some kindness beyond what is expected. And this is a miracle too, like the rest now, isn't it? When the knock came last night, I knew it was your letter, and not another's. Just another little leaf of my Koran. How I thank you, thank you. If I write too kind letters, as you say, why they may be too kind for me to send, but not for you to receive. And I suppose I think more of you than of me, which accounts for my writing them, accounts and justifies. And that is my reflection not now for the first time, for we break rules very often, as that exegetical third person might expound to you clearly out of the 96th volume of the Code of Conventions, only you are not like another, nor have you been to me like another. You began with most improvident and, will you let me say, unmasculine generosity, and Queen Victoria does not sit upon a mat after the fashion of Queen Pomare, nor should. But, you know very fully that you are breaking faith in the matter of the tragedy and Luria. You promised to rest, and you rest for 3 days. Is it so that people get well, or keep well? Indeed, I do not think I shall let you have Luria. Ah, be careful, I do beseech you, be careful. There is time for a pause, and the works will profit by it themselves. And you, and I, if you are ill. For the rest, I will let you walk in my field and see my elms as much as you please, though I hear about the shower bath with a little suspicion. Why, if it did you harm before, should it not again? And why should you use it if it threatens harm? Now tell me if it hasn't made you rather unwell since the new trial. Tell me, dear, dearest. As for myself, I believe that you set about exhorting me to be busy, just that I might not reproach you for the over-business. Confess that that was the only meaning of the exhortation. But no, you are quite serious, you say. You even threaten me in a sort of underground murmur, which sounds like a nascent earthquake, and if I do not write so much a day directly, your stipendiary magistrateship will take away my license to be loved. I am not to be barred to you any longer, you say. And is this right? Now I ask you. Ever so many crystals fell off by that stroke of the baton, I do assure you. Only you did not mean quite what you said so too articulately, and you will unsay it if you please, and unthink it near the arms. As for the writing, I will write. I have written. I am writing. You do not fancy that I have given up writing. No. Only I have certainly been more loitering and distracted than usual in what I have done, which is not my fault, nor yours directly, and I feel an indisposition to setting about the romance. The hand of the soul shakes. I am too happy and not calm enough, I suppose, to have the right inclination. Well, it will come. But all in blots and fragments there are verses enough to fill a volume done in the last year. And if there were not, if there were none, I hold that I should be bar, and also your bar, which is insolence, will you say? End of section 60.
Section 61 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark February 26, 1846. As for the third person, my sweet Bar, he was a wise speaker from the beginning, and in our case he will say, turning to me, the late Robert Hall, when a friend admired that one with so high an estimate of the value of intellectuality in woman should yet marry some kind of cook-made animal, as did the said Robert, wisely answered, you can't kiss mind. May you not discover eventually, this is to me, that mere intellectual endowments, though incontestably of the loftiest character, mere mind, though that mind be Miss B.'s, cannot be kissed, nor repent too late the absence of those humbler qualities, those softer affections, which, like flowerets at the mountain's foot, if not so proudly soaring as, as... and so on, till one of us died with laughing or being laughed at. So judges the third person. And if to help him we let him into your room at Wimpole Street, suffered him to see with Flush's eyes, he would say with just as wise an air, and true, mere personal affections may be warm enough, but does it augur well for the durability of an attachment that it should be wholly, exclusively based on such perishable attractions as the sweetness of a mouth, the beauty of an eye? I could wish rather to know that there was something of less transitory nature coexistent with this, some congeniality of mental pursuit, some... Would he not say that? But I can't do his platitudes justice, because here is our post going out, and I've been all the morning walking in the perfect joy of my heart with your letter and under its blessing. Dearest, dearest Bar, let me say more tomorrow. Only this now, that you... what are you not to me? My dearest love, bless you. Till tomorrow, when I will strengthen the prayer. No, lengthen it. Ever your own. Hawthorne, to show how spring gets on. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark February 27th, 1846. If all third persons were as foolish as this third person of yours, ever, dearest, first and second persons might follow their own devices without losing much in the way of good counsel. But you are unlucky in your third person as far as the wits go. He talks a great deal of nonsense, and Flush, who is sensible, will have nothing to do with him, he says, any more than you will with Sir Moses. He is quite a third person singular, for the nonsense he talks. So instead of him, you shall hear what I have been doing to-day. The sun, which drew out you and the hawthorns, persuaded me that it was warm enough to go downstairs, and I put on my cloak as if I were going into the snow, and went into the drawing-room, and took Henrietta by surprise, as she sate at the piano singing. Well, I meant to stay half an hour and come back again, for I am upon Tinkler's ground in the drawing-room, and liable to the whole droves of morning visitors, and Henrietta kept me, because she wanted me, besought me, to stay and see the great sight of Captain Surtees cook, plus his regimentals, fresh from the royal presence at St. James's, and I never saw him in my life, though he is a sort of cousin. So, though I hated it, as you may think, not liking to be unkind to my sister, I stayed and stayed 10 minutes after another, till it seemed plain that he wasn't coming at all, as I told her, and that Victoria had kept him to dinner, enchanted with the regimentals. And half laughing and half quarrelling, still she kept me by force, until a knock came most significantly. And, "There is Surtees," said she, "now you must and shall stay." So foolish! I had my hand on the door-handle to go out. He your own cousin too, who always calls you Ba except before papa, which might have encouraged me perhaps, but I can't be sure of it, as the very next moment apprised us both that no less a person than Mrs. Jameson was standing out in the passage. The whole 36th Regiment could scarcely have been more astounding to me. As to staying to see her in that room, with the prospect of the military descent in combination, I couldn't have done it for the world. So I made Henrietta, who had drawn me into the scrape, take her upstairs, and followed myself in a minute or two, and the corollary of this interesting history is, that being able to talk at all after all that fuss and after walking upstairs and downstairs like the ancestor of your spider, proves my gigantic strength. Now doesn't it? For the rest, here be proofs that the first person can be as foolish as any third person in the world. What do you think? And Mrs. Jameson was kind beyond speaking of, and talked of taking me to Italy. What do you say? It is somewhere about the 5th or 6th proposition of the sort which has come to me. I shall be embarrassed, it seems to me, by the multitude of escorts to Italy. But the kindness, one cannot laugh at so much kindness. I wanted to hear her speak of you, and was afraid. I could not name you. Yet I did want to hear the last belle praised. She goes to Ireland for 2 months soon, but prints a book first, a collection of essays. I have not seen Mr. Kenyon, with whom she dined yesterday. The Macreadys were to be there, and he told me a week ago that he very nearly committed himself in a social mistake by inviting you to meet them. Ah, my hawthorn spray! Do you know, I caught myself pitying it for being gathered, with that green promise of leaves on it. There is room too on it for the feet of a bird. Still, I shall keep it longer than it would have stayed in the hedge, that is certain. The first you ever gave me was a yellow rose sent in a letter, and shall I tell you what that means? The yellow rose, infidelity, says the dictionary of flowers. You see what an omen, to begin with. Also, you see that I am not tired with the great avatar to-day, the fell swoop, rather, mine, into the drawing-room, and Mrs. Jameson's on me. And I shall hear to-morrow again, really? I let you, and you are best, kindest, dearest every day. Did I ever tell you that you made me do what you choose? I fancied that I only thought so. May God bless you. I am your own. Shall I have the soul's tragedy on Saturday? Any of it? But do not work. I beseech you to take care. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, February 27, 1846. To be sure, my first person was nonsensical, and in that respect made speak properly, I hope, only he was cut short in the middle of his performance by the exigencies of the post. So never mind what such persons say, my sweetest, because they know nothing at all, quod erat demonstrandum. But you, love, you speak roses and hawthorn blossoms when you tell me of the cloak put on, and the descent, and the entry, and staying and delaying. I would have had a hand in all that. I know what I wished all the morning, and now this much came true. But you should have seen the regimentals, if I could have so contrived it, for I confess to a Chinese love for bright red. The very names vermilion, scarlet, warm me. Yet in this cold climate no one wears red to comfort one's eyes, save soldiers and fox-hunters, and old women fresh from a parish Christmas distribution of cloaks. To dress in a floating, loose crimson silk, I almost understand being a cardinal. Do you know anything of Nat Lee's tragedies? In one of them, a man angry with a cardinal cries, "Stand back, and let me mow this poppy down, this rank red weed that spoils the church's corn." Is not that good? And presently, when the same worthy is poisoned, that is the cardinal, they bid him, "Now, cardinal, lie down and roar. Think of thy scarlet sins." Of the justice of all which you will judge, with no Mrs. Jameson for guide, when we see the Sistina together, I trust. By the way, yesterday I went to Dulwich to see some pictures by old Teniers, Murillo, Gainsborough, Raphael. Then 20 names about, and last but one, as if just thought of, Correggio. The whole collection, including a divine picture by Murillo and Titian's daughter, hitherto supposed to be in the Louvre, the whole I would, I think, have cheerfully given £1 or 2 for the privilege of not possessing, so execrable as sign paintings even. Are there worse poets in their way than painters? Yet the melancholy business is here, that the bad poet goes out of his way, writes his verses in the language he learned in order to do 100 other things with it, all of which we can go on and do afterwards. But the painter spent the best of his life in learning even how to produce such monstrosities as these, and to what other good do his acquisitions go? This short minute of life, our one chance, an eternity on either side, and a man does not walk whistling and ruddy by the side of hawthorn hedges in spring, but shuts himself up and comes out after a dozen years with Titian's daughter. And there gone is his life. Let somebody else try. I have tried. My trial is made too. Tomorrow you shall tell me, dearest, that Mrs. Jameson wondered to see you so well. Did she not wonder? Ah, tomorrow. There is a lesson from all this writing, and mistaking, and correcting, and being corrected. And what but that a word goes safely only from lip to lip, dearest? See how the cup slipped from the lip and snapped the crystals, you say. But the writing is but for a time and times and half a time. Would I knew when the prophetic weeks end. Still, one day, as I say, no more writing, and great scandalization of the third person peeping through the fringes of Flush's ears. Meanwhile, I wonder if I meet Mrs. Jameson I may practise diplomacy and say carelessly, I should be glad to know what Miss B is like. No, that I must not do, something tells me, for reasons. I do not know. You may perhaps have to wait a little longer for my divine Murillo of a tragedy. My sister is copying it as I give the pages, but, in fact, my wise head does ache a little. It is inconceivable, as if it took a great storm to topple over some stone, and once the stone pushed from its right place, any bird's foot, which would hardly bend the hawthorn spray, may set it trembling. The aching begins with reading the presentation list at the drawing-room quite naturally, and with no shame at all. But it is gentle, well-behaved aching now, so I do care as you bid me, Bar, my Bar, whom I call Bar to my heart, but could not, I really believe, call so before another, even your sister, if. But Bar I call you boldly here, and I dare kiss your dear, dear eyes till tomorrow. Bless you, my own. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark March 2nd, 1846. You never could think that I meant any insinuation against you by a word of what was said yesterday, or that I sought or am likely to seek a security. Do you know it was not right of you to use such an expression? Indeed, no. You were angry with me for just 1 minute, or you would not have used it. And why? Now, what did I say that was wrong or unkind even by construction? If I did say anything, it was 3 times wrong, and done just as well as unkind, and wronged my own heart and consciousness of all that you are to me, more than it could you. But you began speaking of yourself just as a woman might speak under the same circumstances. You remember what you said. And then I, remembering that all the men in the world would laugh such an idea to scorn, said something to that effect, you know. I once was in company with a man, however, who valued himself very much on his constancy to a woman who was so deeply affected by it that she became his wife at last, and the whole neighbourhood came out to stare at him on that ground as a sort of monster. And can you guess what the constancy meant? 7 years before, he loved that woman, he said, and she repulsed him. And in the meantime, how many? I had the impertinence to ask a female friend who told me the tale. Why, she answered with the utmost simplicity, I understand that Miss A and Miss B and Mrs. C would not listen to him, but he took Miss D's rejection most to heart. That was the head and front of his constancy to Miss E, who had been loved, she boasted, for 7 years. That is, once at the beginning and once at the end. It was just a coincidence of the premier pas and the pis-aller. Beloved, I could not mean this for you. You are not made of such stuff, as we both know. And for myself, it was my compromise with my own scruples that you should not be chained to me, not in the merest metaphor, that you should not seem to be bound, in honour or otherwise, so that if you stayed with me, it should be your free choice to stay, not the consequence of a choice so many months before. That was my compromise with my scruples, and not my doubt of your affection, and least of all was it an intention of trifling with you sooner or later that made me wish to suspend all decisions as long as possible. I have decided, for me, to let it be as you shall please. Now I told you that before. Either we will live on as we are until an obstacle arises, for indeed I do not look for a security where you suppose, and the very appearance of it there is what most rebuts me. Or I will be yours in the obvious way to go out of England the next half-hour if possible. As to the steps to be taken or not taken before the last step, we must think of those. The worst is that the only question is about a form. Virtually the evil is the same all round, whatever we do. Dearest, it was plain to see yesterday evening, when he came into this room for a moment at 7 o'clock, before going to his own to dress for dinner, plain to see that he was not altogether pleased at finding you here in the morning. There was no pretext for objecting gravely, but it was plain that he was not pleased. Do not let this make you uncomfortable. He will forget all about it, and I was not scolded, do you understand? It was more manner, but my sisters thought as I did of the significance, and it was enough to prove to me, if I had not known, what a desperate game we should be playing if we depended on a yielding nerve there. And to-day I went downstairs to prove how my promises stand, though I could find at least 10 good excuses for remaining in my own room, for our cousin Sam Barrett, who brought the interruption yesterday and put me out of humour. It wasn't the fault of the dear little cousin Lizzie, my portrait, who was so sorry, she said, dear child, to have missed papa somewhere on the stairs. The cousin, who should have been in Brittany yesterday instead of here, sate in the drawing-room all this morning, and had visitors there, and so I had excellent excuses for never moving from my chair. Yet the field being clear at 2:30, I went for half an hour, just for you. Did you think of me, I wonder? It was to meet your thoughts that I went, dearest. How clever these sketches are! The expression produced by such apparently inadequate means is quite striking, and I have been making my brothers admire them, and they wonder you don't think of employing them in an illustrated edition of your works, which might be, really. You did not ask for Luria. Not that I should have let you have it. I think I should not, indeed. Dearest, you take care of the head, and don't make that tragedy of the soul one for mine, by letting it make you ill. Beware, too, of the shower-bath. It plainly does not answer for you at this season. And walk, and think of me for your good, if such a combination should be possible. And I think of you, if I do not of Italy. Yet I forget to speak to you of the Dulwich Gallery. I never saw those pictures, but am astonished that the whole world should be wrong in praising them. Divine is a bad word for Murillo in any case, because he is intensely human in his most supernatural subjects. His beautiful Trinity in the National Gallery, which I saw the last time I went out to look at pictures, has no deity in it, and I seem to see it now. And do you remember the Visitation of the Angels to Abraham, the Duke of Sutherland's picture, is it not? Where the mystic visitors look like shepherds who had not even dreamt of God. But I always understood that the Dulwich Gallery was famous for great works. You surprise me. And for painters, their badness is more ostentatious than that of poets. They stare idiocy out of the walls, and set the eyes of sensitive men on edge. For the rest, however, I very much doubt whether they wear their lives more to rags than writers who mistake their vocation in poetry do. There is a mechanism in poetry as in the other art, and, to men not native to the way of it, it runs hard and heavily. The cudgelling of the brain is as good labour as the grinding of the colours. Do you not think? If ever I am in the Sistine Chapel, it will not be with Mrs. Jameson, no. If ever I should be there, what teaching I shall want, I, who have seen so few pictures, and love them only as children do, with an unlearned love, just for the sake of the thoughts they bring. Wonderfully ignorant I am, to have had eyes and ears so long. There is music now which lifts the hair on my head, I feel it so much, yet all I know of it as art, All I have heard of the works of the masters in it has been the mere sign and suggestion, such as the private piano may give. I never heard an oratorio, for instance, in my life. Judge by that. It is a guess I make at all the greatness and divinity, feeling in it, though distinctly and certainly, that a composer like Beethoven must stand above the divinest painter in sole godhead, and nearest to the true poet of all artists. And this I felt in my guess long before I knew you. But observe how, if I had died in this illness, I should have left a sealed world behind me. You unknown too, unguessed at, you, in many respects, wonderfully unguessed at. Lately I have learned to despise my own instincts, and apart from those, and you, it was right for me to be melancholy in the consciousness of passing blindfolded under all the world's stars, and of going out into another side of the creation with a blank for the experience of this, the last revelation unread. How the thought of it used to depress me sometimes. Talking of music, I had a proposition the other day from certain of Mr. Russell's, the singer's, friends, about his setting to music my Cry of the Children. His programme exhibits all the horrors of the world, I see. Lifeboats, madhouses, gamblers' wives, all done to the right sort of moaning. His audiences must go home delightfully miserable, I should fancy. He has set the song of the shirt, and my Cry of the Children will be acceptable, it is supposed, as a climax of agony. Do you know this Mr. Russell, and what sort of music he suits to his melancholy? But to turn my cry to a song, a burden, it is said, is required. He can't sing it without a burden, and behold what has been sent for my approval. I shall copy it verbatim for you. And the threads twirl, 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 before each boy and girl, and the wheels, big and little, still whirl, whirl, whirl. Accompaniment agitato, imitating the roar of the machinery. This is not endurable, ought not to be, should it now? Do tell me. May God bless you, very dearest. Let me hear how you are, and think how I am, your own. End of section 64.
Section 65 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, March 2nd, 1846. Dearest, I have been kept in town and just returned in time to say why you have no note. Tomorrow I will write. There is so much to say on the subject of this letter, I find. Bless you, all beloved R.B. Oh, do not sleep another night on that horrible error I have led you into. The Dulwich Gallery? Oh, no, only some pictures to be sold at the Greyhound Inn, Dulwich, the genuine property of a gentleman deceased. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday evening. Postmark, March 2, 1846. 1 or 2 words, if no more, I must write to dearest Bar. The night would go down in double blackness if I had neither written nor been written to. So here is another piece of kindness on my part, such as I have received praise for of late. My own sweetest, there is just this good in such praise, that by it one comes to something pleasantly definite amid the hazy uncertainties of mere wishes and possibilities, while my whole heart does so yearn love to do something to prove its devotion for you, and now and then amuses itself with foolish imaginings of real substantial services, to which it should be found equal if fortune so granted. Suddenly you interpose with thanks in such terms as would all too much reward the highest of even those services which are never to be. And for what? For a note, a going to town, well, there are definite beginnings, certainly, if you will recognize them. I mean that since you do accept, far from despising this day of small things, that I may take heart and be sure that even though none of the great achievements should fall to my happy chance, still the barrenest, flattest life must of needs produce in its season better fruits than these poor ones. I keep it, value it, now that it may produce such. Also, I determine never again to analyse, nor let you analyse if the sweet mouth can be anyway stopped. The love shall be one and indivisible, and the loves we used to know from one another huddled lie close beside her tenderly, which is surely the next line. Now am I not anxious to know what your father said? And if anybody else said or wondered, how should I know? Of all the fighting, the warfare with shadows, what a work is there! But tell me, and with you for me, bless me, dearest ever, as the face above mine blesses me, your own. Sir Moses set off this morning, I hear. Somebody yesterday called the telescope an optical delusion, anticipating many more of the kind. So much for this wandering Jew. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, postmark March 3rd, 1846. Upon the whole, I think I am glad when you are kept in town and prevented from writing what you call much to me, because in the first place the little from you is always much to me, and then, besides, the letter comes, and with it the promise of another. 2 letters have I had from you to-day, ever dearest. How I thank you! Yes, indeed, it was like yourself to write yesterday, to remember what a great gap there would have been otherwise, as it looked on this side, here. The worst of Saturday is, when you come on it, that Sunday follows, Saturday night bringing no letter. Well, it was very good of you, best of you. For the analyzing, I give it up willingly, only that I must say what altogether I forgot to say in my last letter, that it was not I, if you please, who spoke of the crystals breaking away. And you to quote me with that certainty. The crystals are broken off, you say. I say, when it was in your letter and not at all in mine. The truth is that I was stupid rather about the Dulwich collection. It was my fault. I caught up the idea of the gallery out of a heap of other thoughts, and really might have known better if I had given myself a chance by considering. Mr. Kenyon came to-day, and has taken out a license, it seems to me, for praising you, for he praised and praised. Somebody has told him, who had spent several days with you in a house with a large library, that he came away quite astounded by the versatility of your learning, and that, to complete the circle, you discoursed as scientifically on the training of greyhounds and breeding of ducks as if you had never done anything else all your life. Then dear Mr. Kenyon talked of the poems, and hoped, very earnestly, I am sure, that you would finish Saul, which you ought to do, must do, only not now. By the way, Mrs. Coleridge had written to him to inquire whether you had authority for the blue lilies rather than white. Then he asked about Luria, and whether it was obscure, and I said not unless the people who considered it began by blindfolding themselves. And where do you think Mr. Kenyon talks of going next February? A long while off, to be sure. To Italy, of course. Everybody I ever heard of seems to be going to Italy next winter. He visits his brother at Vienna, and may cross the Alps and get to Pisa. It is the shadow of a scheme, nothing certain so far. I did not go downstairs to-day, because the wind blew and the thermometer fell. To-morrow perhaps I may. And you, dearest, dearest, might have put into the letters how you were when you wrote them. You might, but you did not feel well and would not say so. confess that that was the reason. Reason or no reason, mention yourself tomorrow, and for the rest, do not write a long letter so as to increase the evil. There was nothing which I can remember as requiring an answer in what I wrote to you, and though I will have my letter, of course, it shall be as brief as possible, if briefness is good for you. Now always remember that. Why, if I, who talk against Luria, should work the mischief myself, what should I deserve? I should be my own jury directly, and not recommend to mercy, not to mine. Do take care. Care for me just so much. And except that taking care of your health, what would you do for me that you have not done? You have given me the best of the possible gifts of one human soul to another. You have made my life new, and am I to count these things as small and insufficient? Ah, you know that I cannot, ought not, will not. May God bless you. He blesses me in letting me be grateful to you as your Ba. End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark, March 3, 1846. First, and most important of all, dearest, angry with you? And for that? It is just as if I had spoken contemptuously of that gallery I so love and am so grateful to, having been used to go there when a child far under the age allowed by the regulations. Those two Guidos, the wonderful Rembrandt of Jacob's Vision, such a Watteau, the triumphant three Murillo pictures, the Giorgione music lesson group, or the Poussin with the Armida and Jupiter's nursing, and no end to ands. I have said before some one of those pictures I had predetermined to see a good hour, and then gone away. It used to be a green half-hour's walk over the fields. So much for one error. Now for the second like unto it. What I meant by charging you with seeing, not looking for, seeing undue security in the form, I meant to say, you talk about me being free now, free till then, and I am rather jealous of the potency attributed to the form with all its solemnity, because it is a form, and no more. Yet you frankly agree with me that form complied with, there is no redemption. Yours I am then sure enough to repent at leisure, etc., etc. So I meant to ask, then all now said, all short of that particular form of saying it, all goes for comparatively nothing? Here it is written down, you wish to suspend all decisions as long as possible. That form effects the decision then. Till then, where am I? Which is just what Lord Chesterfield cautions people against asking when they tell stories. Love, Bar, my own heart's dearest, if all is not decided now, why, hear a story apropos of storytelling, and deduce what is deducible. A very old Unitarian minister met a still older evangelical brother, John Clayton, from whose son's mouth I heard what you shall hear. The two fell to argument about the true faith to be held. After words enough, "Well," said the Unitarian, as winding up the controversy with an amicable smile, "at least let us hope we are both engaged in the pursuit of truth." "Pursuit, do you say?" cried the other. "Here am I with my years 80 and odd. If I haven't found truth by this time, where is my chance, pray?" "My own Bar, if I have not already decided, alas for me and the solemn words that are to help. Though in another point of view there would be some luxurious feeling, beyond the ordinary, in knowing one was kept safe to one's heart's good by yet another wall than the hitherto recognized ones. Is there any parallel in the notion I once heard a man deliver himself of in the street? A labourer talking with his friend about wishes, and this one wished, if he might get his wish, to have a 9-gallon cask of strong ale set running that minute and his own mouth to be tied under it. The exquisite of the delight was to be in the security upon security, the being tied. Now Bar says I shall not be chained if she can help. But now, here all the jesting goes. You tell me what was observed in the moment's visit, by you, and after, I suppose, by your sisters. First, I will always see with your eyes there. Next, what I see I will never speak if it pain you. But just this much truth I ought to say, I think. I always give myself to you for the worst I am, full of faults as you will find if you have not found them. But I will not affect to be so bad, so wicked as I count wickedness, so as to call that conduct other than intolerable. There, in my conviction of that, is your real security, and mine for the future as the present. That a father choosing to give out of his whole day some 5 minutes to a daughter, supposed to be prevented from participating in what he, probably in common with the whole world of sensible men, as distinguished from poets and dreamers, consider every pleasure of life, by a complete foregoing of society. That he, after the Pisa business, and the enforced continuance, as he must believe, permanence of the state in which any other human being would go mad, I do dare say for the justification of God, who gave the mind to be used in this world, where it saves us, we are taught, or destroys us, and not to be sunk quietly, overlooked, and forgotten, that under these circumstances, finding, what you say, unless he thinks he does find, he would close the door of his house instantly. A mere sympathizing man of the same literary tastes who comes good-naturedly on a proper and unexceptional introduction, to chat with and amuse a little that invalid daughter once a month, so far as is known, for an hour perhaps. That such a father should show himself not pleased plainly at such a circumstance. My Bar, it is shocking. See, I go wholly on the supposition that the real relation is not imagined to exist between us. I so completely could understand a repugnance to trust you to me were the truth known, that I will confess I have several times been afraid the very reverse of this occurrence would befall. That your father would have at some time or other thought himself obliged, by the usual feeling of people in such cases, to see me for a few minutes, and express some commonplace thanks after the customary mode, just as Captain Dommett sent a heap of unnecessary thanks to me not long ago for sending now a letter, now a book, to his son in New Zealand, keeping up the spirits of poor dear Alfred, now he is cut off from the world at large. And if this had been done, I should not deny that my heart would have accused me. Unreasonably, I know, but still, suppression and reserve and apprehension, the whole of that is horrible always. But this way of looking on the endeavour of anybody, however humble, to just preserve your life, remedy in some degree the first, if it was the first, unjustifiable measure. This being displeased is exactly what I did not calculate upon. Observe that in this only instance I am able to do as I shall be done by, to take up the arms furnished by the world, the usages of society. This is monstrous on the world's showing. I say this now that I may never need recur to it, that you may understand why I keep such entire silence henceforth. Get but well, keep but as well, and all is easy now. This wonderful winter, the spring, the summer, you will take exercise, go up and downstairs, get strong. I pray you at your feet to do this, dearest. Then comes autumn, with the natural expectations, as after rouge one expects noir, the likelihood of a severe winter after this mild one, which to prevent, you reiterate your demand to go and save your life in Italy. Ought you not to do that? And the matters brought to issue, with even, if possible, less shadow of ground for a refusal than before, if you are well, plainly well enough to bear the voyage, there I will bid you be mine in the obvious way. If you shall preserve your belief in me, and you may in much, and all important too, Mr. Kenyon's praise is undeserved enough, But yesterday Milne says I was the only literary man he has ever known, tenex propisti, able to make out a life for himself and abide in it. For, he went on, you really do live without any of this titillation and fussy dependence upon adventitious excitement of all kinds. They all say they can do without. What is more true, and I intend by God's help to live wholly for you, to spend my whole energies in reducing to practice the feeling which occupies me, and in the practical operation of which the other work I had proposed to do will be found included, facilitated. I shall be able, but of this there is plenty of time to speak hereafter. I shall, I believe, be able to do this without even allowing the world to very much misinterpret. Against pure lying there is no defence. But all up to that I hope to hinder or render unimportant, as you shall know in time and place. I have written myself grave, but write to me, dear, dearest, and I will answer in a lighter mood. Even now I can say how it was yesterday's hurry happened. I called on Milnes, who told me Hanmer had broken a bone in his leg and was laid up, so I called on him too. On Moxon, by the way, his brother telling me strangely cheering news from the grimmest of faces about my books selling and likely to sell. Your wishes, Bar. Then in Bond Street about some business with somebody. Then on Mrs. Montague, who was out walking all the time, and home too. I found a letter from Mr. Kenyon, perfectly kind, asking me to go on Monday to meet friends, and with yours today comes another confirming the choice of the day. How entirely kind he is. I am very well, much better indeed, taking that bath with sensibly good effect. Tonight I go to Montague's again, for shame having kept away too long. And the rest shall answer yours, dear. Not much to answer. And Beethoven, and painting, and what is the rest, and shall be answered. Bless you now, my darling. I love you, ever shall love you, ever be your own. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark March 4th, 1846. Yes, but dearest, you mistake me, or you mistake yourself. I am sure I do not over-care for forms. It is not my way to do it, and in this case, no. Still, you must see that there is a fact as well as a form, and involving a frightful quantity of social inconvenience, to use the mildest word, if too hastily entered on. I deny altogether looking for, or seeing, any security in it for myself. It is a mere form for the heart and the happiness. Illusions may pass after as before. Still the truth is that if they were to pass with you now, you stand free to act according to the wide awakeness of your eyes, and to reform your choice, see, whereas afterward you could not carry out such a reformation while I was alive, even if I helped you. All I could do for you would be to walk away. And you pretend not to see this broad distinction? Ah! For me, I have seen just this and no more, and have felt averse to forestall, to seem to forestall even by an hour, or a word, that stringency of the legal obligation from which there is, in a certain sense, no redemption. Tie up your drinker under the pour of his 9 gallons, and in 2 minutes he will moan and writhe, as you perfectly know, like a Brinvilliers under the water torture. That he asked to be tied up was unwise on his own principle of loving ale, and you shan't be chained up, if you were to ask 20 times, if you have found truth or not in the water-well. You do not see aright what I meant to tell you on another subject. If he was displeased, and it was expressed by a shadow a mere negation of pleasure, it was not with you as a visitor and my friend. You must not fancy such a thing. It was a sort of instinctive indisposition towards seeing you here, unexplained to himself, I have no doubt. Of course unexplained, or he would have desired me to receive you never again, That would have been done at once and unscrupulously. But without defining his own feeling, he rather disliked seeing you here. It just touched one of his vibratory wires, brushed by and touched it. Oh, we understand in this house. He is not a nice observer, but at intervals very wide he is subject to lightnings. Call them fancies, sometimes right, sometimes wrong. Certainly it was not in the character of a sympathizing friend that you made him a very little cross on Monday, and yet you never were nor will be in danger of being thanked. He would not think of it. For the reserve, the apprehension, dreadful those things are, and desecrating to one's own nature, but we did not make this position, we only endure it. The root of the evil is the miserable misconception of the limits and character of parental rights. It is a mistake of the intellect rather than of the heart. Then, after using one's children as one's chattels for a time, the children drop lower and lower toward the level of the chattels, and the duties of human sympathy to them become difficult in proportion. And, it seems strange to say it, yet it is true, love he does not conceive of at all. He has feeling, he can be moved deeply, he is capable of affection in a peculiar way, but that he does not understand any more than he understands Chaldee, respecting it less, of course. And you fancy that I could propose Italy again, after saying too that I never would? Oh, no, no. Yet there is time to think of this, a superfluity of time, times and half a time, and to make one's head swim with leaning over a precipice is not wise. The roar of the world comes up too, as you hear, and as I heard from the beginning. There will be no lack of lying, be sure, pure lying too, and nothing you can do, dearest, dearest, shall hinder my being torn to pieces by most of the particularly affectionate friends I have in the world, which I do not think of much any more than of Italy. You will be mad, and I shall be bad, and that will be the effect of being poets. Till when, where are you? Why, in the very deepest of my soul, wherever in it is the fountain-head of loving, beloved, there you are. Some day I shall ask you in form, as I care so much for forms it seems, what your faults are, these immense, multitudinous faults of yours, which I hear such talk of, and never can get to see. Will you give me a catalogue raisonné of your faults? I should like it, I think. In the meantime, they seem to be faults of obscurity, that is, invisible faults, like those in the poetry, which do not keep it from selling, as I am so glad to understand. I am glad too that Mr. Milnes knows you a little. Now I must end, there is no more time to-night. God bless you, very dearest. Keep better, try to be well, as I do for you since you ask me. Did I ever think that you would think it worth while to ask me that? What a dream, reaching out into the morning. Today, however, I did not go downstairs, because it was colder and the wind blew its way into the passages. If I can tomorrow without risk, I will, be sure, be sure. Till Thursday then, till eternity. Till when, where am I, but with you, and what but yours, your Ba. I have been writing autographs, save my mark, for the North and the South today, the Fens and Golden Square. Somebody asked for a verse, from either Katharina or Flush, those poems, etc., etc. Such a concatenation of criticisms. So I preferred Flush, of course. Idest gave him the preferment. End of section 69.
Section 70 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark March 4, 1846. Ah, sweetest, don't mind people and their lies any more than I shall. If the toad does take it into his toad's head to spit at you, you will not drop dead, I warrant. All the same, If one may make a circuit through a flower bed and see the less of his toad habits and general ugliness, so much the better. No words can express my entire indifference, far below contempt, for what can be said or done. But one thing, only one, I choose to hinder being said if I can. The others I would not if I could. Why prevent the toad's puffing himself out thrice as big blackness if it amuses him among those wet stones? We shall be in the sun. I dare say I am unjust, hasty certainly in the other matter, but all faults are as such inasmuch as they are mistakes of the intellect. Toads may spit or leave it alone, but if I ever see it right, exercising my intellect, to treat any human beings like my chattels, I shall pay for that mistake one day or another, I am convinced. And I very much fear that you would soon discover what one fault of mine is, if you were to hear anyone assert such a right in my presence. Well, I shall see you tomorrow. Had I better come a little later, I wonder? 3:30, for instance, staying, as last time, till... it is ill policy to count my treasure aloud. Or shall I come at the usual time tomorrow? If I do not hear at the usual time, because I think you would, am sure you would have considered and suggested it were it necessary. Bless you, dearest, ever your own. I said nothing about that Mr. Russell and his proposition. By all means, yes. Let him do more good with that noble, pathetic lay, and do not mind the burthen, if he is peremptory, so that he duly specify by the singer. With that precaution, nothing but good can come of his using it. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday. Postmark March 6th, 1846. Ever, dearest, I lose no time in writing, you see, so as to be written to at the soonest, and there is another reason which makes me hasten to write. It is not all mercantile calculation. I want you to understand me. Now listen. I seem to understand myself. It seems to me that every word I ever said to you on one subject is plainly referable to a class of feelings of which you could not complain, could not. But this is my impression, and yours is different. You do not understand, you do not see by my light, and perhaps it is natural that you should not, as we stand on different steps of the argument. Still I, who said what I did, for you, and from an absorbing consideration of what was best for you, cannot consent, even out of anxiety for your futurity, to torment you now, to vex you by a form of speech which you persist in translating into a want of trust in you. I want trust in you, into a need of more evidence about you from others. Could you say so? And even into an indisposition on my part to fulfill my engagement. No, dearest, dearest, it is not right of you. And therefore, as you have these thoughts, reasonably or unreasonably, I shall punish you for them at once, and chain you, as you wish to be chained, chain you, rivet you. Do you feel how the little fine chain twists round and round you? Do you hear the stroke of the riveting? And you may feel that too. Now it is done. Now you are chained. Baya has finished the work. I, Ba, observe the anagram, and not a word do you say of Prometheus, though you have the conscience of it all, I dare say. Well, you must be pleased, as it was the weight of too much liberty which offended you, and now you believe, perhaps, that I trust you, love you, and look to you over the heads of the whole living world, without any one head needing to stoop. You must, if you please, because you belong to me now, and shall believe as I choose. There's a ukase for you. Cry out, repent, and I will loose the links and let you go again. Shall it be, my dear Miss Barrett? Seriously, you shall not think of me such things as you have said, if not whole said, to-day. If all men were to speak evil of you, my heart would speak of you the more good, That would be the one result with me. Do I not know you, soul to soul? Should I believe that any of them could know you as I know you? Then for the rest, I am not afraid of toads now, not being a child any longer. I am not inclined to mind, if you do not mind, what may be said about us by the benevolent world, nor will other reasons of a graver kind affect me otherwise than by the necessary pain. Therefore the whole rests with you, unless illness should intervene, and you will be kind and good, will you not, and not think hard thoughts of me ever again? No. It wasn't the sense of being less than you had a right to pretend to, which made me speak what you disliked, for it is I who am unworthy, and not another, not certainly that other. I meant to write more to-night of subjects farther off us, but my sisters have come upstairs, and I must close my letter quickly. Beloved, take care of your head. Do not write poems, nor read, nor neglect the walking, nor take that shower bath. Will you, instead, try the warm bathing? Surely the experiment is worth making for a little while. Dearest beloved, do it for your own Ba. End of section 71.
Section 72 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. Postmark, March 6, 1846. I am altogether your own, dearest. The words were only words, and the playful feelings were play, while the fact has always been so irresistibly obvious as to make them break on and off it, fantastically, like water turning to spray in spurts of foam on a great solid rock. Now you call the rock a rock, but you must have known what chance you had of pushing it down when you sent all those light fancies and free leaves, and refusals to hold responsible, to do what they could. It is a rock, and may be quite barren of good to you, not large enough to build houses on, not small enough to make a mantelpiece of, much less a pedestal for a statue. But it is real rock, that is all. It is always I who torment you, instead of taking the present and blessing you, and leaving the future to its own cares. I certainly am not apt to look curiously into what next week is to bring, much less next month or 6 months. But you, the having you, my own, dearest beloved, that is as different in kind as in degree from any other happiness or semblance of it that even seemed possible of realization. Then, now, the health is all to stay or retard us. Oh, be well, my Ba. Let me speak of that letter. I am ashamed of having mentioned those circumstances, and should not have done so but for their insignificance. For I knew that if you ever did hear of them, all anybody would say would not amount to enough to be repeated to me, and so get explained at once. Now that the purpose is gained, it seems little worth gaining. You bade me not send the letter. I will not. As for what people say, here lies a book, Bartoli Symboli, and this morning I dipped into his chapter 19. His symbol is Socrate fatto retrar su vocali, and the theme of his dissertating, l'indignità del mettere in disprezzo I più degni filosofi dell'antichità. He sets out by enlarging on the horror of it, then describes the character of Socrates, then tells the story of the representation of the clouds, and thus gets to his symbol. Le pazzie fatte spaziare e Socrate in quella commedia. Il misero in tanto scherno e derisione del pubblico, che perfino I vassai dipingevano il suo ritratto sopra gli occhi, I fiacci, I boccali, e ogni vassallamento del più vile servigio. Così quel sommo filosofo, fu condotto a far di sé par la casa detenne una continua commedia. Con solamente vederlo comparir così scontrafatto e ridicolo come i vasse se formavano d'invenzione. There you have what a very clever man can say in choice Tuscan on a passage in Aelian which he takes care not to quote or allude to, but which is the sole authority for the fact. Aelian, speaking of Socrates' magnanimity, says that on the first representation, a good many foreigners being present who were at a loss to know who could be this Socrates, the sage himself stood up that he might be pointed out to them by the auditory at large. Which, says Aelian, was no difficulty for them, to whom his features were most familiar, the very potters being in the habit of decorating their vessels with his likeness, no doubt out of a pleasant and affectionate admiration. Yet see how people can turn this out of its sense, say their say on the simplest, plainest word or deed, and change it to its opposite. God's great gift of speech abused, indeed. But what shall we hear of it there, my siren? On Monday, is it not? Who was it looked into the room just at our leave-taking? Bless you, my ever dearest. Remember to walk, to go downstairs, and to be sure that I will endeavour to get well for my part. Today I am very well. With this letter, your own. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening, postmark March 7th, 1846. Always you, is it, who torments me? Always you? Well, I agree to bear the torments, as Socrates his persecution by the potters. And by the way, he liked those potters, as Plato shows, and was fain to go to them for his illustrations, as I to you for all my light. Also, while we are on the subject, I will tell you another fault of your Bartoli. His choice Tuscan filled one of my pages in the place of my English better than Tuscan. For the letter you mentioned, I meant to have said in mine yesterday that I was grateful to you for telling me of it. That was one of the prodigalities of your goodness to me, not thrown away in one sense, however superfluous. Do you ever think how I must feel when you overcome me with all this generous tenderness, only beloved? I cannot say it. Because it is colder to-day, I have not been downstairs, but let to-morrow be warm enough, facilis descensus. There's something infernal to me, really, in the going down, and now too that our cousin is here. Think of his beginning to attack Henrietta the other day. So Mr. C. has retired and left the field to Surtees cook. Oh, you needn't deny. It's the news of all the world except your father. And as to him, I don't blame you. He never will consent to the marriage of son or daughter. Only you should consider, you know, because he won't leave you a shilling, etc., etc. You hear the sort of man. And then in a minute after, "And what is this about Bar?" "About Bar?" said my sisters. "Why, who has been persuading you of such nonsense?" "Oh, my authority is very good, perfectly unnecessary for you to tell any stories, Arabelle. A literary friendship, is it?" And so on, after a fashion. This comes from my brothers, of course, but we need not be afraid of its passing beyond, I think, though I was a good deal vexed when I heard first of it last night, and have been in cousinly anxiety ever since to get our Orestes safe away from those furies his creditors into Brittany again. He is an intimate friend of my brother's besides the relationship, and they talk to him as to each other, only they oughtn't to have talked that, and without knowledge too. I forgot to tell you that Mr. Kenyon was in an immoderate joy the day I saw him last, about Mr. Poe's Raven, as seen in the Athenaeum extracts, and came to ask what I knew of the poet and his poetry, and took away the book. It's the rhythm which has taken him with glamour, I fancy. Now you still stay on Monday till the last moment, and go to him for dinner at 6. Who looked in at the door? Nobody, but Arabel a little way opened it, and hearing your voice, went back. There was no harm, is no fear of harm. Nobody in the house would find his or her pleasure in running the risk of giving me pain. I mean my brothers and sisters would not. Are you trying the music to charm the brain to stillness? Tell me, and keep from that soul's tragedy which did so much harm. Oh, that I had bound you by some Stygian oath not to touch it. So, my rock, may the birds drop into your crevices the seeds of all the flowers of the world. Only it is not for those that I cling to you as the single rock in the salt sea. Ever I am, your own. End of section 73.
Section 74 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday morning. Postmark, March 7, 1846. You call me kind, and by this time I have no heart to call you such names. I told you, did I not once, that Bar had got to convey infinitely more of you to my sense than dearest, sweetest, all or any epithets that break down with their load of honey like bees. To say you are kind, you that so entirely and unintermittingly bless me, 'twill never do now, Bar. All the same, one way there is to make even Bar dearer. My Bar, I say to myself. About my fears, whether of opening doors or entering people, one thing is observable, and prevents the possibility of any misconception. I desire, have been in the habit of desiring, to increase them, far from diminishing. They relate, of course, entirely to you, and only through you affect me the least in the world. Put your well-being out of the question, so far as I can understand it to be involved, and the pleasure and pride I should immediately choose would be that the whole world knew our position. What pleasure! What pride! But I endeavour to remember on all occasions, and perhaps succeed in too few, that it is very easy for me to go away and leave you who cannot go. I only allude to this because some people are naturally nervous and all that, and I am quite of another kind. Last evening I went out, having been kept at home in the afternoon to see somebody. Went walking for hours. I am quite well today, and now your letter comes, my Bar. Most happy. And as the sun shines, you are perhaps making the perilous descent now, while I write. Oh, to meet you on the stairs. And I shall really see you on Monday, dearest? So soon it ought to feel, considering the dreary weeks that now get to go between our days. For music, I made myself melancholy just now with some concertos for the harpsichord by Mr. Handel, brought home by my father the day before yesterday. What were light modern things once? Now I read not very long ago a French memoir of Claude de Jeunes, called in his time the Prince of Musicians. Phoenix, the unapproachable wonder to all time. That is, 20 years after his death about, and to this pamphlet was prefixed as motto the startling axiom, in music the beau ideal changes every 30 years. Well, is that not true? The idea, mind, changes, the general standard, so that it is no answer that a single air, such as many one knows, may strike as freshly as ever. They were not according to the ideal of their own time. Just now they drop into the ready ear. Next 100 years, who will be the Rossini? Who is no longer the Rossini even I remember? His early overtures are as purely rococo as Cimarosa's, or more. The sounds remain, keep their character perhaps, The scale's proportioned notes effect the same, that is, the major third or minor seventh, but the arrangement of these, the sequence, the law for them, if it should change every 30 years. To Corelli, nothing seemed so conclusive in heaven or earth as this. I don't believe there is one of his sonatas wherein that formula does not do duty. In these things of Handel, that seems replaced by that was the only true consummation. Then, to go over the 100 years, came Rossini's unanswerable coda. Which serves as base to the infinity of songs gone, so gone by. From all of which Barr draws this conclusion, that these may be worse things than Bartoli's Tuscan to cover a page with. Yet the pity of it. Lejeune, the Phoenix, and Rossini, who directed his letters to his mother as mother of the famous composer, and Henry Lawes, and Darlan's lute. Ah me. Well, my conclusion is the best, the everlasting, here and I trust elsewhere. I am your own, my Bar, ever your R. End of section 74.